gave me two options, so I just picked one of the two.
Mars, this is all your fault. Yeah. Mars has validated the fact that everybody now needs to talk about their GOAT. And so that's what we're going to do today. We are going to extensively deep dive into Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's resume and see whether his case really is valid, whether Kareem really should get some love in the GOAT conversation, whether Kareem really can be the greatest basketball player of all time. Yes, friends and family, that's including Kobe Bryant, that's including Magic Johnson, that's including Larry Bird, Hakeem, Tim Duncan, some guy named LeBron James, and some other random dude named Michael Jordan. We are going to see how Kareem stacks up to these guys. Fellas, what's going on? Do you have any opening topics or insight that you would like to drop on us?
We definitely getting into our 25 on the 25 list. We definitely doing that today.
I'm gonna get that. Not today. Chill.
We definitely getting into that today. I will. I'm gonna break up the offense to get into that today. I'm Kyle Kuzma today, Mars. Yes, sir. I'm running offense that I'm getting in the middle of the offense to get into that today. 100%. But anyway, yeah, let's do that. I'm definitely down to talk about why Jabbar has a case to be the GOAT. I mean, each one of these guys that we talk about that's on here have blemishes on their resume. Don't get me wrong. Jordan doesn't have a 2011 issue that James has. Jabbar doesn't have Jabbar has the resume that everybody else doesn't have collectively as a basketball player, not just from the NBA, but collectively as a basketball player. Everything that he's done gives him a legit argument for being the GOAT. No questions asked. But sure, there's some blemishes on his record, but I think that there are more good things than those blemishes. Those blemishes shouldn't determine solely that he isn't the GOAT. No.
Hello, Penn.
What's good?
Oh, Penn, by the way, this season, and I said it last season, but this season, I said that there was some teams that I wasn't paying attention to. I'm going to pay more attention this year to the Toronto Raptors and the Utah Jazz. I'm going to watch more Utah Jazz games because I've seen what Lauri Markkanen has been doing in the Eurobasket tournaments, and I want to see what Will Hardy is doing with Lauri Markkanen on a night-to-night basis. I want to see what he's doing with him.
That's some dope watches.
Yes. That's where I'm at with that.
That's good, Chill. You got it for the both of us.
Okay. I got you covered, Ron G.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got you covered, brother. No problem.
How's it going, Penn?
I don't know. I'm just recovering from the Hoop Talk podcast.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff. I'm assuming that this topic is because of that podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm curious to know why we talked very in depth yesterday, and it was a lot of names we talked about, but it was almost like we skimmed over Kareem. Now I know he was at 3. A lot of people might be like, "Yo, Ron, he was at 3. Why?
Where'd you have him again? You have him 5?
He had him at 1.
You have him 5? No, you had him at 1.
Yeah,
okay, I got you.
Indeed.
Yeah, I had another fraud at 5, but we don't have to get into that.
We actually do have to get into that, but
no, please, not again.
But like seriously though, like I'm not saying it's just because I have Kareem at 1. I just feel like when we're and Mars brought this up yesterday. Actually,
does that have something to do with it though? Does that have a little bit to do with this?
Yes, but I'm saying no. Mars brought this up yesterday, and he brought it up about his GOAT, Bill Russell, and he was like, I don't like how the fact that Bill Russell only gets brought up as a pawn for people to push narratives. And then he brought up the fact that Bill Russell has a legit GOAT case. And everybody has to respect it. 11 rings has to be respectable, no matter how you slice it. Dominating a decade plus has to be respected, no matter how you slice it. Multiple MVPs has to be respected, no matter how you slice it. We could do the same thing with Wilt. The numbers that he put up, regardless of era, regardless of whether you like it or not, regardless of whether you think it was a myth and it wasn't true, you have to respect Wilt's resume. Now Kareem, I feel like based on his level of play, based on his records, based on his winning, based on his resume and accolades, it has to be respected. And based on how he's looked at people, based on how people from his era talk about him. But once again, I feel like Kareem is one of those guys that his name just gets skimmed over. Like what? Like people throw him in there and it's just like an afterthought. Oh, I'll just put Kareem in here because it looks good or sounds good or because I think it's right. But I don't think we give Kareem nearly as much props as he deserves.
How differently do you think Steph Curry would be looked at if he had 4 Finals MVPs?
How much differently would Steph be looked at? I think he'd be looked at a lot. I think he'd be looked at a lot differently because of those 4 Finals MVPs. On some level, we would have to say he was the best player in the championship series. We can't just go, he just won the Finals MVP. On some level, we would have to say, in at least one of them, he was the best player in the championship series. Just because
he played better than KD in 2017.
Okay.
That's one of the best finals performances ever.
I thought he got busy in those finals. Like he don't get nearly as much credit in 2017.
Oh no, he played great.
And
if you outplayed Kevin Durant.
And how differently would we look at Kobe being Bryant if he had 5 Finals MVPs?
He outplayed that shot. Oh my God.
But of all the accolades, I would say that Finals MVP holds the least amount of weight. Like especially if you're on teams like that.
Kawhi got 2, yo.
No, I know what I'm trying to find.
I mean, I would argue 2014 is one of the kind of proof of that. But.
Yeah, but if you look at Kobe and Shaq, and if you look at Steph and KD, like those type of teams right there, you don't win Finals MVP. Like that's not really that big a deal. Like Steph, I think Tamar's point, Steph played good enough to get it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think Steph not so Steph, maybe if we talk about that first one, Andre Iguodala getting that one, maybe it's like okay. That's a little, but to not get it and you played with Kevin Durant, like I'm not knocking Steph for not getting those.
I'm not knocking that neither though, Ox, but wouldn't it be a bigger deal when I'm playing with players like Steph Curry and I'm playing against players like LeBron James and playing against players like Kyrie Irving? Like, wouldn't it be a bigger deal as opposed to if I'm only playing with Vernon Maxwell and Kenny Smith, even though we built something pretty substantial? Like, wouldn't it be a bigger deal when I'm playing with better players like that?
Not really, because we all seen it. We all know Steph got busy. We know Steph got down. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it might be a bigger deal in the aspect of I got it over this guy. I could see it that way. But I mean, Hakeem was gonna get it anyway.
Well, was he though? I mean, he was the best player on that team, no question about that. But if you take instead of Kenny Smith being on that crew at that time, take him off in the way that Kenny Smith was shooting the 3 and the way that Kenny Smith was knocking down wide open shots. All right, take Kenny Smith off that crew. Let's put Mark Price on that crew and let's see what it looks like. And then Mark Price ends up getting busy. I understand
your
logic.
Hakeem Finals MVP with Mark Price.
But I understand the logic that I understand the logic that Hakeem Olajuwon is a better player. I get that. I'm not going to argue that point. What I am saying though is when you think about what the Finals MVP is, and even though more times than not it goes to the best player, when you got a guy playing at that level. So if Penny Hardaway is on that team and he does even more than what Kenny Smith does, and he's playing at that first team all-pro level, is it ridiculous to think that he could win the Finals MVP?
No, that's not ridiculous, Chill. But also another thing too. Another thing I don't like to another thing I don't like to do is I don't like to just make. I know it's the finals, but at the most it's 7 games. I don't want to act like a 7-game sample size is the end all be all to your career. I understand it's the finals, I do, but it's still 7 games. You know what I mean?
But to your point though, Ox, I mean, and Mars, I get that you don't want to hold that in that a higher regard. However, this is the championship series. This is for all the marbles. We hold what you did in the regular season. We hold that in a higher regard over an 82-game season, over the course of 82 games. But some of us less than that because the regular season isn't as big a deal as the playoffs. But then we go into the playoffs. We hold what Mars, you get on me all the time about Damian Lillard after round 1. Like he gets busy in round 1. And then in round 2, not so much. The Western Conference Final, not so much. But if he got busy in round 2, if he got busy in the Western Conference Championship, then he ended up flaming out in the finals. Like that would be an issue because now we're on the biggest stage for all the marbles. I think that holds a lot of weight.
If you fold, that's different.
Yeah. Playing badly is different to not winning the Finals MVP. If you play badly, I think, yeah, we should talk about that for anyone, finals MVP or not. If you play well and you happen to be sharing the court, I'm using Steph again, with Kevin Durant playing the way he did in the 2017 finals, and now you don't win finals MVP. Respectfully, Steph in the 2017 finals played better than 75% of all finals MVPs ever did in that series. He played better than Paul Pierce. Sorry, Box. He played better than Paul Pierce did in 08.
100%.
He played better than Iguodala did in 15. He played better than Kawhi did in 14. He played better than a lot of these finals MVPs. Same thing with Kobe Bryant in 02. He played better than a bunch of people did.
He played
but
better than KD
he
and
played with Shaq. So like it's tough. Like finals MVP is only going to be relative to the competition in that series. And that doesn't mean that you're better or worse than someone else. And also, I feel like the finals MVP's level of importance has only like really increased in recent years. It wasn't a big deal. Like listening to people talk about the finals back in the yesteryear, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was like the Celtics won. Who cares that Cedric Maxwell was the finals MVP? The Lakers won. Who cares that Magic Johnson was the finals MVP? It wasn't that big of a deal.
That
like,
didn't matter.
I don't know about that.
I'm not saying it didn't matter. I'm not saying it didn't matter. What I'm saying
like
is
Chauncey getting
the way we. Oh, for sure.
Like,
I'm not taking away from those types of people. What I'm saying is the way we view the conference finals MVP in its infancy right now. And it's like, oh, okay. Shout out to the conference finals MVP. But it's not seen as this holy grail of an award. In the early years of the finals MVP, it wasn't seen as this indictment on your career if you didn't win it. It wasn't seen as this major blemish on your resume that you didn't have a finals MVP. Kareem only having 2 finals MVPs has become more of an issue in modern discourse than it was throughout his career. Like, throughout his career, there was never, oh, Kareem only has 2 finals MVPs. That wasn't a problem with Kareem, especially when you look at it. He should have won the finals MVP in 1980. The only reason he didn't win finals MVP was because he wasn't at game 6. He wasn't there. And they needed to award someone the award, so they gave it to Magic Johnson. Shout out to Magic Johnson's game 6 performance.
Real quick,
Kareem was clearly the finals MVP.
And Magic was balling in that series too. It's no
30 and 15, though, Ron.
It wasn't
30
and
15.
Hey, chill. And almost this many blocks.
Yeah, he wasn't 30 and 15, like 4 blocks. No, he wasn't doing that.
But chill, is that a fact?
Is what
fact? I don't know. I wasn't alive in the 80s. I don't know.
Jabbar should have won the finals MVP in 19.
Right. But I'm saying like to what Mars is saying, because I don't know. I'm just
was you guys holding it against Larry Bird that he wasn't the finals MVP?
Well, here's the thing that I would rebut to that, Mars. And the reason why 1980 was because Larry Bird coming out of college, we're not there yet. We're getting there though. The fact that they were in the NBA championship in year 2, that was a big deal, but we're not at what we think Larry Bird is going to be yet. Now, to rebut what you just said, the reason why it wasn't that big of a deal is because the majority of the finals MVPs during that time who won finals MVP were expected to. Like Magic is the only exception. More times than not, we expected Bird to win the finals MVP if the Celtics won. We expected Jabbar to win finals MVP if the Lakers won. If the Bulls won, we expected Jordan to win the finals MVP. So if Scottie Pippen would have won one of those finals MVPs, it would have been like, oh shit, Scottie Pippen won the finals MVP, not because he didn't deserve it, no, but because Jordan was that good and we expected him to do it. So each year that these guys were in the NBA championship, it kind of lessened it. I'm not going to say the award was lessened. It was just expected because you're the best player. That's probably who's going to win it anyway. So when the other guy didn't win it, it was like, wow. It was kind of like when Magic won it in 83, when Magic won it in 82. I was like, damn, over Jabbar? Wow, that's interesting. Even though he did play better, we thought that Jabbar was going to win it.
Yeah, this reminds me of something that Mars said yesterday when he was talking about LeBron James against the Pistons, right? LeBron James and the Pistons in 07, game 5, he goes off, scores 25 points straight. We all remember that. Game 6, they blitz him consistently. And he does need somebody to show up. And Boobie Gibson does show up. And Mars said, LeBron had someone who showed up for him and he was the best player in that game. I went back and watched that game yesterday. I was really curious. I can't lie, yo. Boobie Gibson was amazing.
Yeah.
But LeBron was triple teamed consistently. Every time he got past the 3-point line, they were sending 3-4 defenders at him. So at that point, analytics tell you Boobie Gibson had a 27 box plus minus that game. LeBron's still at 11. And my eye test tells me Boobie Gibson was awesome, but he's not doing it without LeBron.
Of course.
So in that case, getting the defensive attention that superstars do will sometimes open up a pocket of space for a Andre Iguodala to win Finals MVP, or a Kawhi to win Finals MVP before he's ready, or a Magic Johnson to win Finals MVP, or maybe even a James Worthy to win Finals MVP. It's not taking anything away from it. I am saying, though, I can't imagine a GOAT, like a real GOAT, winning 33% of their Finals MVPs for the championships they won. That's fair enough. It would still be half. The other ones were not that debatable.
Well, yeah, 87 and 88. He's not in his prime anymore. That's shout out to him.
I got it.
35 and 38.
The only one, the only one is like, okay, it's like 82 when Magic.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Even 82. So in 82 he was 35. In 85 he was 38. In 87 he was 40. And in 88 he was 41.
Well, then I don't want to hear. Then I don't want to hear about 6 rings.
What do you mean you don't want to hear about 6 rings?
Because of the Finals MVP? Is that what you're saying? Like, so today, are we gonna be standing on Finals MVPs today? I'm just curious. I want to know if that's what we should be getting ready for. Is Finals MVP going to be what this is all about? That's 7 game series.
No. It's not going to be about Finals MVPs.
Right.
Somewhere along this line of making a GOAT case, you're going to talk about dominance, and I'm going to tell you Shaq was more dominant. You're going to talk about longevity, and I'm going to tell you LeBron was more longevitous. Not even a real word, but I saved it. Longevitous. I'm bringing it back.
Longevitous.
You're going to tell me 6 rings. I'm going to tell you Michael's 6 rings were better. More dominant. Because he got because he got all 6 Finals MVPs, because he did it in a shorter time, right? You're going to tell me about collegiate success, and I'm going to say, so what?
You're going to say, so what?
you hold on, because LeBron James is in the GOAT conversation with Michael Jordan, and he doesn't have as many rings, and he doesn't have a national championship.
See what happens.
So
see what happens when
you don't care.
That's why I was me just talking about
Kareem
this,
wasn't allowed to come out of high school.
Me and you were just talking about this. Just
he also wasn't allowed to play as a freshman in college.
And you had to be 4 years removed from high school to go to the NBA.
Yeah.
So what longevity will we be talking about if you could add 4 NBA careers or 4 NBA seasons?
Kareem was definitely good enough to come out of high school.
So if Victor Wembanyama could have gone to Duke and won 3 championships, are you going to say that he's going to be? You're going to make that his GOAT case later?
No, that's not the point I'm making, Pin.
I'll make that point.
If you want to look, here's my point. If you want to talk box score domination, which Kareem did, I'm gonna say Wilt did it better. If you're gonna say rings, I'm gonna say Jordan did it better, and I'm gonna say Bill Russell did it better. If you're gonna talk defense, I'm gonna list you 5 to 7 centers who were way better defensively than him.
That's false.
But no, even if it's not
real
false,
now.
even if it's not,
if you go to guys like Dikembe and
that's what I'm saying. But Pin, hold on, because even if it's not false, that doesn't matter. That's what I was trying to say, and that's what me and you just talked about this weekend on Playback. You're trying to just use one criteria for every single comparison, and that's not gonna work because that's just not how basketball is. So you can cherry pick players that were better at certain things than Kareem, but can you give me a player that has all of that? You said LeBron didn't go to college or whatever. Okay, so then he's not in this part of the criteria. But who else had a better real quick? Who else had a better college? Okay, give me that player. Now let's stick with that player. Does that player also have that many? Does that player also have many MVP? So maybe hold on, wait, Pin, wait. Let me be fair. Let's not start with college because we're not gonna get that. Let's just go with something that's a little more broad. The rings, the MVPs or whatever. So you can't keep those same guys and keep matching that criteria. You can only cherry pick players that have these certain things. You can go to defense, Ben Wallace, Dikembe, Dwight, whatever, Hakeem, but then you can't get the MVPs with those guys. Then you can't get the scoring with those guys. Then you can't get Shaq's dominance with those guys. You can't get longevity of LeBron James with those guys. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is a melting pot of all these great criteria that you want to compare with 15 other guys. That's not fair to Kareem. I don't think
every box gets checked with Kareem.
Okay.
Every single one.
Okay. Like,
and on top of that, Pin, he also first and foremost, which is most important, he passes the eye test with flying colors. The eye test for me is first, and the eye test is king. That's the first thing, and he passes that with flying colors. So where's the blue? just me. My eye test is me watching the game and judging off of just watching, not looking. And I'm judging their impact on the game. I'm judging. Okay. Are you a hooper? I'm watching you play basketball. So I mean, I guess it sounds vague or sounds dumb, or whatever. But it's just like me watching. Are you a hooper? Like, are you a good basketball player? I'm seeing that with my eyes. I'm seeing how you play basketball. Are you impactful on both ends? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing?
And this eye test brought you to LeBron as the 7th greatest player of all time.
Well, yeah, because
that's a great way to pivot away from Kareem.
My eyes have seen Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan,
which by the way, Ron,
you know what I'm saying? Which guys I think are.
Here's the thing, my eye test.
Real quick, Penn. Which by the way, Ron, Jabbar would have won the Finals MVP in '84 if they would have won too. It's 36-year-old Jabbar.
Oh, I mean, Magic definitely won't win in that one. Yeah.
No, if they would have beat them, yeah, he would have won the Finals MVP in that one too, and then won it again the next year at the ripe age of 38.
Oldest Finals MVP ever, right?
To this day, Moss, in 2025, still no player as old as Jabbar.
Nobody.
Nobody. Zero.
Okay. Actually, I don't think anyone's come close.
I'm sorry. One guy, Ron. His name is Jabbar. He was 38 years old.
I'm just saying. I know a guy that's well over 38 running around.
Was the league better in the 90s or the 80s?
Was the league better in the 90s or was it better in the 80s?
Depends who you ask.
Was it deeper? Was it stronger? Were teams better? Were there more contenders?
Was diluted because of expansion.
That's what I think. I think that when Miami showed up in 88, Orlando showed up in, I want to say 89 or 88. Minnesota showed up in the late 80s. I think that the talent pool, I think there was less teams, and I think that there was more competition in the 80s than it was in the 90s. I think that guys like, because to Ox's point, you know, he talks about Shaq, and as much as I had to see Olajuwon, as much as I had to see David Robinson, as much as I had to see Pat Ewing, okay, mixed in that is Dwayne Shinchis, right? Mixed in that is Felton Spencer, guys like that. Well, I don't get that break as much in the 80s as I do in the 90s.
LeBron played with D Wade. I think that would be his best teammate. D Wade, Anthony Davis, those are his best teammates. Sure. Neither one of those guys have a legitimate case for top 10. I could argue both those guys probably don't have a case for top 20 in NBA history, right? Yesterday I
would disagree, but sure. I would disagree.
20?
But sure. I think D Wade absolutely has a case.
I think I can make an argument for Wade being the top 20.
I don't think the longevity is there.
We don't know.
None of them are Magic Johnson. None of them are Magic Johnson. So we can.
We don't know what AD is going to do with Dallas. Yeah.
If we're talking straight peak, LeBron did not enjoy D Wade at his absolute peak. D Wade's absolute peak was 2009. LeBron didn't play with him then. I could argue AD's absolute peak was just a couple years before LeBron played with him too. My point is, most people have Magic top 10. Kareem played with him for over a decade, and that is arguably the greatest point guard of all time.
But
now, yesterday I saw Ox make a case for Scottie Pippen top 10. So I started thinking about it because Scottie Pippen was one of my favorite players growing up, and I did watch a lot of those games in real time, and I've gone back and watched them now. So I was thinking about it. A lot of people say Michael Jordan has some great teammates, and chief among them is Scottie Pippen.
Sure.
So chill. I have a question for you. Scottie Pippen with Shaq and Kobe, is he the second option or third option?
In the triangle offense? Oh, he's the third.
Okay. Scottie Pippen with Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, is he the second option or is he the third option?
Fourth, maybe.
Okay.
They do got their Mortal Clay.
Scottie Pippen with Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, is he the second option or the third option?
He's the third. Sure.
That's what you're asking this question, but that's
Scottie Pippen with D Wade and LeBron James. Is he the second option or is he the third option?
What year?
Might be
2011.
He's the best defender on the team.
2011.
But that's what I'm saying, Omar. See what Penn does. Why are you asking if he's the best? If he's the second or third scoring option? What does that mean?
My point is, I don't think Michael Jordan had as much help as you think he did.
Yes, he did, Penn. Holy shit.
Only cool coach?
Cold.
Cool.
Wait a minute. Wait, Ox.
Ray
Let's
Allen?
not even go to Tony Kukoc. Let's just stay with Scottie Pippen. Let's
2013 Ray Allen.
let's just stay with Scottie Pippen. Can we just stick with Scottie Pippen?
All right, but see, Jordan is the undisputed GOAT. I want y'all to stop talking about LeBron James with Michael Jordan. I just need y'all to stop because these are the type of arguments I'm having though.
Is Jordan your GOAT?
Kareem
he got
Abdul-Jabbar.
Kareem.
Okay, so how is Jordan the undisputed GOAT?
Because he's saying if you're saying Michael Jordan did all of this with not much help, he has to be the undisputed.
Which isn't
That's what he's
true.
saying.
I didn't say he did with
true.
not much help. I said there are stars that you're talking about in this GOAT conversation that have had more help.
Yep.
Yeah,
Cool.
you're right.
What I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. So with Scottie Pippen,
is crazy. Man.
being able to do all of the things that he did, which would explain why Phil ran him with the second unit as much as he did, being the all-around player that he was. That's why Phil was able to run him with the second unit, because he was the distributor, because he was a switchable, because he was the off-ball defender, because he was the on-ball defender, because he was the transition player, because he was the willing passer in the triangle offense in that system. And I think that he made everybody else, he made their jobs a lot less difficult than with Jordan, because Jordan was a bucket getter. Jordan wasn't just a bucket getter, but Jordan primarily was a bucket getter. Scottie was getting you involved in the game in addition to being a bucket getter. And I think that made everybody else so much better. Implement the triangle offense into it, and that enhances everybody else's game, including Scottie Pippen. So if we're doing that, if we're talking about Jordan's help, we could start and stop the conversation with arguably the best all-around player in the game at that time he was running around with. Can't hear you, Ox.
That connector guy that I've been hearing about lately. That guy I've been hearing about so much lately.
Yep.
The connector.
You don't gotta sell me on connectors. My favorite player is a connector.
I'm not trying to sell you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you that Scottie Pippen is the ultimate connector guy on offense and defense. Ultimate connector guy on defense. He makes up for everything. Being 6'9", super long arms, super athletic, super strong.
Yep.
Just surveying.
Who are other great connectors?
You tell me.
I'm
Is Scottie Pippen the greatest connector ever?
He's one of them.
I can't just come out and say yes right now. I would like
to. But I'm curious. Who are these great connectors? I think Draymond is a great connector. In the current NBA, I think Aaron Gordon is a great connector. In today's NBA,
I don't think Aaron Gordon's to the level of these two guys.
We've taken a major step back in there.
I don't think Aaron Gordon's to the level of Draymond or Scottie Pippen though. I don't think he's in that.
No one said that. I said today. When I think of connectors in the NBA,
like
who are the connectors? Like, who are the greatest connectors of all time? I'm curious. Like, who are these players?
Pippen, Draymond Green. Yeah, I'm with you right there. Those I like those.
Larry Bird is a big time connector. As good as
but chill.
Even though we ran the offense through him, yes.
I mean,
we ran the offense through him.
I think KG is another example. He was a superstar, but
I like that. I like that.
Kevin Garnett is a great example, actually.
I mean, I'm not saying that superstars can't be connectors, but it kind of goes without saying that superstars are connectors.
I think
not all superstars are connectors.
Absolutely. But I'm saying, like, when I think connectors, I'm thinking of Andre Iguodala type connectors, where I'm not.
You're thinking like glue guys.
Define
ultra glue guys.
Can we define connector?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about that, Ron. As far as like a guy that does more, I'm talking about a guy like Boris Diaw. That's nice. Boris Diaw, like Draymond Green,
just makes everything work.
Scottie Pippen, in the ultimate LeBron James. You know what I'm saying? LeBron James, I think, is a great.
I think Jimmy Butler's like that.
Yeah, I see a Derek White in here. The reason why
there's a huge drop off when we talk about connectors. Like, I think Julius Randle is a great connector, but
I don't.
Julius Randle,
he holds the ball a little too long for me.
Julius Randle, Scottie Pippen, in terms of connectors, right?
So I think Jason Tatum could be a great connector.
I think he's a great connector too. Yes,
could be, but he's used more as an initiator. My view on connectors is someone who ties together the initiation of the offense with the finishing of the offense. So short roll passing, Draymond Green, like that, right? Mm-hmm. So someone who can, not necessarily someone who can draw the double team, but someone who can step into the space that's vacated by the help defender that can then swing the pass over to the corner. Mm-hmm. So I watched Scottie Pippen be a great connector in Portland. Scottie Pippen, up until the age of 38, 39, was still a fantastic, really smart basketball player, but he lost a lot of that athletic burst. But watching Scottie Pippen in the years that Michael Jordan vacated his throne atop the NBA, I think he struggled a little bit as a creator. So when he stepped into that first overall, spot, like you could make an argument he was still one of the best all-around basketball players, but his ability to drive an offense, his ability to create his own shot, that was, I think, the separator between him and the GOAT debate. In my lifetime, I've seen like 7 or 8 GOAT debates. Like I've seen 7 or 8 players put into this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan, obviously. LeBron James, obviously. Bill Russell, obviously. Wilt. I've seen Wilt put into this conversation. I've seen Shaq put into this conversation. I've surprisingly seen Kobe Bryant put into this conversation. Although I do not,
that was unnecessary.
It's surprising to me because I cannot get behind that. I've seen Kareem in that conversation. I've seen Larry. I've seen Magic. Those and I've seen Dr. J. And I've seen Dr. J.
You can get behind Larry and Dr. J, but not Kobe.
I don't really understand the case for Larry. I don't really understand the case for Dr. J. But I kind of get it because at their peak, at least, like when they were doing it, like here's the point. Kobe came after Michael. Larry came before Michael. So if at the time when Larry Bird or Magic Johnson were running around and you were saying like these guys are better than Bill Russell and Wilt, I kind of get it. If Kareem came before Shaq, so if Kareem was the greatest thing you've ever seen and that's your GOAT because you're stuck in a time warp, I get it. I totally get it. If Shaq, like in 2000, you'd be like, I've never seen anything like this before. I get it. I can understand why.
Like that before.
Well, that's my point. But with Kobe, like to me, I've seen a better version.
Chamberlain was that awesome. Stop, man. Chamberlain was that awesome.
Okay, in my defense, too.
Respectfully, I disagree.
Well, he wasn't like Shaq. He didn't play like Shaq.
But what does that have to do with it? Even if he didn't even make top 10 to him? Yo, chill. If let's say 8 years from now, a dude comes into the league, he's 260, he's 6'9", he's stronger than everybody, faster than everybody, jumps higher than everybody, and he makes better than everybody, and he goes on to now all of a sudden score 42,000 points. He plays for 25 years. And on top of that, instead of winning 4 rings, he wins 6 rings. Can we not say he's the GOAT? Just because he played like LeBron?
You're describing Jalen Johnson in like a couple years. But.
Okay, so if Jalen Johnson does all of this, does all of this, can we not say that he's the GOAT just because he plays like LeBron? What does that have to do just because you played like somebody? People,
you can't become a worse version of somebody else. You just can't do that.
Yeah,
that's not allowed.
The people who put Kobe in the GOAT conversations don't think he's a worse version. Like,
hold on.
I don't know what y'all. Like, you can disagree with them, but the reason they think Kobe is in the GOAT conversation is they don't think he's a worse version of Michael Jordan. That's it.
Wait, Penn. Let's not argue about other people's opinions real quick, man. Let's I want to go back to something you said. And I really like the way you broke it down, the way you broke down that connector and getting to open spots and moving the ball. I really like how you broke that down. Yep. And I want to say, like, as far as like Scottie Pippen, I think you're correct because I think Scottie Pippen, it was more of an elite connector as opposed to an elite shot creator for others without having a Michael Jordan. Like, for instance, like when Michael Jordan's there and he's the one that's shifting that defense this way and it allows that open spot for Scottie Pippen to step into, Scottie Pippen then gets the ball and is able to get the other guys involved because he's that elite connector, the link from Michael Jordan to these guys. And then there's Scottie Pippen's long ass arms grabbing everybody. You know what I'm saying? So when Jordan leaves, and there is nobody like Jordan with that elite gravitational pull, making everybody shift like that to where he can come get the ball and be the connector. I agree with you. I don't think he had the same ability without the presence of somebody else. You know what I'm saying? But I do think Scottie was good enough. As a matter of fact, I already made that take about if Mitch Richmond was over there in 94, 95. You know what I'm saying?
He got busy without him though. Jordan. Like Scottie was fired that year.
But yeah, he didn't have enough though. You know what I'm saying? He's not Jordan. Like Scottie's not Jordan. And I'll never make that case.
So he didn't have enough because Jordan wasn't there? I mean, Kobe didn't have enough when Shaq wasn't there. I'm saying, like, if you take the first, second, or third best player off most of these teams, they don't have enough.
Yeah,
so that's the difference in winning and losing, Ron.
Yeah,
right. Okay, we got almost everything we need. We just don't have that one thing. And that's the difference between us winning and losing. But here's the problem with that, though, Ron. The problem with that is that takes away from you as the player, because that one thing that we don't have, we expect you to be it. When in reality, you're not that. So now that means that you're not as good. When that's not the case.
I can't knock Scotty for Jordan leaving and him not winning when he was spectacular. Like once again, and I'm using first options because we all can agree Jordan was the first option on that team. Cool. But I'm using first options. If we go through all championship history for the most part, if I take the first option off of a team, they're probably not going to win. If I even take the second option off a team, they're probably not going to win, even with those first options. Scotty was the second option and lost arguably the greatest player of all time.
I disagree.
What do you disagree with? You think he was supposed to win without Jordan?
I think.
What more did you want Scottie Pippen to show you without Michael Jordan?
Here's the thing, Ron. Shot creation it's a skill. Okay, shot creation is a skill, just like shooting is a skill, just like deep perimeter defense is a skill, just like rim protection is a skill, just like rebounding is a skill. All these skills have to come together for you to win basketball game consistently. And obviously, when it comes down to winning championships, you just got to hit the right shots at the right time, and you got to be healthy, and you got to have a little bit of luck. Okay, I'm not necessarily holding championships against certain players who didn't win championships. Just like I'm not gonna be up here 20 years from now, if y'all will have me up here 20 years from now saying Chris Paul wasn't great because he didn't win a championship. No, Chris Paul does great stuff. He just had a lot of really badass luck. Okay, but my point is,
in order to win, you need some.
You definitely need some luck, and you need dominant advantages. But this idea that if you take the first option off, they're not going to win. Well, what are you replacing it with? Are you replacing the first option with a slightly worse first option? You might still win. I'm sorry to tell you that. If I take Kevin Durant off of the Golden State Warriors and I give him Kawhi Leonard, guess what? They still win championships.
The Bulls didn't get that. The Bulls didn't get that. They lost Michael Jordan.
Okay. Who is a player like I have so many questions. One question that was coming up in my mind, was when y'all were talking about Kobe didn't win when Shaq left, would Kobe's championship teams beat Shaq-led championship teams? Like, would the 2002 Lakers beat the 2010 Lakers? You think?
What does this have to do with anything?
What?
Well, one of those teams was led by Kobe, the other one was led by Shaq. That's
but one of them was led by Shaq, who had Kobe. Are we just ignoring the gaping top 10 player of all time hole that Kobe is missing?
Because he just made that point with Kareem.
2002 Kobe wasn't a top 10 player of all time.
When you were trying to say that he had,
he became 2002. Kobe was a top 5 player on the planet. Kobe doesn't have that. So the Shaq-led championship teams have a top 5 player alongside him. The Kobe-led championship teams, no disrespect, have Pau Gasol. Do we see the difference?
Pau Gasol was a top 10 player.
Do we see the difference?
Between how about 2000? The 2000 first championship to 2000
Lakers.
That Kobe is not better than Pau Gasol.
Yeah, but they got Shaq though, so
no,
2000.
I'm just saying, yeah.
Whoa. 1999, 2000, Kobe Bryant. Are you telling me that he's better than 2008, 2009, Kobe?
Yes, I'm telling you that. Yeah.
I'm with more.
Wait. He's better than who? Wait.
2008, 2009.
You know it right now.
2009, 2010.
Because it's 2000s.
Hold on, Mars.
Oh my goodness.
I'm trying to hear real quick, Mars. Who?
So the 1999, 2000 Kobe Bryant, the guy that turned 21 years old, is he better than 09, 10 Pau Gasol?
I think Pau Gasol's probably better.
He is better.
This is
Mars. Are you crazy?
Y'all don't agree? Ron and Mars, y'all don't agree?
I'm the crazy one. I'm the crazy.
You are the crazy one because you weren't born. That's why you're crazy. You're not crazy. You're young.
I think Pau Gasol's probably.
Okay, I'll just stay out of all of these conversations. Anything prior to 2021, I'll stay out.
2001 Bryant. I think that him and Gasol, there's a gap. I think he definitely is better than him. 2000 Bryant.
03. I think
there's a significant difference.
03.
I said he's better, Ron.
You guys can say
there's a significant.
Wait, Marzi, y'all saying it's obvious? Like
Yes.
Like, chill. Are we missing something?
I'm
No, you got it. I'm wrong. I'm
the
wrong.
reason
You
why
got it.
the reason why I missed
It's not
something
about
because
so
Ron
much
in 1999, 2000, and in 2000, 2001, there's a significant difference between that Bryant. Those two Bryants are not the same. Not even close. I think
That's a
what
young
I
ass
think
Kobe,
what
though.
I think what we're looking at. I think what you're looking at is you're looking at what he did in those NBA finals when he got them off the hook when Shaq fouled out. Throughout the course of that season, Bryant
He had to be that to do that.
and I'm not
You know
arguing
what,
that,
Chill?
Mark. Just like Pau Gasol had to grab almost 20 rebounds and have almost 20 points in order for them to win Game 7. That had to happen, right?
Ron, you remember
I'm
Pau
gonna say
Gasol,
this right
right?
now. 2000
No, he
Lakers.
doesn't. No,
The
he
2000
doesn't.
Lakers.
Hey, Ron,
So I remember 2000 more than I remember 2010.
The
You remember
2000
Pau Gasol,
Lakers,
right?
in my opinion, would win that series
Mars,
on the
Mars,
gravity
you
of
seen
Shaq
Pau Gasol?
alone.
He
That's
was just too much.
Shaq's
He
GOAT
was.
case.
Shaq was too much.
That's the
I'm
point.
not disrespecting Pau Gasol for saying 2000 Kobe's a better player.
I'm not saying
You
I'm
are,
not saying
actually.
disrespectful.
I'm
I'm not
first
saying
team
well,
all
if you think so,
defense.
then yeah. If I'm disrespecting Pau Gasol, all right, cool. Then fuck Pau Gasol. Then I don't care. I'll be disrespectful.
Is it
Because he is
close,
not better than
Mars?
Kobe
Is
Bryant.
it close?
He's not better than Kobe
Is it
Bryant.
close?
I think
I'm
2001.
comfortable with my decision to take Kobe Bryant. I'm comfortable with my decision.
You can say it's close.
I'm comfortable with my decision.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll live and die with my decision to say
Well,
2000
here's the
Kobe
thing.
is
That
better than Pau
series
Gasol. I'll
wouldn't
live
be
with that.
close. I don't think that series would be close.
Yeah, because they got
I
Shaq.
don't. Right. And that's the point. And any person who puts Shaq top 10 will be able to go back to that single year and say, for this 3 to 4 year stretch, nobody in the world could fuck with this guy. Nobody.
Right.
And that's the point.
What's the best version of that?
So the best version of that has to go up against another guy who's in that class, and another guy will be in that class will be possibly Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Miles,
So now, if I want to construct a team to beat Shaq 2000, 99, 2001, maybe I got to get a Kareem on my team. Maybe I got to get a generational defender like Bill Russell on my team and hope that he can do something. Maybe I need to get Michael Jordan. Maybe I need to get LeBron. But I'm sorry, but that to me is the separator between Shaq and Kobe. Because Shaq had that singular dominant, 4-year, 5-year stretch. Even if you could argue Kobe had the longer, longevity, I could argue for 5-6 years, Shaquille O'Neal was unstoppable. And I cannot argue for 5-6 years that Kobe Bryant was as unstoppable as Shaquille O'Neal. That's the point. He was great. The first time I came on PC, I didn't put Kobe in my top 10. I've come a long way. Okay, we've gone from 12 to 11 to teetering on the brink of 10. Shit, next year I might have him at 8. I don't know. I value what Kobe does a lot more today than I did a year and a half ago.
Why do you think the 2000 Bryant is better than 2008 to 2010 Gasol?
It was 2010 power, right? Not the whole 3 years. That was the question. But I think he's better on defense and offense. So
2000.
I'm aware of the year.
I'm listening to. I'm following.
Well, I thought we was doing 2008 Pau Gasol. 08, 09.
Oh, that's even worse. No.
Why? Because it's just that.
You tell me what you want to do. You tell me what you want.
What I want to hear, Mars, is I want to hear your logic on. I'm gonna go with 08, 09. That's the get that's and 09, 10. Those 2 seasons, Gasol, right? That's who I'm thinking about. That guy over 1999, 2000, Kobe Bryant, the guy who's becoming this. He's not there yet. He's becoming that. So I'd like to hear your logic, Miles.
2008, 2009 is the year I would go with. Yes. 2008, 2009, or 2009, 2010. Those 2 years of Pau Gasol where he was 3rd team All-NBA. Yes.
Kobe was 2nd team All-NBA.
Yes, he was. Yes. Bryant was 2nd team All-NBA.
He was also,
first team all defense too.
So it sounds to me, it sounds to me like, with the exception of his rook season, which was 96, 97, and 97, 98, it sounds to me like there's never been a version of Bryant, there's never been a version of Pau Gasol that Bryant was not better than ever in his career. Never.
That's just not true.
That's what it sounds like to
true.
me.
Yeah,
because
that's not disrespectful though. Like
what I said was 2000. Whatever else you interpret out of that, I don't care.
I'm just going. Okay, so let's stay with 2000, Miles, right? Let's stay with the 99-2000 season. That was the year that Lakers team won 67 games. Shaq was he should have been the unanimous league MVP.
Absolutely should have. Yeah.
They had Glenn Rice on that team. Ron Harper was on that team. Both Rick Fox. Robert Horry and Derek Fisher, they were relegated to the bench because they go from a 60-plus win team to now rotation guys because of Glenn Rice, right? Because of Ron Harper. Sure. Bryant now, who's just been implemented into the triangle offense. But we're not going to talk about that. What I want to talk about is just Bryant, because I know how you are, Mars, when we talk about players. Bryant, just as a player, basketball player, 1999, 2000 Bryant, coming into that season, that entire season, and Pau Gasol, who at that point, I believe he's in year 8 or year 9.
He's year 9.
In year 8, so he's in year 9. And everything that he accumulated up until that point, he's not as good of a player at basketball than Kobe Bryant, off the strength of
defense and offense.
So offensively, I'm better than you. Defensively, I'm better than you. Period. Even though in 2000 and between 1999, 2000 and 2001, there's a significant difference between Bryant.
He became a top 5 player in the world.
He became right. He became. I'm that part. I'm not going to argue that at all. It was a significant difference. So if he became a top 5 player in the 2000-2001 season, from that back to 1999, 2000, what is Bryant? Bryant is probably at minimum, he's a top 15 player. There are not 12 players in the game better than him at that point. At minimum,
think so, no.
At minimum, there are 12 players better than him. However,
chill. In the season prior to 2000, in the 98-99 season, you do remember Kobe was 3rd team All NBA. Now, I'm not saying that definitively makes you top 15. I'm just letting you know 2000 wasn't just when Kobe popped on the scene. No, the year before he averaged 19 and a half. He averaged damn near 20. Yes, and then in the 2000 season, he averaged 22 and was giving you beyond elite defense. I think you guys are forgetting, just because Shaq was that good, I think you guys are forgetting just how good Kobe really was. Like Kobe had his thumbprints all over the game. And on top of that, that Kobe Bryant was still playing second fiddle to Shaq just because he had to.
It's really hard.
Kobe hadn't yet been like, you know what? I don't think it had clicked for him mentally that, you know what? I actually am better than Shaq. Whether he was better than him or not, he wasn't playing like that. He was playing like a number 2. So I'm saying that to say, like, he averaged 22, but if Shaq's not there, Kobe probably averaged 25, 26, 27, even in that year.
But that's not the barometer here. And it's really hard to compare guards to bigs. It's really hard because their jobs are so different. I think Gasol is the more valuable defender in 99, 2000.
Yep.
I do. I also think, even if I could argue that the playmaking gap is not that far, I could argue Gasol being the big, his value as a playmaker at the big is a huge value add for me.
I could get
the efficiency argument is not close between these two players. There's a gap of almost 10% in 2-point attempts. Now, I'll argue, of course, Kobe's a higher volume shot taker, whatever. I'll say it's close. It's not absurd. If someone tells me 2000 Kobe Bryant is better than 09 Gasol, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to fight you on it. I'm just saying it's really close. The gap between these two teams is that Shaq in 2000 is just a lot better than 2009 Kobe Bryant. And that's my point. Okay. So when I'm saying like GOAT, I'm either arguing longevity, I'm either arguing peak. Shaq has the peak argument.
09 wasn't Kobe's peak, though.
I agree. What was Kobe's peak?
What's this got to do with Kareem?
Defining. Okay, so like again, unfortunately,
this happened from us.
If you want to say
really quickly,
really
quickly. This we were talking about being dominant and about Jabbar being dominant, and then we went to Shaq because this, and then I talked about Chamberlain.
Don't forget Scottie Pippen.
And we were talking about Scottie Pippen in terms of dominance. That's how we ended up getting here. We were still talking about Jabbar, right? And we're gonna get back to Jabbar. I'm just, when Ron tells me that Bryant would have probably averaged 24, 25, 26, 27 in 1999, 2000, even though in 2000, 2001, he was a much better player. He wasn't nearly the player. He had missed 6 weeks of that first season because he broke his hand earlier in the season. So he had missed a part of that season early in the season because he broke his hand. So he wasn't as effective coming back, but then he became more effective later on in the season. With that being said, I'm not arguing his skill set more than I'm saying the next year, I think that we can have a different conversation about Bryant than we can in 2000.
That's that James Harden argument, though. And the reason why I'm saying that is because once again, I made it abundantly clear.
Yep.
He didn't average 26, 27, 28. But he had Shaq there. I said without Shaq, he averages 26, 27, 28. But you know what's funny? The next year, he averaged 28 with Shaq. Now, once again, that's with Shaq. I'm saying that year, he would have averaged that without Shaq. The reason why I'm saying that this is the James Harden argument is because, and this is the one that who was making that was you, right, Jordan?
It was real talk.
Real talk.
I don't even know what argument you're talking about.
Don't even worry about it.
It's real talk.
He was saying that with
Mars,
KD,
give me credit.
with KD and Westbrook, James Harden obviously wasn't going to average 26 and 8 or whatever he averaged, 26 and 7. The minute he left him, he went and did that. To say that he wasn't skilled the year before or even the summer prior, I think that's just being disingenuous. Now, I understand guys get better, but do guys go from averaging 12 to averaging 26 and 9? No, it's just an opportunity. So all I'm saying is if Shaq isn't there, Kobe, we all know Kobe takes more shots. We all know Kobe makes more shots.
But he was there, Ron, and he did exactly what you just said he would do if Shaq wasn't there. But he was there the next season when he got better in 2000, 2001, when he averaged 27 a game, when he averaged 28 a game, when he was arguably their best player on the team in the playoffs in 2001. That was a real conversation that, who's better, him or Shaq? That like people were having a conversation about that, right? So he was significantly better the next year than he was the year before that, which tells me that in the 99-2000 season, if I'm matching him up with what Pau Gasol was when he got into that triangle offense, with his skill set, his ability to pass, his ability to knock down mid-range shots, how much better he was woven into that unit, and there wasn't the idea of I got to be better than everybody else, more than I got to be a great player and help us win. I mean, I'm having a difficult time with the logic that I think we stuck on the idea of it being Bryant. That's what I think that we stuck on.
Cho, is it possible, given the trajectory that we've seen with other superstars, that maybe we were sort of cheated out of the best years of Kobe's career? The reason I say this is he was clearly taking a step in 2001, 2002.
Yeah.
The way he worked, he wasn't about to fall off a cliff and get lazy and get fat like Luka and Harden.
Or Shaq.
Or Shaq. He was obviously going for it. So if Shaq's a little bit younger and they get along a little bit better, then Kobe just keeps getting better and better and better. Now, we kind of saw him do it, but unfortunately, without Shaq, it was Kwame Brown and Smush Parker and Sasha Vujacic and a lot of really bad teammates. So I almost wonder if a lot of people might, feel very differently about Kobe Bryant if the trajectory is a little bit different and then Shaq sticks around. Somehow they work it out. Yeah. And then Shaq just fades into the second option and they just go and win 5-6 rings. I think the conversation would be very different because then he would be the best player on like 4 championships. That would be very different.
I don't know what more you guys want from Kobe. I literally don't.
They want Kobe. They want to live in a realm where Kobe is like.
No, because Penn just said
I don't know.
He keeps getting better and better and better. Like he did get better and better and better.
He did, right? What are you talking about, right? Like we're not Ron. We're talking about a guy who's in year 4 as opposed to a guy who's in year 9. We're not discrediting Bryant here. He was awesome.
Hey, what year is Paulo in?
Awesome.
What year is Paulo in?
I think he's going into year 4 this year.
All right, is Paulo better than Julius Randle?
Yes.
Then I don't want to hear that shit. You can be in year 4 better than somebody. Are you kidding me right now? You can be in year 4 better than somebody in year 20. It does not matter if you're better than them. No, chill. You're getting caught up in the fact that it was a young Kobe and he hadn't got to his apex or any of that.
He wasn't there yet.
He was there. So why did he get second team All NBA if he wasn't there?
It was vibes, man. It was on the Lakers. Is year 2 Luka better than Pau Gasol?
Yes.
Year 2 Luka.
Yeah.
2020.
Nah, Mars, he's only 20 years old. No, he's only 20 years old. He's not there yet.
Year 2 Luka was better than Donovan Mitchell.
He's not there yet.
That's so random.
I'm just saying.
Year 2 Wemby is better than Pau Gasol too.
So we're entirely comfortable with saying young players can be better than guys in their prime.
100%.
Until
if they are. No, not until Kobe. Okay, first
Mars,
and foremost.
Again.
All right, let me answer this question for me. In 2000, going into the 99-2000 season, is Kobe Bryant the best 2 guard in the game?
No.
And why not?
What is
Because
that?
Allen
Is Pau
Iverson
Gasol the
exists.
best power forward in the game?
Vince Carter exists. Allen
Is
Iverson.
Pau
Vince
Gasol
Carter.
the best
Allen
forward in the
Iverson,
game going into the 08-09 season?
Now,
Going into
09
no
season.
season.
Was he
has
the
been best
second?
forward.
No.
Was he elite?
no.
Was he better than KG or Duck? No.
Or Tim? No.
What I'm
It was
at,
the
what,
most-
what, what, what,
okay.
what I'm at,
Or
what I'm
Amari.
at, what I'm
No.
asking.
Okay, no.
Whoa.
This is a genius question. Just go ask for Kobe. We asking for
Whoa,
Pau Gasol. So,
okay.
well, then we go think about
Answer
it. Context, all
answer
time
this
great.
question
No,
for me.
the
Okay,
same
so-
question just got asked.
Okay, so Mars, stay right there. In 1999, 2000, you just made it clear. No, he isn't. In 2000, 2001, is Kobe Bryant better than Vince Carter?
2000, 2001.
But you can
Yeah.
still make the argument, but I think so.
I think he is.
Yes.
I
He's
think
not.
he is.
That's
How
fine.
about Ray
They're
Allen?
both. They're all
Whoa.
better than Pau Gasol. So
Definitely
I
better
think
than
he
Ray
is.
Allen.
From
The
the
fact that I'm
year,
making
from
young
the year
players,
99.
young players can be better than players who've been in the league for a long time. It's just specific players. I ain't just talking about Kobe Bryant. No, this isn't just him. Young players can be better than older players, even if they are in their prime. That's a fact. We've seen young players be better than older players. No doubt about that. Kobe Bryant in 2000, 2001, I think he's better than Vince Carter. I think you can make the argument that he's better than Allen Iverson. I know that Allen Iverson won the league MVP, and he was more valuable to that Philadelphia 76ers team than Bryant was to the Lakers. But I think you can make the argument that Bryant was better than Allen Iverson in 2000, 2001. I think that's a legit argument. I think he's better than Ray Allen in 2000, 2001.
Yeah, Iverson won.
100% I do.
Shit.
2001 Vince is the best version of Vince Carter ever.
Vince was tough.
Vince
I
was
don't know.
legitimately a top 5 player in the NBA, and the other 4 were all bigs. I'll argue he was better than Allen Iverson that year too. So Vince Carter was untouchable. It's a short peak, man. It's a really
Hey, why
short
everybody
peak.
be picking on Allen Iverson though? That's what I be
But
wondering.
Kobe Bryant,
pick on Allen Iverson.
to give the young whippersnappers in the chat who may not have been around for prime Vince Carter a little lesson in history from your own GOAT Kobe Bryant. Kobe said if it were not for Tracy McGrady leaving, that he was convinced that he would see Vince and Tracy in the finals. So this like what happened with Tracy with the injuries, what happened with Vince with him leaving Toronto, kind of not giving a shit about basketball for a little while, moving to New Jersey. That's not what was supposed to happen. There's nobody on earth who was seeing Vince Carter in 99, 2000, 2001 who didn't think he was destined to become like a top 10 player of all time.
Penn's not top 10 player all time. I don't know, but he's not lying about how good Vince Carter was.
Okay, he not lying. But why we got to pick on Allen Iverson to say?
Hey, but Jordan,
Iverson was amazing.
2001 and he was the MVP.
But Jordan, for real though, for real, like that was if somebody tells me 2001 Vince Carter's better than AI, you don't get no pushback from me.
You gonna get some pushback?
I mean,
so why the fuck Vince Carter couldn't do what Allen Iverson could do?
Damn, he lost because he missed one jumper. Damn.
And he didn't have Dikembe Mutombo.
One jump shot.
Allen Iverson didn't have fucking Tracy McGrady.
Tracy McGrady wasn't on that team.
Okay. Oh, what you talking about? 01?
He had
right.
Mo
Right.
Pete.
Okay.
Congratulations, he had Mo Pete.
Antonio
Davis.
What the fuck? I mean, Allen Iverson didn't have Mo Pete. That motherfucker that just broke out of Angola State Penitentiary. What are we talking about?
We don't go out like Vince Carter and have Antonio Davis. All-star. You know what I'm saying?
What are we talking about?
What I'm asking is,
I just want to know why we talk about Allen Iverson like this now. Like,
it was just all it was, Jordan. It was awesome. It was about two guards. That's all I brought up. I ain't talking about Allen Iverson, or I ain't talking about Allen Iverson moving forward. I'm talking about Allen Iverson as a two guard. That's what I was talking about.
Iverson himself would tell you Kobe was better
in 2000.
We're not talking about Kobe. We're talking about Vince Carter.
What I want to
Fair
do,
enough.
Ron,
I think Allen Iverson would tell you in 2000, 2001, Vince was a cold motherfucker.
So. I never heard him say shit about that in his life.
I don't think he would say that he was better, but Vince was a better shooter at that time. Way better shooter. Vince was a sniper from 3. I don't think y'all remember that.
Iverson was a better scorer.
I do.
Vince was more efficient.
I don't want to talk about Allen Iverson and Vince Carter. I want to get back on this. I want to get back on this Jabbar thing because
I think that the reason that this conversation has danced to so many different players is because when you say that you want to make a case for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar being the GOAT, I'm sorry, Ron. We got to talk about Shaq. We got to talk about LeBron. We got to talk about Michael Jordan. We got to talk about a lot of players because if you're putting him over those guys, I have to talk about what those players did well. Now, I understand we've deteriorated a little bit from, we've deviated a little bit to Pau Gasol, and he's not in these conversations. We deviated to Scottie Pippen, and he ain't in these conversations. But I think there's a legitimate case that I know that some of the people that were older than me, old heads at the park would be telling me, youngster, you don't know how great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is. And I'll be like sitting there when I'm 5 years old and be like, all his big butt do is, just run around and do sky hooks and stand underneath the basket. I didn't get the value of Kareem when I was a kid. And by the time I was a teenager, he'd already been retired. But I'm going to tell you,
Ron, what's your criteria for?
I get the value. I don't
think you get the value.
Well, I didn't have him first on my GOAT list, so clearly I don't. Educate me, please.
Yeah, I was ask you, Ron. So since we talking about,
hold on, I gotta just hold that question right quick. We are gonna get right back to this. We just got some crunch time chats. It is that time. If you have sent through super chats, I am going to read them right now for the next 10 minutes. It is the crunch time chat segment. If you have a super chat that you want to send through and you want it to be read, now would probably be the time. But let's go ahead and get into it. The first one is from Realist123. Realist said, Ron, you have Kareem as the GOAT, but Kobe is better in the mid-range, 3-ball, and a better on-ball defender. By your logic, Kobe should be number 1, right?
That ain't even his damn logic, but
not only that, Kobe's a better on-ball defender. Jabbar played defense on the basketball. He played defense on the basketball on the box.
This super chat is assuming
what are you talking about?
Has logic.
I just want to make sure I ain't bugging out, Jordan, because I am playing on-ball defense if I'm playing to get somebody on the block.
Bro, you're right, Chill. But
I don't think it's illogical to ask a big man to do different things in a perimeter player. I don't think that's illogical.
Well,
he held LeBron and Kobe to that measuring stick because they're both perimeter players. Holding Kareem to that measuring stick would be illogical because he's a 7'2" big man. I don't think Ron's being illogical for not expecting Kareem to be an isolation defender on the perimeter.
Yeah, but Mars, this would be wrong. When you don't say some shit that people agree with, they just say based on your logic, this, and they just go off the fucking rails. When anybody say based on your logic, just know it's finna go off the rails. That's just how we are.
Yeah, you'll say you care about something, and then I'll take it to like the most extreme example.
Yeah,
and be like, well, basically, all you care about is this, so you can't factor in anything else. That means this guy's the best.
What the hell are we doing, bro? I hate those arguments, bro. When they say based on your logic, that shit just not finna. That's finna be based on their logic and the way they interpreted your logic, for sure.
Interpreted is fine.
Yeah, we're just inventing words up here.
Like Realist 1, 2, 3, and based on your logic, you cooked me. Thank you. I needed that. The next super chat we got is from Hunter. Hunter said the only reason Finals MVP discourse got this loud is because voters in 2015 decided to be dumb and not reward Curry for his performance. He gets that MVP, and we aren't having these discussions. At least they aren't as prominent.
Is there somebody else? So let's say in 2015 Curry gets the Finals MVP. Over the next 10 years, do we see somebody else win the Finals MVP who shouldn't win it?
Yes.
The closest you're gonna get is what, Jaylen Brown? That's the closest you're gonna get.
Yeah. I mean, Andre Iguodala one kind of threw the boy. That shit.
It did throw a monkey wrench in everything, though.
Man,
yes,
nobody see that shit coming.
In 2019, Fred VanVleet was awarded a single Finals MVP vote, and I have never stopped hearing about it from all of the Fred VanVleet nut huggers. And I don't get it. QB Brown, what are you doing?
Hey, respect. He's seen all of NBA history. He knows value.
You look at these Finals MVP votes. Go look at the voters. Forget about who won. Look at the voters. There's always this one motherfucker, maybe sometimes two, that just got to be different. Be like, oh, well, you're not really looking at the stats the way I'm looking at the stats, and based on your logic and blah blah blah.
Shout out to QB Brown for not sticking to the establishment, not being forced to have to choose between the star. Because Fred VanVleet was absolutely balling.
He was hooping though.
Absolutely,
they don't win that shit. They don't win. They don't win not one game without Fred VanVleet.
Fred VanVleet
one game.
Absolutely balling.
Not one game without Fred VanVleet.
And
not one game.
Obviously,
in the playoffs or in the finals.
Obviously, Kawhi Leonard was the MVP to me. But
Fred was getting to it against the Bucks.
We won the hardest series of the entire playoffs with Fred VanVleet shooting like 10% from the field. But apparently, he's the finals.
Oh, you talking about the Philly series?
I got you.
Was there one game?
It ain't the finals though.
When Fred had his kid, I think it was like right around when Fred had his kid. He started going crazy. So
when you about to have a kid, you get a little nervous.
Remember March Jalen Green? That was right after his daughter was born. All of a sudden, he gets hooping.
Yeah,
Look
but
at
it
what-
wasn't in the playoffs.
So
was it?
Ron,
No.
if you
we
if
didn't
you
make the playoffs that
have
year,
in
unfortunately.
2015, if you got that one, was it one game where the voters looked at Iguodala and said that's the Finals MVP, or was it the entire
it was the
series?
game 2 where Steph played trash. I can't remember what he shot. It was like 5
Yeah.
for 23. That game, and then Iguodala being inserted into the starting lineup once the Warriors were down 2-1, and then the Warriors winning. That kind of led to it because the narrative of Delhi being the Curry stopper alongside Iggy going into the starting lineup and then the Warriors turning the series around led
They
to
call
like,
that the Hampton Five.
led to oh my god, Iguodala Finals MVP, and then also like the stats of Iguodala when guarding LeBron, and then the numbers. It was like it all culminated into one of the worst decisions that's
Decisions
happened.
ever. Nonsense.
But shout out to Iguodala because he
I
played
didn't
really
even
well
see
in the
that
finals.
coming. I didn't see it coming when they announced it. I had no idea he was gonna win that.
I did.
My
I didn't think it was possible that someone. I thought maybe they could have Jerry Wested it and given it to
LeBron.
Bron,
That's what I thought too.
or it was gonna be Steph. I didn't know Iguodala was even a candidate. I ain't gonna lie.
Bruh,
No
that
disrespect to
shit-
Iguodala. I didn't know it was possible that he
That
could
shit,
win.
dude. Boy, Steph probably was like, "What the fuck?"
I
That's
have
what
a-
Steph should have said. He should have just grabbed the mic and said, "The fuck? What the hell is this?" And then
That's
just ran to
crazy.
the back.
That's
He should
crazy.
just
After
derail
winning a
this whole
championship, destroyed you know 2K get negative 100 team chemistry for that.
Shit, fuck it. It's the end.
I got a rule when it comes to
They'd
Finals
understood.
MVP votes. If you are the best player on your team, for someone else to get Finals MVP over you, like if we all agree that Steph is the best player on the team, right? Hopefully, nobody disagrees with that.
Yes.
Okay, no Hubie, and you got no Hubie Browns up here trying to be different. Okay, cool. So if you are gonna win Finals MVP over that dude, you got to be clearly better than that.
You got to be.
It ain't
phenomenal.
no
No.
margin of error. It ain't
No.
like he averaged 0.2
what was
points
the case
more
for-
in
what
in
was
game
the case
7.
for
No,
Iguodala, though?
No, chill.
no, you got to
hell
be
no.
way better than that dude
Hell no.
because there's no. The reason I'm saying that
I don't think way
is
better.
for the same reason.
That's so political. That's so
No,
political.
it's not political, Ox.
It's
Because
so
the best
political.
When you
player,
got to do like
the
Curry,
best player
I
does.
don't care who
The
it
best
is,
player
chill.
does
I
so
don't
much
care.
heavy lifting. The best player is getting the best assignment defensively. The defense is geared to stop them.
Steph ain't getting
So,
the best
like-
assignment.
like-
The
like
defense
yesterday-
been geared to
No,
stop
the
him,
best
though.
the best defenders guarding Steph. That's what he said.
But okay, but the
No,
best
oh,
defender
no.
was guarding
Yeah.
Steph in the first round, the second round, the third round, the first game of the season, Christmas schedule. That's been a thing. If he
You are
doesn't play up
setting
to his
up-
standards,
you
which I'm
are-
not saying Steph didn't. I'm not using this for Steph specifically. I'm just saying that the best player doesn't play up to his standard, and another player comes in and exceeds his standard, he should get some love. Am I saying he should get the Finals MVP? I don't know. It depends.
and we
on
do
what's
that,
going on
Ron.
in the
We
series.
recognize those guys. I recognize how
No.
good Michael Cooper was as a defender. I recognize how
Man,
good.
damn
Byron-
recognition. Give me my award.
Did
A
you?
second-
Did
a
Andre
second
Iguodala
option
out-
has
don't-
an
don't
easier
tell me-
job
don't
than
tell
the first option.
Don't pat me on the back and say good job, bro, and then give him the Finals MVP. Hell no, don't do that. To
If
me.
he plays
I-
better than you, he
That's
should
my
get the
point
Finals
right
MVP.
there, Mars.
Of course.
Did Iguodala
Yeah,
outplay
of course.
Steph Curry in the finals in 2015?
No.
No.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm
That's
not
the
talking
point,
about
though,
that.
huh?
Was it
No,
close?
it's not. That's not what Penn's talking about. Well, wait. That might have been where this came from. But then Penn said, if we're so in the hypothetical, he's not using Steph and Andre Iguodala.
Oh yeah, I
Even if he
disagree
is-
with the hypothetical.
Yeah,
too,
even
yeah,
if he is, then yeah. But in the hypothetical world, if you're the best player, because this is a Finals MVP. See, now we're talking about this 7-game sample size that I don't like. But we're here though. This is a 7-game sample size. Whoever plays better in this 7 games is the Finals MVP. I don't care if you've been better than me for a decade. These 7 games,
Jalen Brown,
I'm
Jason
the best
Tatum.
player over here.
I agree with
no,
Ox.
no.
Here's the thing, Ox.
If
I
I'm
could be,
the
I could be
best
Kwame,
player,
if
and I
Kwame Brown
see-
manages to average 28 in the finals, he should be the Finals MVP. I'm sorry, like I don't
Real
care
quick,
that he's
Pin, hold on, Pin, give
Go
me
ahead.
1 second, Pin, 1 second, please. And to that, with that being said, too, I understand where you're coming from about the defensive matchups and whatnot, right? But let's take this hypothetical a little further. If I want to know what's harder to you, being guarded by their best player or guarding LeBron James. Now I'm not saying specifically Andre Iguodala. I don't know if he did a good enough job on LeBron to win it. I mean, LeBron still averaged 37. But if I got that assignment and you're getting guarded by, let's say, their best player, their best defender, if their best defender is Matthew Dellavedova,
Shout out to Delhi.
No,
man, yeah.
let's say Matthew Dellavedova is their best player, and mind you, he's a legend down under just for that series alone. But you know what I'm saying? If that's their best matchup and he's guarding you, but I got to guard LeBron, I'm sorry, Penn. I got the harder job.
Hey, Ox, I ain't gonna
Don't.
lie. Imagine like after that series, like coaches telling people you got to play defense like Dellavedova and go to the hospital. Like that's some badass advice. Just know
it
that
ain't.
that's some
Nigga,
badass.
we got to get this in. Nigga. You got to be
Ox,
prepared to
if
die
you
on
if
this court.
Nah, that's some
let's say
badass advice right there.
if you
struggle
and
out here,
I,
you better be ready to pass away out here.
Ox, if you and I go run a hustle in twos at LA Fitness,
okay.
right?
What kind of hustle?
At LA
I'm
Fitness.
say, hold on, bro.
No, we
Go ahead.
run a hustle at LA Fitness. We play twos, right? I'm a good shooter. I'm not gonna miss. You're unstoppable underneath the basket. So what if they decide that they can't stop you one-on-one and they just blitz you and they just try to like grab the ball from you and you just make the smart play? You're like, I got a guy who's gonna make all the shots and I just get open shots all game. If you and I win a game 11-2 and I scored 9 points, was I ever the most valuable? No, hell no.
Yes, you are, Pin. Yes,
no, I'm
you
not.
got 9 no
shots because you're getting
So
doubled.
what if you miss all 9? Then what?
Well, then
y'all lose.
You got to score over a double team. Shit.
So there's a risk and reward here, Pin. And if
I'm the MVP, why the hell is no one guarding me?
Hey, by all means, Pin, I'll take the trophy. But you deserve it.
We used to run this. The reason I brought this up because I have a friend who played center for us, and he was 6'6", and no one could stop him. We ran this hustle all the time because we were unstoppable 2-on-2. We just
Same money. Go ahead, Pin.
It's easy money. We play dudes for $10, $20, which is a big deal when we were 14 years old.
I ain't playing for $10. I want the big bones. Put your bread
inflation has come a long way. My point is, the reason I said that if you're gonna win Finals MVP over a superstar player, you better be considerably better or clearly better. It can't be splitting hairs. It can't be like, oh, they both averaged 22, but this guy was 49%, this guy was 47%. It can't be a decision finish. It can't be a photo finish. It has to be this guy was clearly better than this guy. Because the job of a first option is considerably harder. Not only do you have the responsibility of, taking final shots, you're often also bailing out your offense when it doesn't work. You're usually the guy who gets the ball with 3 seconds to go, and our offense stagnated. We didn't have anything to do. Hey, here's Steph, you take it. Okay, that's my point. So that dude has a really hard responsibility. And if I'm going to judge his efficiency over corner shooter who just happened to get hot, that's the Daniel Boobie Gibson, LeBron James argument for me, at least. Respect to Daniel Boobie Gibson. But if LeBron's grabbing a triple team, you're open for a reason. You're getting easier coverages for a reason.
While Boobie Gibson is doing that, Bron probably got a triple-double.
Here's the thing, Jordan. If I'm a superstar player and I draw a double team at the post, I've done my job. If I'm Shaquille O'Neal and I'm underneath the basket and they throw 3 defenders at me and I kick it out to Rick Fox, you better fucking make that shot.
Yeah,
because I did my job. I don't have to score 2 points.
But Penn, what if Shaq only averaged 15 for that series and Rick Fox averaged 24?
What were they tripling him? Were they quadrupling him? Because if they were quadrupling him, then I don't give a shit that he averaged 15. But yo, getting quadruple team.
That's not a one-size-fits-all thing.
Dallas, he was getting triple teamed by that Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, but Shaq's also had bad games, and I don't want to just hone in on Shaq. All of these number one options have also had bad games and bad series. So if you're having a bad series and the other player isn't just making open shots, but they are getting some assists, they are doing some
playing
creative.
defense too.
They are
Open
playing
shots
hella
historically
defense.
are very efficient.
But hold on, no, Penn. Like this is also why this is being nasty too, because dudes like Iguodala don't just shoot open shots. Iguodala can get his own. Jaylen Brown wasn't just shooting open shots.
Iguodala was a playmaker too. Iguodala was a good playmaker too.
Like it's not just when we're talking about guys that have the potential to get Finals MVP. Rarely is it just going to be a dude that's just sitting there spotting up, just shooting open jumpers.
Yeah, it ain't
a
gonna
lot
be
of
Duncan
times
Robinson.
these guys is going to be getting to it as well as a number 2, number 3 option. Like you're good enough to get to it. If Ray Allen would have got that Finals MVP, it wasn't just because he was spotting up and making just open threes. It's because he was actually getting to it the way Ray Allen could get to it.
Yeah, Ray Allen wasn't even considered for the Finals MVP though. I will say that though.
Yeah, but I'm saying if he would have, it would have been because he was
doing more. No, I get exactly what you're saying.
I think the responsibility of creating is harder than the responsibility of finishing, which is why someone like an Amari Stoudemire or Sean Marion can average more points, but it's usually Steve Nash who gets credited with the MVP. So I'm saying if you're the guy who's making decisions in the middle of the offense, in my opinion, you got the harder job. Steph Curry makes way more decisions than Andre Iguodala. Granted, Andre Iguodala is a great playmaker and he has a huge load defensively. Can we not ignore the fact that he also has arguably one of the best rim protectors in NBA history, or one of the best big man defenders in the NBA right behind him. And he held LeBron to what, 36, 35? What did LeBron average on that series? That's how you got Finals MVP.
Yeah,
I wasn't even talking about Iguodala and
like
Steph. I was using a general
field,
rule because
right.
that was the thing with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Like, I was upset about that. If J-Dub had gotten it over Shea, I would have been upset. If Pascal had gotten it over Halliburton, I would have been a little.
I don't know why you would have been upset about that one.
If it's true, but Penn, see, I think also, Penn, what's harder isn't always most important.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Just because a job may be harder doesn't mean it's more important than this person's job. It might, like, I might have to walk to the store and buy all the groceries, and it might be 100 degrees, and I go do all that. I do all the heavy lifting, but when I come back to the crib and I put it in the kitchen, whoever's the cook gotta cook it, and they gotta hook it up.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And it don't matter. It don't matter if I had to do all the brute work and I lost 10 pounds because it's 100 degrees outside and I got to walk to the store. But that might be harder. But what's more important? Making sure that cake is baked properly.
I don't know.
Finish the job.
I don't know. Ox. A black man walking to the store with 10 grocery bags and walking back. Shit, you might have got that MVP, boy, in that Texas weather. Shit.
It ain't hot down there in Houston.
Man,
that ain't no real heat.
Hey, you call that heat?
Yes, it is.
It was 9 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Boy, the sun was blazing.
They don't know. They don't know.
Ain't got no damn sun
Boy,
down there.
Nah, they don't know.
boy, this heat how you go against your religion, boy. You gonna put that deodorant on today. I'm gonna let you know that. You gonna do that.
All right, y'all. We're still in the crunch time chat segment, so I'm gonna get through a couple more super chats. Jay Rimrick said, "Bron's the GOAT. 3 different coaches, no Phil Jackson crutch, because he's the system himself. MJ and Kobe had to have Phil to win. I'm 47. I seen them all. I seen all of them play, and it's not even close."
I mean, it's close.
Yeah, it's close. It ain't close for Michael Jordan. It's Mike, and then everybody else you got to make the argument for. That's the thing for me. You know, when it come down to the GOAT, Mike, and everybody else, you got to make the argument for. But Mike is unanimous to me. It ain't even nothing else to me. It's just
Well, it can't be unanimous to you because you're the only one voting.
Yep, I know.
Yeah, but he's saying he doesn't think twice. That's what he's saying. Like,
Yeah.
Some people go back and forth between Bron and MJ or whoever. He's saying he doesn't think twice. But
I mean,
PC's like the
no.
only YouTube basketball show, whatever, where people having MJ as the GOAT is the minority opinion. Only 3 regulars on PC have MJ as the GOAT.
Who?
So you, Jordan, and Swiper. Everyone else has Bron or Kareem or Bill Russell.
Who you got?
So, Bill Russell. So everyone has different. Yeah, MJ is the minority opinion, like substantially.
Isn't
LeBron's
it
the
interesting
majority.
that the
so
oldest person up here has LeBron as their GOAT? That is interesting.
the
No,
youngest
that is
person
very-
has Bill Russell. Is that?
And
what's
the
so
youngest
interesting?
person has Bill Russell. We are such a mystery and a conundrum.
Jordan,
Rage bait as well.
Jordan wants you to use your eyes. That's all he wants you to do.
That's
Use-
it. Don't
just wants
fucking
you to-
watch Bill Russell.
He
You
wants
know what's
you-
so crazy, Mark? Mark? I was about
agree. Go use your eyes. I agree.
Mars, I was about to mention you last night on Twitter because I was thinking about. I have just scrolling on YouTube.
Oh, you
and I
thinking
saw
about me
your-
last night?
That's crazy. And I saw your video on YouTube where you was like, the Bill Russell thing, where you was like, we don't have to use Bill Russell arguments.
Oh
to
yeah,
say-
yeah.
I agree with that. But you know what's so crazy is about that? That's a wonderful argument that you use. But why do people tax Wilt Chamberlain for the era he played in like Bill Russell they play in the same fucking era?
I think they both get taxed for it.
No.
Absolutely.
Nothing is impressive what Wilt Chamberlain do because he played against plumbers.
No, they
Bill
both.
was the fucking plumber. He was the
both
plumber.
get taxed. They absolutely both get taxed.
No.
Argue-
Not like
of-
Wilt. Not like Wilt. His 100-point game.
Wilt is in the outside world. Wilt is probably viewed more favorably than Bill Russell. Maybe you're around me too much, so you hear me pushing the Bill Russell
I
propaganda.
hear Bill Russell. No, I hear him talking about Bill Russell
gets slandered for being in the era of plumbers, and then they say he had the best team in the era of plumbers.
They say he the best defender ever.
Plumbers.
They say Bill Russell.
Some people say that, and other people say he was guarding plumbers.
and mechanics.
Some people will say he was guarding plumbers. If people say Wilt was going against plumbers, they will say the same thing for Bill Russell. It's not just Wilt was playing plumbers, but Bill Russell wasn't. Like no one says that. They both get taxed the same way.
No,
They're going to tax
Will
Will. They're going to tax Bill Russell. They both get taxed.
When we talk about Bill Russell, we get a polished. Like they be so passionate. I mean, he won 15 times.
I don't know what conversations you be having. I don't know what conversations.
But as soon as I say Will average 50, he was playing against plumbers. Why we don't say that shit when they bring up them?
Wilt gets taxed more because his resume or case is much more statistically based. That's why he gets taxed more. If he does get taxed more.
Yeah, he definitely does. Because motherfuckers,
I think they both get taxed into
because
Bill Russell's resume is damn near flawless when you talk to old head.
He's still not the GOAT. You know why? Because he's getting taxed.
No, he's still not the GOAT because if you see with your eyes that bullshit he used to do,
he's getting taxed. Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain both get taxed. There's a reason a lot of people don't have either one of them in their top 10s because they are taxing them.
Like Gil said a long time ago, Bill Russell might have been the only black dude in that era that wasn't averaging 30 or 40. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, he had some black people on his team not averaging 30 and 40, but I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So he wasn't the only one.
So while we skip Bill Russell, why don't we use our eyes and look at that bullshit ass jump hook he didn't have? I saw it. He tried to do a jump hook. That shit was a lot of Bill Russell highlights was getting his rebound and kicking it out.
W
Why
basketball.
is that so cold?
Bill Russell, the greatest connector of all time. If you want the truth,
maybe we could definitely have that conversation.
Damn,
the best connector.
Now I got to rethink my logic a little bit.
Oh no, man! Bill Russell was coaching his team, so to that 47.
Oh my fucking God!
I'm not talking. I'm not addressing.
Literally was connecting people.
Yeah, I'm talking about to the 47-year-old who was like bronze the GOAT because he played under a bunch of coaches and he didn't have the crutch of Phil Jackson's system. Bill Russell coached his teams, literally.
And they were winning.
Bill Russell was like James Harden before James Harden.
So
he was the system.
It ain't hard for somebody to volunteer. We playing against somebody that got off a fucking overnight shift. Hey, nobody want
to you're taxing. That's perfectly fine. I ain't got a problem with people who are taxing all the time.
Game. I'm not really taxing the error. I'm taxing you
just go off the night shift. Like you were very clearly taxing the error.
Yeah, but
I have no I say this all the time. If you error tax, I don't have a problem with you. If you don't rank Bill Russell, you don't rank Wilt Chamberlain. Because you just don't respect the 60s. There was only 8 teams, blah, blah, blah.
I don't have
an issue with that. My only issues are twofold. One, how does Kareem avoid this magical tax?
He doesn't.
And two, when do we decide the tax gets lifted? Because I just refuse to believe that Bill Russell retires in 69. And then the very next season, Kareem's in the NBA and his whole career counts. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Listen, Mark.
I don't understand. So the moment Russell leaves, NBA is valid.
Look, Mark.
And then the NBA is valid.
Look, Mark.
The 70s and the 60s are two different decades.
Hold on. Hold on, Mark.
Moments where he outplayed Kareem.
Mark, you using that same based on your logic shit. You using that because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying with the error tax.
I'm talking to people with error tax. That's what I'm talking
about. Cool. But with the error tax, my thing is Bill Russell's production and who all the people in the chat that's talking about Jordan only judged by points per game. Yeah, in the fucking 50s and 60s. Yes. What are y'all talking about? The fuck else is there in the judge? They didn't even take that many stats. So shut up. Like,
yeah, you really only have points, rebounds, assists.
Yeah, like what are y'all talking about? You only judge, motherfucker. Did you see Bill Russell? Tell me what you judging. What else would you be judging? The way he passed the ball 3 feet away from him? Motherfucker standing right next to him. He threw a pass. What you gonna say? That's a nice pass? He's standing next to him. So what are we talking about?
I've seen him throw some full court passes.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
I've seen him go coast to coast. But
whatever.
I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with any of what Jordan is saying. Like I said, people who error tax, they error tax. I'm not going to change anyone's mind. You error tax, do your thing. Like I used to not rank anything before the 3-point line because there just wasn't as much footage and I wasn't as comfortable comparing a game with no 3-point line to a game that had one. I just thought it was a different sport. I've since changed my tune on that somewhat, but I still am more comfortable with just with that in general. My question, and this is just for Jordan, because the top 10 all-time list you sent me versus the top 10 list in terms of positions don't add up in terms of you have Wilt like 6th all-time.
I know.
But you had him like 4th on the census list. But you have him above Hakeem all-time, but you had him below Hakeem when you sent me the census list. How does that
W press?
Hold on. Because I might have made a mistake with that one. with the Hakeem and Wilt one on the all
Double
time.
accountability.
Yeah,
Yup.
because you had Wilt,
no,
Wilt
hold
6
on.
and Hakeem 7.
Hold on. Because you know why? This is the way I thought about it. Because limiting Hakeem and Wilt to just a position is a little bit different than just the player. That's kind of how I saw it. Because Wilt, that shit with 150 rebounds and shit. Bruh, that shit is just unfucking believable. That's all I'm saying. That shit is just unbelievable.
But see,
That's
that's why I have to leave. That's why I'm forced to leave Jerry West, Wilt Chamberlain, and Bill Russell off of my list. Because by my logic, they would be 1, 2, and 3. Just based on the exception.
So why not just make them 1, 2, and 3, Ron?
Ron, that shit was hard for me. That shit was hard for me because when I did that, I thought about the same thing Mar said. It was just like when we talk about centers, like I kind of used a little bit skills bias too when I did my rankings for the positions. Like Hakeem was just more skilled than fucking Wilt.
Yeah, but it just because
I wanted to dominate.
Wait, Jordan.
Yeah, but I didn't want to skew anyone's list. So if I had questions, I didn't ask them.
What was
all time?
Yeah.
MJ, Bron, Kareem, Magic, Bird, Wilt, Hakeem, Shaq, Kobe, Duncan. That was his top 10.
So he had Bird where? 4th?
He had Bird at 5.
5.
My rule for Magic and Bird is my rule for Magic and Bird is if you're gonna put Magic there, you gotta put Bird there.
I'm fine with that, but
that's my rule.
I didn't want
Bird.
I actually sent Jordan this message after he sent me his top 10 all time, but then I deleted it because I didn't want to skew your list. I didn't want to have any input on anyone's list. But on the centers list, you had Hakeem, Shaq, Kareem, Wilt, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
On your all-time list, you had Kareem, Wilt, Hakeem, Shaq.
I just told you.
It doesn't make sense.
No, it does, because I'm saying this. As far as when we tend just pure centers, like we're talking about just pure centers, right? Okay. I just feel like I did a skills tax. I looked at skill, I looked at dominance, I kind of put all of them in one. I came to the conclusion Wilt by far has the least amount of skills when we compare it to the other guys. I think he has the least amount of skill. Chill. How are you gonna fight that shit? Because like, what are we talking about? Like you gonna fight that Will has the least amount of skill.
But why didn't you do that for the top 10 all time?
Because the motherfucker got 150. He averaged 50 for a season.
I was just catching the ball and putting the ball in the rim.
Okay, wait. Let me try to understand this.
He did it while playing center. Like, it's not.
I know, but I'm just saying I taxed the positions by I taxed the positions by more so skill. And obviously, you gotta have the criteria.
Is your center list
Bill Russell above Jokic? So I mean, I don't know. Did you?
Your
who the fuck did that? I did that.
So Jordan,
that was a mistake.
Jordan, your center list was judged on how good they are at being centers. But
I
your
guarantee you that shit was a mistake, Marv.
Your center list was how good they are at being centers, and your player list was how good they are at being players.
Yeah,
but those players were centers. I think that's the confusion.
Yeah, but Will average fucking 50 for a season. Like that shit is just unbelievable.
But he did that as a center.
Why is it unbelievable? And then the next year he averaged 44. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's what. Still, that's why when I made the list, and I'm saying I would be out of my. I'm just saying, who would I rather have as a center? Shit, I ain't gonna lie, I might need my damn list back. Cause fuck,
well, it's too late now.
That shit's so hard for me. I was doing a lot of tax with skill. Like I looked at Dream body of work. Like this man is offensive MVP, defensive MVP. Like the body of work is just unbelievable.
Does that have anything to do with what Olajuwon played in Houston? Does that have anything to do with it?
No.
I also would like
to do it.
Jordan's not the only one who had those contradictions, by the way.
Yeah,
I have contradictions.
But you're just not that I could see, not that I can remember. Jordan's just up here, so I could ask him about it.
Yeah,
other people weren't up there, so I could.
That's how I see it, though. That's just what I did. It was just a tax on the skill. I really just did everything kind of by skill, because like I don't know how the fuck Bill Russell ended up on my. Well, was just for centers list.
You had him at 7.
What I had Jokic at
8.
That shit was a mistake. That shit was a mistake for sure. For sure, that shit was a mistake. Ain't no way. I just watched the Bill Russell game the other day, and I'm like. Y'all, maybe
who was hooping in that game? Who was hooping?
Him and Wilt was playing against each other. So Wilt was doing some garbage ass shit too, like fucking missing layups and then getting the rebound and dunking that bitch back. He was doing that too.
How was it garbage to get an offensive rebound and go dunking?
No, he was missing a point blank layup. He was missing some point blank layups.
I found a contradiction
today.
I was watching a game from the 80s. I watched Kareem miss a wide open layup.
I did see that too. But then I seen
for sure.
I seen Bill Russell grab that motherfucker and he missed the layup, right? And like he hurried and jumped and grabbed the rebound. And it's like the team was screaming, pass it. And his ass passed that motherfucker. And that was all I needed to see. Trash.
So
that's all I needed to see.
Wait, what?
Trash. Will went back up on 3 niggas.
You ain't supposed to pass it out the key. You got to go back up strong.
Will went back up on 3 niggas and dunked that joint. I said this nigga trash.
I
want to ask
significantly bigger than everybody else, by the way.
Mars, I found a contradiction on my list. On my centers list, I sent you Bill Russell, Kareem, Shaq. So that group was consistent. But then after that, I said Arvidas, Hakeem, Jokic, Chamberlain, Robinson, Ewing, and Malone. What's interesting is on my
Chamberlain.
Right. Yeah. But on my all-time list, I put it as Hakeem over Wilt, over Sabonis, over Jokic, which is inconsistent as hell.
Oh, so because you didn't have any of them in your top 10, so I didn't factor that into my.
I didn't factor that in either, but if I even believe that to be true, I can kind of understand where, because like when you start putting those names in the all-time ranking, it does sort of change how you look at them. But that's probably something you need to explore, because that
was kind of the thing, like subconsciously. No, very consciously. I was trying to see how like things change. Shout out to Riff from Pick a Side. He's probably the most egregious example of this, because he had Steph as his number 1 point guard and he had Magic number 2. But then on his all-time list, he had Magic at 6 and Steph wasn't in his top 10.
See,
now he's on Twitter. People are like, how could you not have Steph top 10? And he's like, I forgot about Steph. I was meant to have him at 10. And I'm just there reading the tweets like, you had Magic at 6. So like, even if you were meant to have Steph at 10, you're saying Magic's over Steph all time, but Steph's the greatest point guard of all time. That doesn't make sense to me.
But Mars, I think in the basketball world, people just look at shit like this. Like when you limit it to just a position and then you start talking about the player, I think that's 2 different things. Like for example, I don't really consider Steph as a point guard, to be honest with you. Like that's part of when people ask me about my rankings, I just don't really consider him as a point guard. Now, if we talk about Steph as a player, just because I don't consider him as a point guard doesn't mean I won't have him high as a player. Now, I don't have him in my top 10, but he's right there by it. He's creeping up on it. So it's just kind of like, that's just how basketball players look at it. That's how I think, because I know sometimes you can look at something as a position and that kind of simplifies what you do as a basketball player. Like, you know how somebody is a better, I'm gonna use Patrick Beverly for example. It might be not even Patrick. Let's use Drew Holiday. Okay. There's a lot of individual basketball players that's better than Drew Holiday as a basketball player, but at the point guard position, at what you need him for, Drew Holiday is going to be better than them because this is what we need.
Drinchy, I got that. I think Steph Curry's a better basketball player than John Stockton. I think John Stockton is a better point guard.
Yeah, there you go.
I've explained this to Mars a couple of different times.
I think that's on
the point guard list you sent me, you had Steph at 2 and Stockton at 5.
Right, because y'all made
you put Steph at 2.
Here's why, because y'all made me put Steph Curry.
I didn't make you put him at 2. I just said Steph's a point guard. That's all I said. I didn't make you put him at 2.
How they make you do it?
How they make you do this?
This thing all over again. I just made him do this too. You made your own decision, Chill. I just said guys are going to be at the position they're listed at. That was the only criteria I had. You chose to put him above Stockton.
Nobody thinks about this the way as much as you do, Mars. You've been teasing this all-time list for like 2 years, you know. So that's my point, though. You obviously put a lot of thought into this. I think a lot of people didn't. When I sent you my first list, I had Steph off my 10. I said FML. I forgot about Steph, and I give you a new list.
Allen Iverson and James Harden. I think all them dudes is completely different players, but we had to put them on the list. I don't think Steph Curry is a better point guard than John Stockton. I think he's a better player than him. I think
he's not a better point guard than Jerry West either.
I think he's a better player. But
they both played point guard.
100%. No,
Jerry played 2 positions.
I think we'd be overthinking that.
What I'm hearing, Chill, is there are two guys. They both drive their offense. They do it in very different ways.
Yep.
But John Stockton fits more of a rubric of what
I'm putting the ball in John Stockton's hand before I put the ball in Steph Curry's hands. If I got somebody running my
not if you need 3 points.
But chill, you're not gonna.
If I ain't talking about if I need a bucket at this specific time.
Right.
I ain't talking about that.
To set the table.
I'm talking about if I'm running my crew, I'm giving the ball to John Stockton.
Do you want to win this basketball game, Chill?
Yes, I do want to win.
I'm
giving the ball to John Stockton before I give it to Steph.
But chill though,
he's gonna run my crew.
No, but chill, that's cool. But here's the thing though, and this is how I like to look at it. If you mean
that's cool,
if you are constructing a team, and I'm talking about you have the number, you're drafting, and John Stockton and Steph Curry are clearly the 2 best players in this pool. Who are you gonna pick?
Steph.
Like it's cool to say, like, all right, if I have Karl Malone and if I have a knockout shooter on the wing and if I have a good center, but if you have 2 players, who are you going to draft?
Well, that's 2 different things, Ron. That's 2 different things.
You're drafting our player, not by position.
Right, and that's what I do. I draft on fit. I don't draft on player. If I'm building my unit, I need a point guard. I got a big man who's on the block. I got dirty work people.
But you don't have that though. This is what I'm trying to say.
I'm starting my crew with.
Yeah,
you know
I mean it's easy to say if it's a niche thing. It's easy to say because you said if I need somebody to set up my offense, all right, cool. And it's clear. It's easy to say if I need somebody to make a 3, okay, I'm taking Steph. No, we are talking about the full duration of a basketball game. We're talking about the full duration of a basketball season. We're talking about a playoff run. Who are you going to take? You're gonna take the better player. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter if they play point guard, or it doesn't matter if they are a point guard, but they score first. Who are you going to take?
Hey,
are you gonna take the better player, or are you gonna take the guy that you think it plays the better role? No, you're gonna take the better player every single time.
Disingenuous. And the reason why is because if you're gonna take the better player, and what happens when the better player doesn't work out? Because we've seen that before, Ron. It's not like taking the better player all the time, it works out, as opposed to that guy who would have fit better.
But we're talking about Steph Curry and John Stockton.
Whoa.
Okay, I understand we're talking about Steph Curry and John Stockton. I get that point. But if I got Steph Curry and John Stockton, and I need a guy to set up my crew, I need a guy to run my offense, I need a guy to set up my crew, I'm taking John Stockton. Now, if you're asking me if I'm starting a unit and these 2 guys are on the table, that kind of sucks because I don't want neither of them dudes. I'm going with a big man.
They're the 2 guys that are on the board, though, Chill. It's other big men that are on the board, but are you going to take Eddie Curry over him? That's what I'm saying. It's other big men on the board. But these 2 are clearly the 2 best players. You have Steph Curry and you have John Stockton. Which player are you going to take?
I think it's a good way to think about this. It's a really good way to think about this. But I'm actually curious. It's interesting, Chill, because like we all when we're talking about GOATs, right? Chill.
If that's the case, if this is just about being better basketball players, you dudes want to throw out positions. You guys want to get rid of positions. You guys want to get rid of guys actually having jobs, and you just want guys to be basketball players. Why the hell were the Indiana Pacers in the NBA Finals? What were they doing there, Ron? Why didn't we just have the 5 best players on the crew?
They were a hell of a team, Cho. That's why.
You know why they were a hell of a team? Because my lead guard
was hurt.
No, they had great depth. They had great defense. They had great coaching. They had great shooting. Tyrese Halliburton didn't do that by himself, Chill. He didn't do that. And by the way, to your point, they didn't have a traditional.
Such a bad example because the most successful team of this era is led by Steph Curry at point guard. Like that's actually a terrible example.
And the team that won the championship was led by another guy.
The latest dynasty the NBA has seen has been orchestrated by this guy at point guard, and you're here telling me he's not a point guard. Meanwhile, when you say the Pacers do this with Tyrese Halliburton, traditional point guard. Meanwhile, the team that they lost to, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is not a traditional point guard.
Meanwhile, their best passer was Draymond Green. Meanwhile, their table setter was Draymond Green. Meanwhile, the guy that they ran the offense through was Draymond Green. That was the guy that they was running it.
So go get Jokic and run him with Steph.
Steph Curry had the ball more than Draymond Green in the regular season and the playoffs every year. Steph Curry was orchestrating that offense. Just because he didn't do it the way you like doesn't change the fact that the offense ran through Steph. He had the ball more than everyone. He was passing the ball just as much as anyone. A lot of Draymond Green's playmaking was to give the ball to who? Steph Curry. So I don't understand when we act like Steph Curry isn't just orchestrating offense. He's orchestrating offense, and he's orchestrating some of the greatest offense we've ever seen. Something that John Stockton has not only never done. The only time the Utah Jazz offenses hit heights even comparable to the Warriors was, guess what? When he had the ball less, the Jazz offense got better. They got better when they started giving the ball to Karl Malone to orchestrate and play make. When John Stockton was less involved, they got better. When Steph Curry is less involved, you criticize him.
Now, here's the now to your point with that, with Draymond running, with them running the offense through Draymond or dribble handoffs, like you said, it was to get the ball to Steph Curry to score, not to get anybody else involved in the offense, to score. Meanwhile, you just said that, Mars. That's what you just told me. And then on top of that, how else was Klay Thompson involved in the offense? How else was all these other guys involved in the offense?
Y'all don't do that. Like Steph wasn't getting Klay open looks. Like Steph didn't get Harrison Barnes wide open looks.
But not a lot though, Ron. Draymond was getting a lot of those
Steph
looks.
didn't throw alley-oops to Festus Ezeli.
Yeah, but Draymond did. Draymond. That's why Draymond led the team in assists though.
I don't think he did.
2015, Steph averaged 7. 2015, Steph averaged 7.7 assists. Draymond averaged 3.3. In the playoffs, Steph averaged 6. Draymond averaged 5. Let's see what happened in 2016.
That's when it changed.
This is me. This is me finding out things. In 2016, Draymond averaged 7.4. Steph averaged 6.7. If I check how many of those assists went to Steph, different conversation. And then in 2018, Draymond averaged 7. Steph averaged 6.6. In 2018, where are we at? 2018, 7 to 6, Draymond Green. 2019,
it never changed after that. It's gonna be Draymond.
Probably 2019. Actually, 7 assists for Draymond, 6 assists for KD, 5 assists for Steph.
6 assists for KD is tough.
Yo, but chill.
You know, and all of those years, Steph has the ball more than Draymond Green.
Do you know what?
The idea that Steph's just not taking on this burden of the playmakers.
Those people get more assists.
What did he average? What did he average when Draymond Green left?
Can't pass to himself. That's why they get more assists. Chill.
No, not before Draymond Green.
Steph is one of the greatest movement shooters of all time. Okay,
when he didn't have his full the year he got hurt,
playing off the basketball 100%.
Or the year they missed the playoffs. The year they missed the playoffs.
2021. That's Draymond's career high. I think he averaged like.
Hang on, his off ball. Okay, look, it takes. Like,
what about when Klay was hurt?
Steph is.
Hold up, fellas. We having 2 different conversations, so we got to choose.
It was 9 to 6 in 2021.
Okay,
9 to Draymond.
So Steph's this traditional idea of point guard sets up your offense by dribbling it to past the half court and passing it down to the big is a completely different way that Steph creates offense. Steph creates offense through his motion, through his movement, through running off screens. Now, one could like a shooting guard, but not like any shooting guard you've ever seen, to be honest, and not at the volume. He also does the point guard stuff. And maybe if he had a different coach and he was really stubborn about it, and maybe if he came up in the 80s, he would average 10 assists, 11 assists, but that's not the way to make him most effective. That's not a testament, by the way. That's not a detriment to his passing ability. Just so we're clear about that.
Nobody's saying that, though.
Steph is not a bad playmaker or a bad passer. It just so happens that his shooting is a superpower that is better unlocked off motion. And it makes the Warriors offense a lot less predictable, and it opens up all sorts of gaps when he's running around a million screens and is able to, catch defenses.
Nobody's arguing that point, though, Penn.
But putting the ball in your hand makes you more predictable. So a player like James Harden,
explaining why we would take Steph Curry over John Stockton.
Look, I get your point. Ron, I get your point too, but I get Chill's point as well because spoiler alert, and JD, I know I need that video out first, but y'all gonna see something where I didn't pick Shaq. To Chill's point, you're gonna see something where I just didn't pick Shaq. It's just like once you got a team set and you know what you want, certain players, it's not that they're not good enough. It's just.
But when is the team ever set?
The player who makes the pass to the player who makes the shot.
Time out. What team are you taking John Stockton over Steph Curry? Please give me the magical team.
Me personally, I probably would take
say dream.
Jeff Malone and John with Karl Malone. I'm taking Stockton.
Hey, well, chill. I'm here to tell you they would have had a better chance with Steph Curry than they would have had with John Stockton.
And Steph gonna be amazing. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But
I'm here to tell you they would have had a better chance with Steph Curry than they would have with John Stockton.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, Ron. But I'm saying it's a team that I wouldn't take Shaq on, that I would take Ben Wallace on. That's all I'm saying.
Because he might fit better.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
To
Joe.
Chill's point.
Yeah, he might fit
To the point of Draymond
Mark,
Green
when you
having
see the
more
rest of my
assists-
team, you gonna
Understand why
understand.
Fit
Yo.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I'm a listener.
Y'all
trying to-
dudes
we're trying to
all
talk
is, yo,
real
he's
hoops.
the
Y'all wanna
better
talk
player,
nonsense? Talk
and if he's the
nonsense.
better player, we just gonna put him on the crew. Out of here with that shit, man.
No.
I've seen
I
better players
don't agree
lose.
with that either. I don't agree with that
Seen
either.
that shit many times.
I don't agree with that
Seen
either,
better
Chill, because
players
the
lose.
Rockets did that
I've
with
seen-
Carmelo
I've
Anthony.
seen the
And
Lakers
they got rid
in
of Trevor
2004.
Ariza.
They had better players. They got the ass mopped out. They got the ass mopped
What
out the finals.
scenario would you
Just because you got better
realistically
players
take
doesn't mean
Steph
that's gonna equate to wins. Just because you got better players, that doesn't mean that.
No, it don't mean that.
No, because Chill, you're making this example, so I want to give you a current example.
Right.
You brought up Tyrese Halliburton and talk about how and you guys know I'm higher than anybody up here on Tyrese Halliburton. But you said Tyrese Halliburton's point guard stuff led them to the championship, which it did. Would you if the Lakers called you up and said, "Hey, I got Luka Doncic and I want Tyrese Halliburton," if you're the Pacers general manager, are you saying no? Because Tyrese Halliburton's point guard stuff.
Just because you make the trade, even though Luka Doncic is better, does not mean it's not a mistake. They built that offense entirely around.
I'm saying, would you do
yes,
it? Would
Ron.
you?
Yes, Ron. Yes, Ron.
But why would you do it?
Yes,
though?
yes, Ron.
No, because Tyrese Halliburton's a better point guard. Why would you do it?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't do it. No, because I like what we're doing in Indiana. I would not do it.
What about Steph?
That offense is built.
Why you didn't use Steph, Ron? What about Steph?
That offense.
Would you do it for Steph? The same thing applies. Would you trade Tyrese Halliburton? Well, I mean, it's an age gap, so a lot of people.
It don't matter. Would you do it?
Well, would I do it for Steph? I'm sorry. You guys know how much I value playmaking in Tyrese Halliburton,
Yes,
but there's 3 guys where if I'm offered them, Tyrese, you gotta go, buddy. As much as I like you,
Steph is
that's
one, though,
Steph,
right?
that's Luka, and that's Shea. Your scoring exceeds the point guard playmaking stuff. It exceeds it. I'm sorry, it just does. But on top of that, too, Luka's gonna do all that playmaking stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
Steph's gonna do some of that playmaking stuff as well.
Right.
Shay's gonna do some of that playmaking stuff as well. But what you do, it exceeds the playmaking.
So putting the ball in the back. So putting the ball in the basket, speed, all of that other stuff.
Yes.
All right.
But Chill, you didn't answer the question. Would you do that trade for Steph? Would you trade Tyrese for Steph?
I probably would get fired if I didn't.
No, whether you gonna get fired or not, would you do it?
I probably would get fired if I didn't. I just think that offense.
Chill, it's not about that. Would you want to do it?
No, because I think that offense is built entirely around Tyrese Halliburton's skill set, and it works. If we got Steph Curry on the crew, we got to do something different. We got to change our offense because Steph Curry is on the crew. Are we going to play as fast? Maybe. Are guys going to be as good in transition as they would as opposed to with Tyrese Halliburton as the distributor that he is? Probably not, because Steph Curry doesn't get off the peel as much. Steph Curry plays off the ball. Are we going to be in our offense as effective in the half court with Steph Curry? Because
Hallie's also good off the ball.
Who?
Hallie's also good off
the
the ball.
allure with Hallie is that he gets off the ball.
Well, see that, but the thing is he gets off the ball, not playing off the ball. He'll get off the ball. He's on the ball, but then he'll get off the ball. Give me the ball, and I'll get it back.
He gets off the ball quicker
That's
than almost any point guard in human history.
And the reason why he does that is because they get him the basketball and they run. He gets them the basketball, and the way that offense is constructed for his ability to pass, which I think he's a better passer than Steph Curry. So that offense is built around his skill set to do that. So if we're playing faster, give me the basketball when it comes off the rim, you running, and I'm getting you the basketball in spaces that you need to get the basketball in. That's where you're the most effective.
Here's a question.
Again, we're talking.
Here's a question.
Mhm.
Elite rim runners, right? Guys who are great at running in transition. Do they get some credit for being good at that when the point guard passes to them in a favorable position? They usually do.
Mhm.
Big men like Shaquille O'Neal, who are great at getting deep seals, do they get some credit when a point guard throws it down to them and they're already 2 feet from the basket? They should get some credit for that, right? Steph Curry needs some credit for the assists other people give to him because his motion is playmaking. Yeah. I'm trying to say playmaking is a 2-man, sometimes it's 3-4 players together to create a play. One guy gets
I don't know, bro.
Jordan, if anybody knows this, it's you.
But that's not the same game.
Okay, if we're playing 5-on-5, right? If we're playing 5-on-5 and I got the basketball at the top of the key, right? And you're my wing, and you come across and you set a screen on the other wing's guy, and you seal that dude, and you take 2 defenders out of the play, and then the guy that you set a screen for runs to the basket because he's a superhuman athlete. He's a pogo stick, and I throw a lob. Do you get nothing?
Yeah.
By the way, you get nothing for that. If you're a big, let's just say we're playing a really small team at LA Fitness, and you're a big, and you come up and you set a pick, a 5-4 pick and roll, and you set a pick on the 4, and the 4 is able to roll, and you're able, because you're wide and you're strong and you're a great screener, you're able to seal 2 defenders so that 5 can slip and I can throw the pass. Once again, you get no credit. What I'm saying is Steph and Draymond are fundamentally, you do have to be smart to understand what they do away from the basketball.
Correct.
And you do have to be smart to understand what they do beyond the box score. Steph Curry's playmaking, one of his greatest playmaking traits is his motion, because he's creating those plays. So when you say that KD averaged more assists, Draymond averaged more assists, yeah, Steph would average more assists if he had Steph too. That's the point.
No, but not necessarily, because Draymond Green passed to everybody. He don't just pass to Steph. He passed to everybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying though, because Steph Curry cannot pass to Steph Curry. Draymond Green, if all those passes,
Steph Curry,
how many assists is Draymond averaging if Steph is not the greatest shooter of all time?
9. He averaged 9.
Oh, please.
He did.
Oh,
That was
Mark looked it up earlier.
Oh, you're talking about, you wanted the 2020 year where Steph didn't play? Oh,
I think he averaged 8. I think he averaged 8.
I want to say 7.
Shit, that's a lot of assists without
he's
Steph.
a less
Yeah,
efficient.
So Steph holding him back.
2020 he averaged
The
6.
other,
2020
and then
Wait, he averaged more assists without Steph?
the
no,
final thing I
the
wanna
next
say,
year in 2021 he averaged 9 assists.
when
That was
Mike
Steph did before he
D'Antoni
averaged 6.
when Mike D'Antoni was
He
asked
wasn't on the crew neither, by the way.
when Mike D'Antoni was
Yeah,
asked
he
why
wasn't.
they take so many threes, why the Suns took so many threes, why the Rockets took so many threes, he said the point of 3-pointers is to open up more efficient 2-pointers. So we're always spacing
Mike
the floor
D'Antoni
so
was
that we
lying.
can. Well, he's not lying
Show was
because
lying.
because
He didn't take 2-pointers, so he definitely was lying.
Show was
yes,
lying.
he did. And
That's
and
what
you,
I'm saying.
you
We
the,
can't
the
just
point of every
Sure.
offensive possession is to clear the paint so that you can get wider and clearer driving angles. But what's most important is you also get wider passing angles. Steph Curry is the singular factor here. I don't say singular because Clay was there, KD was there, but Steph's motion and shooting gravity up to about 32 feet creates wider angles for passes and
So
drives.
what was Draymond
That-
doing at Michigan State when he didn't have Steph, or he didn't even know Steph?
He wasn't this. He wasn't this.
He
okay?
was better.
Oh my lord! You're gonna use box score? He was not
Bro,
better.
watch Draymond Green at Michigan State. He was damn near player of the year.
He was a completely different player. Completely
What?
different.
He was damn near player of the year.
Draymond was cold at Michigan State.
He was an undersized big who went in the second round. He was.
Did
a
you watch
good
him at
player.
Michigan State?
That was because of the
I
nonsense. that he
watched
had gotten
maybe like
himself
4
in.
games of him at Michigan State. I'm sorry, I haven't watched a lot of him at Michigan
Draymond
State.
Green was really damn good at Michigan State.
Draymond was the truth.
Like, that's why he was in that realm for player of the year.
He has probably become the second or third best player in that draft class.
Yeah,
Why would
because
you-
people don't know how to draft. They draft based on dumb shit sometimes.
Because there was a
overlook
theory.
what somebody did in college.
Well, because there was a
and
thought
pick
process.
somebody that didn't do shit in college, and then wonder why. It didn't pan out. Yeah,
Okay, well, Luka Garza was a great college player, Jordan. I don't give a
Just
shit
so you
about
know,
that.
Jordan,
My job as
they
an
don't
NBA
play
scout
Luka
is not-
Garza though. If they play Luka Garza, you would see a different Luka Garza. They don't play him.
Luka Garza going to be an all-time great if they just give him some minutes. That's
Not
all
about
the
being an
whole Luka Garza
all-time
about.
great, but he would be better than what he
Oscar
is. Though.
Tshiebwe could have just made it if someone just gave him an
Who?
opportunity. Oscar Tshiebwe,
Dude from
I have no
Kentucky.
idea who that is.
Yeah, the dude from
He's in
Kentucky.
Indiana, right?
Yeah,
he was. Was he not collegiate player of the year? Am I
Yes, he
tripping?
was. Yes, he was.
Okay, so that's recent. So what are we talking about Draymond for? What I'm saying is
Andrew Nimhard didn't get drafted, right?
Andrew Nemhart got drafted. He was drafted. 30...
You mean his brother? You mean his brother?
Oh,
What? When did
Ryan
Andrew Nimhart
Nembhard.
get drafted?
He got drafted when?
Yeah, when?
2022.
No, I'm saying what round?
Like
what
32,
Second round, 22.
he got drafted in the second round.
because he was
Is
undersized.
Andrew, is
older.
Andrew Nimhart one of the most valuable players in the NBA right now?
He's one of the most valuable players from my draft class.
So did they fuck up that draft by drafting him in the second round?
Yeah.
Because what he did at Gonzaga, he been doing that. Like the
But-
stuff Andrew Nimhart is doing now, he been doing that.
Yo,
so they fucked it up.
But
they didn't think he would do it in the NBA.
It's not fucking it up. It's improperly evaluating how it would scale. An undersized big like Draymond Green, who's 6'5" and is dominating collegiate basketball, is not expected to come in and be the same player in the NBA. He had to find a different skill. He trimmed down. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
he got a lot skinnier.
Yes,
he got a lot faster. He got a lot better condition. He became a much better shooter. Is that cap to say he's a better shooter at 31, 32%?
So Draymond Green in the finals, when he probably would have won Finals MVP had he not got suspended. That Draymond was doing that same shit at Michigan State.
What is the argument here? That Steph is not the point guard? That Draymond is the point guard?
No, I'm saying you trying to say Draymond wouldn't do this if Steph didn't create these angles, and I'm saying Draymond has always been that guy.
They make each other better.
Obviously they make each other better, but Draymond is still that guy.
Draymond is the second most important player of that Warriors dynasty, even if for the most part he wasn't the second.
If he not
best.
the first, they lost a series because he got suspended. That's why they lost the series.
Jordan, can we everybody, can we just agree that if you're a very willing passer and you're playing in the NBA with other professional basketball players who can score at will, if I'm a willing passer, I think it's fair to say I'm going to get some assists with anybody in the NBA.
Yeah, that's a fact. 100%. Yeah, 100%. But I'm just saying, don't try to say Draymond is dead. And like, if you watch Draymond at Michigan State, like he was that good. Like,
since we're on the subject of passing, would you equate when you're talking about Jabbar as the GOAT? Does his passing have anything to do with that? His ability to pass the basketball?
He's a good passer.
It's not what moves me in the GOAT debate with him. He didn't pass at that high of a level. He was a good big man passer for sure. He didn't pass at that high. At least to me, he didn't pass at that high of a level for me to use that as a point. Like, oh, and by the way, Kareem averaged 4 assists. Nah. I mean, you might. I don't. I use other things when I talk about Kareem.
For the uninitiated.
Like what?
Sorry, just because I'm going to lose my mind if I don't say this. For the uninitiated, Draymond Green, as a collegiate basketball player who did admittedly get better every single year, averaged 10 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists for his career. In his final year, he averaged 16, 10, and 4. So no, he was not this player.
Did you watch him?
No, I did not watch him. But
okay, so you don't know then. So you don't know. Now you box score watching. Now you just did exactly what you accused me of doing. Had you watched Draymond Green, you would know he had the ability to pass. How the fuck do you think they made him a passer? Why do you think they made him that passer? Because he had the ability to do it.
It didn't happen right away.
Yeah, hey, Penn, you're being extremely nasty right now. I'm telling you, Draymond at Michigan State that year,
he was a Big Ten player of the year.
Was ridiculous.
Hey, 16 and 10 is dope.
But also 4 assists. But no, because I know you're looking at the assists mostly
and doing this against 19 and 20-year-olds.
It does not matter. Everybody was older back then. No, everybody was in college. They wasn't just one and done when Draymond.
Why are we being this passionate about someone he admitted he didn't watch? Like, I don't understand.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I watched 4 or 5 games of Draymond in his senior year for the draft evaluation. Prior to that, totally off my radar. I wasn't watching Michigan State. I am a draft enthusiast, so I did watch a little bit of Draymond. I'm telling you, he wasn't this level of bullet athlete down the court, and he wasn't this level of passer. You could say he was a good passer.
He was better. He was better. Okay, he was better.
So you saw Draymond Green, and you said that's the second most important player in a dynasty. Right there. That's
you saw that.
You saw that.
No, you didn't see it. Hold on. You didn't see it with Steph. You didn't see that shit with Steph. You didn't see it with Steph. You didn't see Steph Curry and Davidson and say this motherfucker gonna have a dynasty. You did not see that.
I didn't see that with Klay Thompson either. And I watched more
Johnny Flynn went 6 games or whatever the fuck Johnny Flynn went 4.
I think Johnny Flynn went 4. I think it went 4.
And that was
10. There's no way you saw Steph Curry and Davidson. You didn't even know what you saw from Steph. They was comparing him to fucking Ray Allen. He ain't no Ray Allen. Like, you don't even know what you saw in Steph. You don't know what you got. You just saw a great shooter.
They were comparing him to Chris Jackson a lot. And a lot of people felt like Steph Curry should have been a top 5 pick in that draft. I'm gonna be real.
But you didn't see a dynasty. You didn't think Steph Curry was going to be.
Well, if you're picking a guy top
player.
5, I would assume you think you could build a team around him. I don't know about a dynasty, but you do think you could build a team. I'm not saying he was.
You just tried to make that argument with Draymond Green. Is what I'm saying.
Didn't Ricky Rubio go ahead?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ricky Rubio was legendary.
Ricky Rubio was considered that good.
Yeah,
Ricky Rubio at 16 was considered like the best prospect
Yeah,
in the world.
You saw Ricky Rubio saying, "Yeah, we're going to win a dynasty." Ricky Rubio. I don't think you can do that with nobody.
Since we're on the subject of winning, I know that Jabbar won 6 NBA championships. My question to you, Ron, is: do you factor that in, and why do you factor in the championships with Jabbar? Matter of fact, let me rephrase the question, Ron. What is your criteria for Jabbar being? What is your case for Jabbar being the best player ever in NBA history, not in basketball history, in NBA history?
My thing with Kareem is, and it's a lot of different things. Ox kind of hit the nail on the head. He checks the box for everything. But my big thing is, and you guys know how I feel about accolades, and you guys know how I feel about winning. Kareem won 6 titles, and when it comes to the accolade department, nobody is touching Kareem. I got 6 MVPs. I got 6 championships. I got all these all defensive teams. I got all these all NBA teams. I got a couple scoring titles. I got 4 block. I got 4 block titles. That might not move people, but that moves me. I got 4 block titles in a big man era. So I got all of this stuff. And my resume trumps everybody. On top of that, I got seasons where I was averaging 36 and 16 rebounds, doing things like that all through the 70s. And
he did do that, Mars. I think he was 34 and 17 one season, not 36.
As a rookie, 35 and 17 basically.
He was averaging 20.
No, that was like his year. That was like year 3.
That was in the playoffs. My bad. That was in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But you could argue Kareem was the best player in the league from the moment he joined. How many people
Michael
was that
Jordan
true for? Michael Jordan was not the best player in the league.
I know. But hold on. Because I made this argument. I made this argument a while back. And everybody was like, by 80, what's the number? By 80, what year? What number was it?
88-ish. That was when we was talking about best player in the world.
Somebody said the second year of Michael Jordan's career, he was the best player in the NBA.
Wasn't year 1?
Okay.
And it wasn't year 2 neither. He wasn't better than Bird or
He was better. He was better by year 2, 3. I think he was better by year 3.
But Ron,
I'll give him maybe year 3.
Everything that you named, though, Ron, that sounds like MJ too, though. He got the 6 championships.
Got 6 MVPs.
How many he got? 4?
5.
5? Oh, motherfucker.
He wasn't the best player in the league from day 1.
He ain't got 10 scoring titles.
Also, too, he don't got the longevity of Kareem. Like Kareem checks every single box.
Tim Duncan has 15 all defensive. Kareem has
11.
What? 11?
11.
Okay. Duncan's the GOAT.
No,
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Go ahead.
But that logic doesn't work.
Duncan doesn't have 6. Duncan doesn't have 6 MVPs or 6 championships.
And he doesn't have 2 scoring titles.
That only checks 1 box when we doing stuff like that.
Mike got 10 scoring titles.
To Ox's point, he checks all the boxes. You talk about buckets. I averaged 25 a game for almost 20 years.
You gotta watch where you going.
That shit is impressive, Chill.
Yeah, I averaged 20 for almost 20 years.
Duncan has to deal with Shaq and Kobe and Shaq.
And I had to deal with Chamberlain, right? I had to deal with Elvin Hayes. I had to deal with guys like that.
Yeah, one of the
those
names are not like the others.
But this is
where it gets nasty, Ron. It does.
No, because this is what I'm saying. Hey, bro, chill. They want to do that with the 70s. Cool. Kareem played in the 80s and dominated through his 30s.
I'm just doing that with Elvin Hayes. If you would have said Bill Walton, Moses Malone,
we give Bron the credit. We give Bron the credit for dominating through his 30s. Kareem did the same thing against the Hakeems of this world, against the Moses Malones and all of these guys. Like, sure, okay, yeah, Moses might have got the better of him on a couple occasions. On a couple occasions, he definitely did that. Kareem still dominated through all of this. Through the Kareem, the same way LeBron. You can say LeBron has 2 Hall of Fame careers. The same way you can say Kobe has a 24 Hall of Fame career and an 8 Hall of Fame career. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has a decade in the 70s Hall of Fame career. Crazy. But people will say, oh, that's just inflated stats. The air attacks it. Cool. Well, he did it in the 80s with Magic Johnson, top 10 player. Larry Bird, top 10 player. Michael Jordan, top 10 player. He did the same, not the same thing, but he still dominated in the 80s where there's other top 10 players. Kareem killed that era. And he was 35, 36, 37, 38, 41, 42. He did that. He did.
Karl
He has 2
Malone,
Hall of Fame
Charles
careers.
Barkley.
So it's like Kareem got every single thing. You can't. It's nothing that you could say to not Kareem.
I could say something or not Kareem.
Well, say it.
That by the time LeBron James retires, he might have double his value of a replacement.
Oh my Jesus Christ! Okay.
Hey, the
Never
Vort
mind.
matters,
Next time,
Mars.
don't
start
say it,
it
Next
with the
time
Vort,
don't say it.
Mars. You know how you feel about the Vort. You know how you feel about the Vort.
Does that surprise you, Mars?
You really know
Why-
how you feel
I-
about the Vort.
I know. The top 3 in VORP is LeBron, MJ, and John Stockton.
Hell, y'all boys hating on John.
Hold on, wait,
Yeah.
chill.
Y'all
I
boys
might have
hating
to
on John.
reconsider. Wait a second. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know that, but yeah, I know Kareem's like fringe top 10 in VORP. So
Where's Steph Curry?
like
30.
fringe, like
Yeah,
20 maybe.
Give me. Yeah,
something
never
like
mind. You right, chill. Give me John.
Yeah, that VORP is important. I just learned about VORP a couple months ago. I didn't know that. If I'm a high school player, how do I evaluate my VORP as a high school player? Like, how do
Well,
I
you
make sure I
just
have the
said-
best VORP on the high school team, best VORP on the college team, so I can possibly have the best VORP in the NBA? Like, how do I use that?
That's interesting. I don't.
You
That's
need
what
to
I wanna know,
find-
like, how
you
do I
need-
use that
you
to help
need
me
to-
as a
you
basketball
need to- you need to-
accumulate some box score numbers efficiently. You'll be all right.
And this
Typically,
isn't to,
yes.
this isn't to bash Steph Curry, but there's a reason why they took Ricky Rubio ahead of him. There's a reason why they took Johnny Flynn ahead of him. They saw more
Because
point
David
guard,
Kahn was he had a crack problem.
and they
You
were
know about that?
wrong. 100% they were wrong, but they saw more. They saw more league.
You didn't
guards.
know that?
When Jabbar,
They did a documentary about it. David Kahn had a crack problem.
So he was cracked out, so that's why he picked.
He passed up on DeMar DeRozan. He passed up on.
They
Steph
probably had
Curry
little to do with
for
crack. kid.
Johnny Flynn. Yo, I watched Johnny.
Yo,
Flynn. That
Johnny
dude
Flynn
could
was
jump
cold
out
in
of the
Syracuse,
gym.
though.
Yeah, Johnny Flynn was
That dude
cold.
was cold. But
Syracuse.
Steph Curry and Debo, yo, I had DeMar.
Steph
DeRozan
Curry couldn't
comfortably
even
top
dribble
5
though.
guy.
Pin. Steph Curry couldn't really dribble.
What?
I'm not
couldn't.
gonna go that far.
He couldn't really
He was
dribble.
he was frail. He was frail. He wasn't the strongest.
Year two at Davidson was when he couldn't really dribble, but that's why he went back to Davidson, and then year 3 at Davidson they used him as a point guard, and he expanded his game to show that he could play point guard at the next level. Even though, like, I think if you look at his numbers from year 2 to year 3, his numbers at Davidson look worse in year 3.
Yeah,
But it helped his draft stock because it showed he could dribble the ball and handle and be a point guard. at the next
Johnny
level.
Flynn ain't had that problem, Morris.
Johnny Flynn could dribble.
Even
That's
then,
it.
no. Year 2, Steph was getting busy,
Wait,
dribbling
no,
or no
Pin,
dribbling.
was it
Oh,
crack
for
or was
sure.
it cocaine?
It was crack.
Ain't no
All
way
right,
he was smoking crack and he was
Yo,
rich.
but to get back to Kareem though,
It was hitting that pipe.
two more things for me, like with Kareem, that like is extraordinary. You have the points thing, which it was years where he led the league in scoring, but how Chill said it was the consistency. And we give Bron a lot of love too for his consistency from being one of the best scorers year in and year out. He might not have led the league in scoring, but he was top 5, top 10, whatever
did
the case
once.
may be. And so he did twice actually. Bron?
LeBron?
Yeah.
It was once. Oh wait, I'm pretty sure it was the only
yeah,
year.
he
he did.
averaged 29-9 that year. That was it.
Yeah, I think that.
No, he
that's the
did.
only year.
He led the league his third year in the third year in the
In-
league.
in-
The-
So in
his third year in the league
In
was Kobe's
2006,
35.
Yeah, he averaged Ron
Yeah,
talking about
that
he
was
averaged
Kobe.
31. Yeah, Brian averaged
yeah,
31.
that
Yo,
was Kobe's
I'm
35.
hold on. I'm looking it up. I'm almost positive LeBron led the league in scoring.
Year
twice.
3 was
Oh no,
Kobe's
no,
35.
never mind.
Right.
Yeah,
And
year
oh,
3
he-
was Kobe's 35.
My bad. I'm thinking of him averaging 30. So Bron only averaged 30 twice.
Ron, are the low lights?
One of them was
with Jabbar-
2022, no?
Yeah.
Only.
Ron, are the low lights? Are the low lights with
He averaged
Jabbar?
30.
Because I know how you feel about Jabbar in terms of the GOAT. Are the low lights with him less than the low lights with other guys? Because again, we talk about like LeBron James with 2011, right? We got Tragic Magic in '84. We got Bird getting swept out the playoffs in '83.
What
right?
was Tragic Magic?
'84.
Tragic Johnson.
The 84 finals,
The
dribbling
84,
out the
right.
Oh, I
clock,
thought it was something else.
turnovers.
My bad.
Yeah,
I thought it was
that's
something
Tragic Magic.
No, that was just a tragic event.
Oh,
Yeah, that's Tragic Magic. We've had I don't think the '89 East Finals are to the level of 2011, but you know the Bulls were up in that series 2-1, and they ended up losing to the Detroit Pistons. The thing I'm thinking about, Ron, is I'm thinking about what lowlights, how many of Jabbar's lowlights can you say aren't as bad as anybody else's, or are any of his lowlights bad as anybody else's?
Yeah, chill. I didn't live through all of his lowlights, so I can't tell you what was the narrative going on around it. I can't tell you what was being said. I obviously didn't watch all of his lowlights.
Sure.
So with Kareem, it's more so highlights. But even with Jordan too. With Jordan, I wasn't there in the 80s. It's more so highlights. Magic and Larry too. So I'm not too much factoring in lowlights. And even like you guys are. It'll probably be people in the chat saying, "Oh, well, you talk about LeBron 2011 and stuff like that." When I'm ranking LeBron, I don't rank him any lower because of 2011. When I'm ranking Kobe, I don't rank him any lower because lower, to be fair. I don't rank him any lower because of him blowing that 3-1. I'm looking at the highlights. I'm looking at you at your peak as a player. I'm looking at what you accomplished. I'm looking at your production, and I'm looking at, did your production lead to you winning? And Kareem did that at the highest level to me. His production led to winning the most out of everybody, whether it's winning an MVP, whether it's winning a championship, whatever the case may be. His production led to winning the most.
So what about Michael Jordan?
But there are also times where his lack of production led to them losing.
Like in '73 when they got bounced in round one, after winning 60 games, and it's the same.
Like in 1983 when he was getting manhandled.
Mars, use the correct term. He got his ass kicked against Moses.
I thought you were going to say something else, too.
Yes, he got his ass kicked.
Moses was a little different.
Moses kicked his ass from the beginning to the end of that finals. Completely.
In fact, a lot of the time the Lakers lost in the 80s. I would argue a large part of the reason why they lost is because of Kareem's deficiencies as a rebounder. That was the biggest way to beat the Lakers, was to kill them on the glass. And that was in large part because of Kareem. That's why Moses gave them problems. That's why the 86 Rockets gave them problems.
Moses one of the best rebounders ever. But I mean,
but the 86 Rockets gave him problems. 86 Rockets gave him problems too.
Yeah. So was Jabbar.
So
Jabbar's third all time on the all-time rebounder list.
I mean, 20 years though, for sure.
He's third.
20 years.
What that mean?
You play a long time and you tall as hell, you probably gonna get 20.
Okay, so how come Robbie Parrish ain't third all time? Why isn't all of these other? Tim Duncan played 20 years. Tim Duncan played a bunch of years. Just because you play, I think we have to stop talking about these guys who played a long time less than we do. We don't do that in any other job where you are awesome at your job for a long time, where we scrunch our face up. If you awesome at your job for a long time, that matters. And if Jabbar,
for sure,
and if Jabbar, who at age 38 was, to your point, Miles, we talked about Steph Curry in that game. Was it game 2 of the NBA Finals in 15, where he was like 5
for 23 or something.
Jabbar was awful in game 1 of the 85 Finals. He was terrible. I think he had like 12 points and 3 rebounds. He got his ass kicked in that game. Eventually, he got it together. Started cleaning glass more, which is why they won. Because if he doesn't get it together, they're going to lose again. They're going to lose that again, and they're going to end up losing the championship. With that being said, he does have lowlights. So if we're going to talk about all-time greats like Jabbar, like James, right? Jordan. If we talk about these guys, we got to talk about what Jabbar did too. Your entire resume matters. And losing in round 1 after being in the NBA championship and winning it in 71, losing in the West Finals the next year to the Lakers, who won the NBA championship in 72, and then winning 60 games and basically being the number 1 seed and getting bounced in round 1, that matters. That stuff that we have to talk about that stuff.
But chill, that's what I just said though. I'm not too much factoring in the lowlights. Because once again, we can do that with everybody. I can say Tim Duncan was getting his ass kicked by Dirk.
What's Michael's lowlight?
I mean, his lowlight, he lost to Penny
95 against Orlando. That wasn't great.
Just came back from baseball.
So
never mind.
Brought your ass out.
Michael Jordan is Jesus Christ, man. He perfect.
89.
You don't got no low lights.
He perfect. He ain't never missed a shot. Yep. He ain't never missed a game. He ain't never missed a defensive assignment. Michael Jordan's perfect.
Remember that time? Phil Jackson?
I watched
any flaw Michael Jordan may or may not have, man. Your eyes were telling you a lie. Michael Jordan made that shot. It just looked like it missed because your eyes are faulty. Right. He ain't never make a mistake.
You remember that though? When Phil Jackson had to carry him into the arena?
Because he had a bad back.
But that shit ain't happening.
You ain't buying that shit out?
Nah, man. I told y'all a long time ago, man. That shit's a myth. If you can't walk into the arena, you can't play basketball, bro.
Facts. Why would Phil Jackson have to be the one to carry him though?
Phil
Out of all the people in
too?
security and shit, Phil gonna get his
Right,
old
Phil
ass over
Jackson
there.
went
carry.
with
Hey,
the
Phil
bad
was like, "Hey, Mike, I know how it
Right.
feels to have a bad back. Come here, son. I got you."
Like, oh.
Just picked him up and patted him on his back as he was taking him in the locker room. He tied his shoes. And then as soon as he put on them Air Jordans, that shit changed his life. We seen what it did to Bow Wow. So
But I
that
mean,
shit might be true.
Is that how we gonna dictate things though? Like, are we gonna say that this guy's better than this guy because he had less lowlights? I'm saying,
I think the highs and lows have to factor in the strengths
they
and
do.
weaknesses of players. It can't just be all the strengths
I
and
get
then
the
ignore
strengths
the
and
weaknesses.
I'm just
But
talking
your
about
weaknesses lead to, like I said, with the rebound and stuff with Kareem later on, that directly led to some of the Lakers' failures, not being able to win a series or not being able to win a championship, is in part because of Kareem's flaws as a player. If we're going to value his strengths and say that his strengths could lead to winning, which they could, 6 championships, all of the stuff he did in the 70s, we have to also acknowledge that his flaws have stopped his team from winning at times. I think that's just fair. Like 2011 is a blemish on LeBron because of the flaws he had within his game that directly hindered his team from winning. Directly. That's a big deal.
And very much like
should matter
Jabbar,
to me.
he fixed them. Right. So when with Jabbar with his flaws, he fixed those things and made them better. If I think about all the times, let's see, in 72 when they lost in the West Finals, the Lakers won the NBA championship that year. In 73 when they lost to the Warriors, I think the Warriors went to the finals that year, if I'm not mistaken. And in 77 when they lost to the Blazers won the NBA championship that year. In 78 when they lost to Seattle was in the NBA championship that year. In 79 when they lost to Seattle, in 78 Seattle won the NBA championship that year. In 79 when they lost to Seattle was in the NBA championship that year. So Jabbar, so James Harden's Golden State Warriors, that was Jabbar's Seattle. That was the team that he couldn't get past. He was having a difficult time dealing with them. But Ron, when you're talking about being the GOAT, okay, now we have to talk about your resume. And if I look at Jabbar's resume and I look at what he did from top to bottom, everything on that resume, it's pretty hard to deny that he's 100% in that conversation for being the GOAT, because I don't think that there's another guy who has a resume that's comparable to that overall.
Sure.
James's resume in the NBA, different, but Jabbar's overall resume, 100%. I don't think.
Sure. If you could draw a perfect basketball player, that player probably plays 20 years, right? You get the longevity.
Sure.
Probably wins 20 rings. I'm just saying, perfect in a lab. Okay,
Yeah,
we're talking. We're talking
best case scenario. Yeah, you win a
superhuman.
championship every year.
They're a two-way player, right?
Yes.
And they impact their teammates in a positive way, which means every player who plays with them is way better because they're just so great. When I'm thinking, like when I came up here, I think Gifted asked me, like, what's your criteria? And I said greatness. And then it's like, what does that mean? And that kind of became a bit of a meme or a running joke. But I think greatness is impact. Greatness is like force. When like I always ask myself, when you won, who did you stop from winning? Right? Who lost because of you? Who went ringless because of you? I think in the 90s, when I look at the legends who didn't win a ring on Michael Jordan's watch, it's a pretty staggering list of legends. Okay. And if Jordan doesn't retire in the middle, I don't even know if that legend list might include Hakeem Olajuwon. I don't know. I'm not making a case for either or. There's a question that somebody asked me the other day that said, if Shaq and Kobe never get together and the Lakers don't three-peat in the early 2000s, who wins those 3 rings? And I started thinking about it, and I said, I think one of those rings is going to Sacramento. I think one of those rings is going to maybe the Spurs, and then one of the rings is probably going to the Blazers. So it's like you stopped Arvydas Sabonis.
Damn, nobody from the
Scottie Pippen from getting a 7th ring. You stopped probably Tim Duncan from getting a 5th ring. You might have stopped Chris Webber from getting his 1st ring with Vlade Divac. Like you stopped some great players. You also stopped David Robinson from getting another ring.
Oh, hold on. No Allen Iverson? Allen Iverson don't get a ring? I mean, what y'all be on, man? Come on, man.
I respectfully think Philly lose to the Spurs in there.
Yeah.
So Mars, would you respect Pippen top 10 if they win in Portland?
You know I don't care about the accolades.
Yeah, I'm
If he was their best
I'm
player,
not- I'm
You
wrong.
said
I think he have a much better
I'm
case.
just asking you, Mars, because if you say
I think
yes,
so.
then the people might.
Probably
The people
so.
might
Oh, I mean, I don't disrespect Pippen top 10. I just strongly disagree. I don't disrespect it. I don't agree with it at all. But
Oh man.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I can't find a way to rationalize going Pippen in the top 10.
I feel it.
can't.
But you know who that would really help though, Pin? Your guy, my guy, Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah, 2 rings for Rasheed, 1 ring for Arvidas. I love
No,
it.
Jason Kidd just don't get.
No, we
Yeah, I think they
I
get
don't know.
destroyed. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, Jason Kidd already got a
we
ring.
we
He got-
beat, we beat them worse than the
Yeah,
Lakers
later
because
on.
we were better than the Lakers.
Well, I was on the graveyard shift last night, and we got into some nasty debates on who faced tougher competition, or what was harder to do: come through the West in the early 2000s, which is what Kobe was doing, or go to the East and then have to play, or go through the East that LeBron was going through, and then inevitably have to play the Warriors.
Kobe
My
had
thing
hard.
was,
Kobe had harder.
and that's what I was saying. Penn.
The West
I
was tougher than the East. Yeah.
Exactly. It's tougher
Yeah,
to
but
win
the
3
Warriors,
series
though,
and then
Ron,
and
the
then have a
Warriors.
cakewalk as a championship, as opposed to have a cakewalk to the championship and then play against
But
one
you
of the
can't
best teams.
say that and then
But-
hold LeBron's finals record against him.
I'm not trying to get into that. The point I'm trying to make is the West at that time, the Kings are one of the most slept on teams ever.
Kobe had Shaq though.
The Blazers, no, I'm talking about the teams. I'm not talking about them playing against each other. I'm talking about that Sacramento team was one of the most slept on teams ever. That
Yeah.
Blazers team was one of the most slept on teams ever. And then obviously you guys know the Spurs. I'm saying that those teams were crazy. Crazy talented. And that they don't get the respect that I believe that they should.
But
I
Shaq
agree.
and Kobe stopped those teams from getting a championship. They also stopped Jason Kidd from getting a championship in his prime. They also stopped Allen Iverson from getting a
Yep.
championship in his prime. So yeah, that's the greatness. That's why those Lakers teams are so revered. That's why Shaq is so revered as a top 10 player. It's not for what he did outside of that window of 4 years. It's for what he did during that time, because it was like, oh shit, I guess I have to wait for this guy to be done. I guess I have to wait for him to get fat and old and lazy and whatever in 2005 for me to finally win a ring. When you're that great that your team can basically hold another team from getting championships, that's what I'm talking about is greatness. And that's why Jordan is my GOAT, because in the 90s, you weren't getting past the Chicago Bulls. They were so dominant. Regular season, playoffs, they were so dominant. No
Yeah, but
game
Pin,
sevens.
We can
no game
acknowledge
sevens.
we can acknowledge
Yeah.
a couple things too.
Just
If
sounds
those-
like
if
Bill
those-
Russell should be
if
the
In
GOAT.
the
those
NBA
Bulls-
Finals, no game 7.
Yo,
don't use
Bill,
that,
Bill
Mark, 'cause
Russell,
you
Bill
don't
Russell's
do
number
that.
2
Don't
for
do
a
that,
reason.
Mark.
No, I'm just saying
Bill
to be
Russell-
logically consistent. It sounds like it. I'm not using him as a pawn. I'm not saying
Bill
bro, if you're gonna
Russell
do this, I'm
stopped
saying it
Jerry
sounds like-
West from getting what 4 or 5 rings. He stopped Wilt Chamberlain from getting
More
4 or
than
5
that.
rings. Those two, for some people, are top 15 players. So yes, Bill Russell is my second greatest player of all time, because he stopped a lot of people from getting rings. I'm sorry to the LeBron James fan club, but he didn't stop Steph Curry from winning championships. He stopped him from winning 1, but he got 4 on his watch. He didn't stop KD from getting a championship. He didn't stop Kobe from getting championships. Didn't stop Duncan from getting championships. Didn't stop Dirk from getting championships. And that's the argument.
But
is
I
that
can use.
I think
But
this is
what
the reason this is so disingenuous.
It is.
Because
And
you
I
say
would-
on
it
LeBron's
is.
watch, but this is the issue. Jordan's watch is 91 to 98, and in 2 of those years he was actually not even there. And we can't count 95 because he just came back. So really, Jordan's watch is 6 years. You've just given me LeBron's watch from 07 to the modern day.
find an
Like,
8 year.
yes, there's gonna be
find an
teams
eight-
that win.
Find an
But
8-year stretch.
obviously,
Hold on.
when your watch is 19 years and the other guy's watch is 6 years, obviously
Way different.
one team like no
Find-
shit.
Okay, what 8-year stretch of
shit.
LeBron's career was as dominant as 91 to 99 for Jordan?
Damn.
Go ahead.
He doesn't have a stretch of years where
LeBron-
he wins every
yo,
championship he plays for. He
I
doesn't.
just gave you an 8-year stretch, and Jordan didn't even play 2 of those years. So that's what I'm trying to
and I
tell
could
you.
give you an 8-year stretch where Bill Russell literally won every single one.
You don't
every
have to
year.
convince me on Bill Russell. You're not
No,
converting
because
me.
you don't have him number one.
But to be in
Mark-
the
He
NBA,
actually gave you an 8-year stretch of
But to be in
new
the
team
NBA
one. If Bill Russell if Bill Russell was in the league and he played your team and he was healthy for 12 years, they didn't lose. The only year they lost was in 1958 when Bill Russell got hurt. That was the only year from the moment he joined the league until 1967 when the Sixers came. There was not a year that Bill Russell was on the court healthy lost a series. Michael Jordan, you can give me 6 years, and you have to give me an asterisk on that because he was actually there for a 7th year, but it doesn't count because he only just came back. Cool. We'll give you the asterisk. That's still 6 years. Bill Russell has damn near twice as much time doing that thing. He has damn near twice as much time doing that, yet he's your number 2.
Okay, cool. Mars, what I just said, who did you stop? He stopped Jerry West and Wilt from winning, and he didn't even stop them completely because they did win. But let's
Jerry
say
West won after Bill Russell retired.
in
That's
his
like
era,
saying Michael Jordan didn't. Michael Jordan played when Tim Duncan won in 03.
did
He
Wilt
was in the league.
Played when Shaq and Kobe won in 02.
He was in the league in that during the time. Yes,
He
he
was
was
there
there.
when the team won in 95.
Yes, he was
He was
there.
there. He lost to the Pistons in 1990.
okay,
He lost to them in 89.
And it's
Stop
disingenuous
screaming.
too,
Your
Pen,
mic
for
is
you-
cutting
He
out.
lost to the Celtics in 86.
Patrick Ewing has 0 championships because Michael Jordan existed.
How many
Reggie Miller,
championships has
Reggie
LJ
That's not
Miller?
true. That's
Reggie
not true,
Miller-
Pen, because Jordan was out the league and he lost to Olajuwon. So that's not true. No, that's
well,
not true.
at least in part, because
Jordan-
we don't. Yo,
No,
No,
because
you
Patrick Ewing's 2
Chill.
finals
You
appearances
know-
were in 94 and
Chill.
99.
okay,
Right.
chill.
And
You
Jordan
know,
wasn't in the league.
He wasn't
in
there
those
in
2
99.
years.
chill. You know that sometimes championships you got to go a few times before you knock it over. Okay. The problem is Jordan wasn't
Bulls
getting,
won.
wasn't letting you get through. Chill. You just watched Jason Tatum win
Bulls
on
won
what
the
was his
NBA
third
championship
try,
the
right?
First year they was in the NBA championship, Pen. They won the NBA championship the first year they were in it. They didn't win it. They didn't win it. Jabbar won the NBA championship the first year he was in it.
Karl
which was in
Malone
71.
retired
it.
ringless because of Michael Jordan directly. John Stockton, who you think probably,
No,
I'm
that's
assuming
not
is a
true.
top 15 player, retired ringless because of Michael Jordan.
No, that's not just because of Jordan, because he wasn't just they weren't
David
just
Robinson, if Tim Duncan
When
was
the
coming
when
out,
the
David
Jazz were
Robinson retires
when
for
the
a
Jazz
ring
were
too.
when the Jazz were losing in the first round, that's not because of Michael Jordan's presence in the NBA.
When they lost in the finals, is that because of Michael Jordan?
They lost twice to the Bulls in the finals. Sure.
Unless I
So
look-
those
unless
ones,
I
yeah, cool.
directly lose to
John
you, I'm not
John
losing because of
Stockton
you.
and Karl Malone played for 20 years. They played Michael
Yo.
Jordan in the playoffs twice.
Charles Barkley is arguably a top 3 power forward of all time. Agreed?
No.
Karl Malone's arguably the
It's a
top
losing
2 power-
losing argument.
Okay,
for
fine.
sure.
Top 5.
Yeah.
I would say Charles Barkley's a top 5 power forward of all time.
Okay.
Karl Malone's a top 5 power forward of all time.
Cool.
Both
Okay.
retired ringless with Michael Jordan as holding them back basically from winning a championship. Clyde Drexler did not win a championship before Michael Jordan retired, and I could argue that if Clyde Drexler,
MJ was in the league when Clyde Drexler won the championship.
That's a fact.
Portland,
Okay.
In
but
99.
I'm saying
Yeah, but
He was in the
Mark,
league.
you know
Oh,
why?
come on,
You know
man.
why with that one though. You just
That's
coming out.
nasty.
No,
playing
but
baseball
I'm
to
the
you.
2-year gap. if he
Michael
doesn't-
Jordan was in the NBA and was playing well in the NBA.
The only
they
players that
lost.
won championships, the only superstars that won championships during Michael Jordan's like dominant run are Hakeem, okay, and
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 part
Clyde
of that is
Drexler,
because
and
of
that's
what
it.
happened.
But everybody else lost. And what I'm saying is, if Jordan doesn't retire in 98, I don't know. You know, if Tim Duncan doesn't come into the league, I don't know if David Robinson even wins one. And he was one of the greatest centers of all time. David Robinson would have been the foe that Bill Russell was beating every year, yo. That dude is great.
Nah, Shaq would
Ewing is great.
Up, by the way.
Shaq is great.
Yeah,
Even
but
before 98,
Shaq
Shaq
just
was
replaced-
great.
That's
Webber
basically what
was
happened.
great.
Shaq just replaced MJ, pretty much. That's what happened. Shaq replaced MJ, and they just.
If
started beating
Shaq
each
wouldn't have
other.
sold Penny, they would have went back.
There's a lot of
No, it wasn't
players-
even him that sold
What-
Penny.
what I'm
It
saying
was-
is-
oh, you talking about in free agency? They're talking about for the game.
Bird and Magic exchanged runs. They were both dominant, but they at least got some on each other's watches, right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I agree with Penn on this point. By the way, I
Like,
definitely agree.
like Michael Jordan stopping this many all-time greats, all-time 40, top 30, top 25, top
Yeah.
10 players from getting a championship. And arguably, if you could make an argument, if those players actually win, how different is NBA history if Charles Barkley has a ring or if Hakeem Olajuwon has 4 rings? Is Hakeem Olajuwon talked about as the greatest
he
player of all
might be a
time? If he
top.
has 4
Hakeem
rings?
probably would be a top 3 player.
Michael Jordan singularly changed basketball more than anybody. And I'm not even talking about the off-court impact that he brought. Basketball was not what it is
Pen,
today.
we saw a team, to your point, everybody that James lost to, he beat them. That's number one. Number two, we also saw those guys get together to deal with him solely. That's what we saw them
Dallas?
do. With the exception of Dirk, I apologize. My fault. I forgot about Dirk. Yeah,
Yeah, but he was never chill. That is
everybody
the
else.
biggest blemish on
Yes,
one of
and
the
that was
greatest
biggest
players of all time. That was never supposed to happen.
It wasn't. That part I'm not going to argue. But these guys got together because the logic is y'all can't beat them without me, and I can't beat them without you. That's why those two got together.
Who?
For that reason right there. Not just because
we're not doing Steph and KD again.
I really like
because I remember a certain two people getting together before them because they couldn't beat somebody. Don't do that. Chill, don't do that.
Wait.
Your man started that shit.
Wait. Stop right there, Ron.
Your man started that.
So these two guys got together because why?
3 guys.
Okay, so because why?
Oh shit! Don't
Not
forget Ray
one,
Allen shit.
not 2, not 3,
forget
not
that, Ron.
4.
Why they get together, Ron? Why they get together, Ron? Why?
Because they was all 3 in the Eastern Conference getting scraped. That's why.
So I don't have the same problem as Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade is not my problem. I don't have to deal with him. No,
Chill, no matter how you try to put it together.
Yeah,
that
this
shit
is
shouldn't
yeah. You shouldn't chill. You should just
that shit shouldn't happen.
You should just say I just shouldn't have brought up the KD going to the Warriors, and we can leave it at that.
It's not the same thing though. But okay, fine. No problem. No problem. Fine. You
To
guys
beat the Celtics, to beat the White, to beat Kobe.
You guys want to leave that there, sure. But
Well, I mean, we don't have to. I'm just saying it might be best for you to leave it there.
no, I don't need to leave it there because that's not what the case was, Ron. That's not why. Dwayne Wade is not my problem. I didn't see Dwayne Wade one time in the playoffs,
right?
In the Eastern Conference. I didn't see him once. Okay. He is not my problem.
And D-Wade ain't see you either on his way to the championship.
And I'm not his problem. So we ain't
join together, even though we the best in the conference. Right. Join together.
I didn't. He's not my problem. However,
but to that point, Dirk wasn't his problem.
Chris Bosh is not my problem.
No, Dirk wasn't his problem because he didn't see Dirk.
Who didn't see Dirk?
LeBron.
But Dwayne Wade saw him and he beat him.
He LeBron didn't. Dirk, to be fair, though.
Chris Bosh didn't.
Okay, so again, what was my problem? My problem was the Boston Celtics, not Dwayne Wade. My problem was the Boston Celtics, not Toronto Raptors and Chris Bosh. That was not my problem. However, Kevin Durant, what was your problem? I'm going to stand right here as the gatekeeper because I know where you're trying to get. The gatekeeper is right here at the gate, and I know you're trying to get past the gate. This is the gatekeeper right here, which means I am your problem. Before you can deal with him as your problem, you got to deal with me before you deal with him. Now, I can appreciate the logic that, I really like the way these guys play basketball, and I like the way they do things over there. But let's not leave out the fact that I am your numero uno problem.
Not necessarily, Chill. See,
not really. How is that their problem if they beat them?
That's what I'm saying.
But they didn't know.
Steph was more KD's problem than LeBron was.
The Warriors and Thunder played each other once. Right?
One time.
The idea that it was like, KD was just viewing it as just some immovable object in the West is funny. The idea that the Warriors are viewing the Cavs as some immovable object is also funny. The idea, cool, if we want to say KD joining the Warriors is worse because he lost to the Warriors, I'm fine with that. That's fine. I'm not here to discuss which move is worse. The reality of the situation is KD and Steph were 2 of the top 3 players in the world.
Sure.
They joined each other and teamed up. Dwayne Wade and LeBron were 2 of the top 3 players in the world. They joined up and teamed up. That's what happened. Whether or not the Cavs and the Heat saw each other in the playoffs,
right?
Whether or not they were worried about Kobe Bryant in the West, whether or not they were worried about the big super team Celtics, none of that is relevant to the fact that 2 of the top 3 players in the world
black and white?
Joined up. That's what happened.
Is that black and white, Mars?
2 of the top 3 players in the world
I get your logic.
Teamed up.
Sure, 100%.
That's what happens.
100%. It doesn't matter why they got together. Okay,
no.
all right. I mean,
why would that matter for this conversation?
The reason why I'm thinking that is because with Kevin Durant, I've already given you my logic about Kevin Durant and Curry, and the same thing with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. That's what guys were doing, and that Celtic team at that point was immovable with Rondo and Pierce and KG and Ray Allen. It wasn't too many teams dealing with them. The only reason why they lost to Orlando because KG got hurt. If KG didn't get hurt, they back in the NBA championship again in 2009.
They didn't just lose to Orlando.
Say it one more time, Ron.
They didn't just lose to Orlando.
They lost to Orlando, then they lost to LA.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because Kendrick Perkins got hurt too, and only that part out, Ron. I'd like to think that matters. Kendrick Perkins did get hurt, and they did have some injury issues. But the point that I'm making is that crew was the reason why we got to. That was our problem. Mars, what you're selling me, Mars, is the reason why there is no reason. We just got together. That's the end of it. You're a top three. You're the best player in the league. You're the second or the third best player in the league. You're the second best player in the league. You're the third best player in the league. You got together. That's the end of it. I'd like to think there's a little bit more to that. And the reason
what I'm saying is in the context of this conversation,
sure,
why they made those moves doesn't matter. If we're talking about whose move was weaker, whatever, if you want to have that conversation, yes, all of the context matters. Yeah, all of that context matters for that conversation. In the context of forming teams with the aim of dominating the NBA, which is what Miami did, and that's what the Warriors did, the why doesn't matter. What matters is what did the Miami Heat do? And what they did was get 2 of the top 3 players on the planet and added another top 15 player on the planet onto one team. What the Warriors did was add a top 3 player on the planet onto their already stacked team.
Yeah.
Both of them had the same goal in mind. Build a team that was unbeatable. We agree? That was Miami's goal. Build a team that was unbeatable. That was the Warriors' goal. Build a team that was unbeatable. One of them actually succeeded in the goal. The other one built a team that was meant to be unbeatable, got beat, and now I have to hear 15 years later how that team actually was just very beatable. They weren't actually that good. But at the time they were formed, the Miami Heat were seen as this unbeatable juggernaut. That's just whether you like it or not, whether you think in hindsight that's correct or not. When they were formed, they were formed to be this unbeatable juggernaut. That's what they were formed to be. The same way the Warriors were formed to be an unbeatable juggernaut. The issue is the Warriors actually lived up to their end of the deal, went 16-1 in the playoffs and dominated everyone. So everyone was like, okay, this is unfair. The 2011 Heat went to the finals, lost. So when they avenged their loss in 12 and 13, it's now seen as, oh, wow, you actually had to work for those rings. It was tough alongside D-Wade's decline. But when they were formed, they were viewed not to the same degree as the Warriors. I'm not saying that. But in terms of their contemporaries of the league, they were viewed in the same regard. They were meant to run through the NBA. That's what they were supposed to do. And they didn't. That's all I'm saying, why the context of why they joined the teams doesn't matter. The goal was the same, dominate the NBA. One team failed at it, one team didn't. That's why they get viewed so differently nowadays, alongside the reasons of why KD joined the team. But that's just not relevant for this conversation.
I think it is. But okay, sure.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
All right, y'all. Well, let's go ahead and get into these super chats. I appreciate everybody that's in here. I want to shout out our Hall of Famers. A big special shout out to them. Shout out Multi Kenny, Worldwide Mace Television, Minor, Joe Breezy, the membership MVP, Cheese, Trevi, Teddy Hart, Kingster. Shout out Bulletproof. Shout out Jeremiah A. Scott, a new Hall of Famer. Salute to you for joining up this week. And also shout out to Vale. Salute to all the Hall of Famers. It will be the TCL coming up here in a couple days, this Friday. If you are a Hall of Famer, holla at me and we can get you on the episode. Also, Jeremiah, since you are a new Hall of Famer, I would like to add you to the groups, the Hall of Fame group chat. So reach out to me either at the Players Choice account on Twitter or you can hit the TikTok account too, or just find me individually and reach out to me so I can get you in those group chats. Actually, fellas, before I get to these comments, let's go ahead and do the top 5 comments of the week. This is a good time to do that. Let's rock out, y'all.
My goodness.
So this is what we got. This is our first comment. I got one from Kareem, MY Kareem 2001. Kareem said, it's plausible to think that most of the top 10 players in every decade, the 60s through the 10s, could average 25 today. He said 1. Plays and sets have been optimized to run through stars 95% of the time. No more random post-ups for the Bill Cartwrights of this world.
Factually not true.
2. The game is much more transition-oriented today with an emphasis on taking transition threes.
Partially true.
3. Grifting for free throws has never been more rewarded. We had Wade, Harden, Embiid, and Shea in a span of 15 years.
What does grifting mean again? So I'm clear.
Foul baiting.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand
to get calls.
Okay.
4. The mid-range isn't guarded anymore today, so an elite mid-range shooter back then is probably shooting 45+% unguarded today, which is great offense.
So what? Cade and Scotty shot 45% from the mid range this year. More
damn,
than
Kareem,
45%.
you really getting cooked. 5. The smaller physiques of the players today, plus the freedom of movement rules, would make dominant post-up scores even more lethal.
Well,
As
Cade
evidenced by
actually
the
did
fact
agree.
that most of the dominant post-up scorers in today's game are being asked to shoot threes. Okay. How did this become a comment of the week? This is like the stupidest comment I've ever heard.
Damn, Kareem.
I don't think the
Do-
comment is that stupid.
Well, it's not
Kareem,
that
do better
stupid.
next
It's not the
time.
stupidest comment of that I've ever heard. But Kareem,
Is this plausibly the dumbest comment of the week that we've ever had?
I don't think so.
I actually think it's a pretty good comment. To be honest
Yeah,
with you.
I don't. I think Penn doesn't like Kareem. Which I'm not saying is right or wrong. I'm not saying he should or shouldn't like Kareem. And I think because of that, he's finding reasons to disagree with the comment. Do I agree with
run through
everything said
stars
here?
95% of the time?
Yes, I think plays are optimized to run through stars. Yes,
95% of the time.
I think that's hyperbolic, but I think plays are optimized to run through stars. And I think you would understand if it was hyperbolic if it was someone you liked instead of Kareem. But because it's Kareem, you're gonna harp on the 95% instead of the overarching point, which is that plays are more optimized today to run through stars. And that no more random post-ups for non-high level post-up players, which is a big part of the point. So I do agree with that point. The game being more transition oriented, I agree with that point in part. I think transition is maximized today, but teams were more willing to run, I think, back in yesteryear. Emphasis on transition threes, I think that part is true. Grifting for free throws has never been more rewarded. Yeah, I guess. Like that's not something I strongly agree or disagree with. Especially when you're going back 15 years to prove that point. The mid-range not being guarded anymore, I don't agree with that point. But I do agree mid-range efficiency will go up, which I do think is great offense. And I think you using Cade as an example is interesting because Cade averaged 25 this year. And his whole point is just about people being able to average 25. And Cade literally did it on a majority mid-range diet. So I think that actually helps the point. And then the freedom of movement stuff, making post-up scorers more lethal. That's the one I don't necessarily agree with, but I spoke about that because of the playmaking stuff. But yeah, I don't think this is a stupid comment, even if I don't agree with all of it. I think it's just a reasonable comment.
And you
I
should
think it's
probably
actually
stay tuned.
Yeah, I think it's a
JD.
well thought out comment, to be honest. Not
JD.
because I agree, but I think it's well thought out.
Hey, get that up, JD. I need
But shout out
those,
to Kareem.
those two gems up today.
Get what up?
Hey, get that up, JD. I just need those two gems. JD, know what I'm talking about. I need those two gems up today. And I don't want to hear no pushback when it's up.
Some more of your clips.
I don't know. I just need
I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to it.
get that up.
All right. Shout out to Kareem. I actually personally do like you, Kareem, but I can still be objective and admit you got cooked, brother. All
I
right.
don't think he got cooked, but I think it was a good point.
C-Dog-1, same episode 622, said one. I think this is the all-decade teams.
Yeah,
Gotta be.
I think so.
So first team, Giannis, Jokic, Luka, Tatum, Braun. Second team, SGA, Steph, KD, Embiid, AD. Third team, Jimmy, Kawhi, Booker, Dame, Harden.
I don't hate it. I think that's
So we
nice.
putting Shea on the all-decade team based on it's not even decade. It's got to be 5 years. So
Yeah, the last one.
I guess
The
so. I guess
2020s,
I was about to
that's
say for 2 years, but it means 5 years. So cool.
How damn near 2 years, 3 years. First team 3 years, average 30, 3 straight years.
Well, you
Yeah.
guys was.
It wasn't an empty. It wasn't an empty 30. His first 30 points per game wasn't empty.
I don't think
I
so.
personally don't think you could score 30 and it be empty. I've never subscribed to that.
Hey,
Like when Bradley Beal was scoring 30, I was giving Bradley Beal his love. To me, 30 is 30.
I agree with you, Ron, but I'm
It's
just going
difficult to
with.
score 30 in the NBA. It's difficult to score 30.
It's absolutely difficult. That doesn't mean it can't be empty.
Is there a name that's just missing from here that should be on here? I'm curious.
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I think
KD
those are
probably
the
should be
15
first
names I
team,
would
though.
probably have had. Those are the 15
KD probably
names
should be first team though.
Jaylen Brown?
No.
I disagreed with Jaylen Brown when he was being brought up. Yeah, I disagreed with that.
You definitely ain't Donovan Mitchell.
It's a good list.
You're a hater. Oh my god.
All right, y'all. The next comment of the week is from 2 years away. 2 years away from being 2 years away. Episode 623 said, I feel like the top 5 is pretty definitive. First team, Curry, Luka, SGA, Giannis, Jokic. Second team, Butler, Tatum, LeBron, KD, Embiid. Third team, Lillard, Chris Paul, Booker, Harden, Anthony Davis.
AD
Yeah.
third team just feels crazy to me.
I
Chris
feel
Paul
like
being in there is crazy, and how
I don't agree with Chris
I'm still
Paul.
confused about how SGA
It's
is
first
ahead
team.
of is the first team. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and he said that's
He said it's
definitive.
definitive. That's what's
Yeah,
crazy.
I don't
No,
agree
it's
with
not.
that.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah,
SGA got he got a bid in it for sure. he can, deserve some representation. But first team, nah.
Is it fair to say that Tatum getting better every year through this decade, because last year was by far his best season, are we overrating how good Tatum was in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023 because of how good he was last year?
No,
and
I
might
don't.
a player like Curry just have been better throughout those 3 years?
No, I think we're downplaying how good he was because he keeps getting better.
Kind of like Kobe in 2000.
I think yes. I think we're downplaying how good Jason Tatum was in those years because he keeps getting better. Jason Tatum was amazing in 2018. You know what I'm saying? Obviously not at this level, but he was an amazing basketball player in 2018, even in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? And he's been better. He's been better than SGA until arguably last year. When I say last year, I'm talking about 23, 24. That was the first year it was really a conversation.
For me, it's tough when it comes to Luka, SGA, and Tatum, and Embiid too. It's them four. And my thing with it, after rethinking it, I think I would have SGA first team. Now, I know it's really just 3 years, but he's the only one up here within this span that has an MVP, a Finals MVP, a championship, and a scoring title.
Ron, I never realized how much of an accolade merchant you are. I did not know.
I love production. I love the work that you put in.
Yo,
I'm sorry, as a basketball player,
production
I
accolade is not the
respect
same
the work
thing.
you put
it's not
in.
The same thing. Production and accolade is not the same thing.
You have to produce to get accolades.
Yes,
SGA produced to get that MVP. SGA produced to get that Finals MVP. SGA produced to get that championship. SGA produced to get that scoring title.
That's fine, but you said you think Jokic should have been the MVP.
How does that outweigh Jason Tatum being better than him for 4 of these years?
I don't think. But see, you think he was better for 4 of them years. I think that SGA was better for 2, and I think the third one that year where SGA scored 30, I think that's a toss-up. And partially too, I think and this is just for me.
Wait, 22,
I think
3.
I think Tatum also averaged 30 that year.
I think
by the way, Maul,
but I'm saying
Shay's been better for 3 years.
What year
I
you
don't know
talking
what to
about?
tell
so Pitt's saying 3 years. I'm saying I think if I would have paid attention to Shay
better than him in 22, 23.
Chill.
He wasn't.
I have Tatum better that year. But what I'm saying is, if SGA would have been on a team where if they would have been better, and if I would have paid attention more to SGA, I may have thought that SGA was better than him. I just wasn't paying him as much attention. I think SGA flew under the radar.
Can we do this, Ron? Can we do this? So let's say this year SGA better than Jason Tatum. Let's say last year SGA better than Jason Tatum.
Yeah,
it's still a conversation and it's close. The years before 22, 23, there was no conversation and there was a clear gap. There was a clear gap. Jason Tatum was clearly better. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even close. So I think if we're gonna go off of that, I think those years outweigh these years. Yes, he might have got MVP, but I mean,
this is why I disagree. Because if we line up all 5 seasons, and if we were just to stack everything up, SGA gonna have the top 2 seasons. And the top 1 is unanimous. It's the Steph Curry season. It's unanimously the best. It's a gap in that one season. And so that for me, that's
I don't know about all that.
That's
the 2 years that you're talking about. SGA averaged 25. Like the 2 years.
I don't care how much he averaged.
I get it. But he was efficient as hell. He was an efficient player. In one of those years, he shot 42% from 3. So we're not talking like he was a bum, and he was a good defender. He's always been a good defender.
Jason Tatum be efficient as well too, though.
Jason Tatum's a much better defender too.
But it's different. But hang on, it's different to be efficient on the 2020, 2021 OKC Thunder. That was not a great team. The 2021, 2022 OKC Thunder were not a great team. In 2022, 2023, when he finished top 5 in MVP voting, his team missed the playoffs and they won 40 games. Largely due to him.
And J-Dub better than Jaylen Brown, right?
I do think J-Dub's better than Jaylen Brown.
No, yeah.
He get that Finals MVP sometime.
So, but my point is, for the last 3 years, to me, it's not a conversation. The previous 2 years, it isn't a conversation. I think Jason Tatum is better, but it's not the gap that you're suggesting. It's like you're talking about the 6th best player in the league versus the 11th best player or 10th best player in the league. It's not that big a gap.
But the number doesn't represent the gap. Okay, the number has never represented the gap. Never has and never will.
I'm just saying SGA been really, really good for 5 years, and he's been great for 3 years.
The space between
And
the
Jason
second
Tatum
and third
has
player
also.
is the same as the space between the 12th and 13th player. It's not the same.
Yo, Big Ox, I'm trying to tell you my gripe with this whole thing. Let me put it back up here. My gripe with this isn't with Jason Tatum. I think Jason Tatum should be first team based on what he did. Eastern Conference Finals and stuff. I'm going to tell you who my gripe is with.
Curry.
The dude who doesn't have an MVP and the dude who doesn't have a Finals MVP and the dude that doesn't have a championship.
Oh, Luka.
Yes, I don't think Luka should be on his first team.
Well, you care about accolades a hell of a lot.
He could get the championship.
Mars, maybe he cares about on
that's the thing. It goes the same. It's the same thing with Luka too. The same thing with Luka. As far as being better for being better for much longer.
This is the first year of Shea's life where I think he played better than Luka.
Just one.
That means something.
This year, I think he passed Jason Tatum. If I'm being honest,
and this year coming up, I guarantee you Luka's better than SGA. I guarantee you Luka's coming for that MVP.
I won't guarantee anything, but
I've been guaranteed for the last 4 years that Luka's going to get MVP.
And I'm going to do it again this year. I guarantee Luka Doncic.
It's just weird because Ron said 2 months ago that Jokic was his MVP. And now he's giving Shea credit for winning the MVP. That by your own admission, you don't think he should have won.
I have to give him
but that's fine. No, that's fine. You can. No, I'm not saying. No, but what I'm saying is, in your opinion of SGA, if it was up to you, he wouldn't have an MVP. So then he would just be tied with Luka for no MVPs, and now you'd be viewing them in a different light. So what you're telling me is that the reason he's viewed in a different light is because the voters disagreed with you.
But he still has the championship, and he still has.
Does that make sense to anyone else?
Well, no. Here's what I'm saying though.
No, Mars, it doesn't make sense.
If Jokic won MVP over him this year, cool. He won MVP over Luka last year, cool. And a lot of people think that he would have won it over Luka, cool. Here's the thing. My production once again led to me winning an MVP. Luka's production last year did not lead to him winning an MVP, whether I agreed with it or not. This
just doesn't make
Ron,
sense.
you running in circles with me because the first thing you tell me is that you talk about being better at basketball, right? But then you turn around and tell me that this dude winning the league MVP. Do you think Shea is a better basketball player than Luka?
He played better than him this year.
I ain't talking about playing better.
No, chill.
Better at basketball.
That's
the thing that you just told me about John Stockton and
this is not
Steph
the same
Curry.
thing.
It's
We're talking about
Ron.
no, it's not.
I do think
we are talking about an all-decade team.
Okay,
that is accolade based. When you make the All-NBA team, it is based on your production.
Okay, and one.
I'm not Mars. You don't go on an all. You don't go on an
all-NBA team. The All-NBA team is the accolade. It's not based on accolades. The All-NBA team is an accolade. It's not based on accolades.
Yeah.
It's based on
the only accolade it could maybe be based on is what, the All-Star team?
It's based on production.
That's fine. It can be based on the All-NBA team is based on how you play.
Right. You're not making the
All-NBA. How you play is based on your production. How many points did you average?
But what I'm saying is the accolades isn't. All-NBA teams aren't based on accolades. That's what I'm telling you. It's based on how you play.
I'm not making the All-NBA team, Ron, I'm not making the All-NBA
so what I'm saying is, Luka playing better than SGA all of these years would mean, because that's how you make All-NBA teams, who plays better. That's how you make All-NBA teams. In 2020, Luka made All-NBA first team. You know how? Because he played like an All-NBA first team player.
Luka got 4, right? He got 4 in this decade, right?
Yeah, in 21, he did the same thing. 22, he did the same thing. 23, he did the same thing. 24, he did the same thing. 5, I think that's 5 straight maybe. I don't know. I lost count. Shea's made it for the last 3 years. You know how? Because he played at that level. So when we're saying making an All-NBA team is about who plays better, that's because in real life, making the All-NBA team is about who plays better. That's how it works.
Yes.
So if Luka's played better than Shea for 5 of the 6 years, you following me?
Yeah, I get that. But once again, I have already told you, the scoring title, the championship, the finals MVP, and the holy grail of this whole thing, the MVP that Luka Doncic never got, which he was favored going into for 4 out of the 6 seasons, he never got. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander jumped to that tier, and now he laps Luka when it comes to these all-decade teams. To me,
Stop
me.
talking to me about dudes being.
So if they just
Over
flip
the
the
last
MVP,
2 years,
so if
Mars.
Jokic,
Yes,
Jokic would've-
I would think higher of Luka. If Luka got that MVP, I
you
would
got
think
it, you got
higher
it, you
of
got
him.
it, you got it, you got
But
it,
he
you got it.
didn't. I don't like.
Yeah, you got it, you got it, you got it.
He didn't get it.
Mars,
Yeah, you
over
got
the
it.
last 2 years, Luka averages Luka averages fewer points than a Shea per
Yeah,
100
because this year-
possessions. He
Oh,
averages
okay.
fewer. Okay,
100%.
he averages per game. I think he averages fewer points. He's less
Yeah, because
efficient,
this year,
and he's
he
a
averaged, what,
way worse
28? That's why.
defender. Yo, I'll say clearly to me, Shea is a better player than Luka. Okay, what you value about Luka, the on-ball production, the heliocentric stuff, I'm not even a big fan of that stuff personally. I'm not a fan of it because I don't think it necessarily makes his teams that much better. The fact that he can do it is great. The fact that he does it so often isn't so great. And the fact that when he doesn't have the basketball, he doesn't cut. He doesn't really do a hell of a lot without the basketball. He's consistently a defensive liability. He gets switched onto the perimeter and gets cooked, 25 feet from the basket. And then, oh, by the way, he also isn't, he doesn't have some elite vertical pop at the rim where he can defend the rim. Shea provides so much value away from the basketball. And oh, by the way, he does the one thing that Luka does best, which is score better than him the last 2 years. I don't think there's a conversation between these two guys right now. I mean, it might become a conversation if Luka can pick up his defense and, he's capable of it. He's definitely more talented than Shea. I'll give you that. He's more talented, but I don't give a shit about your talent if the other dude is out producing you and out winning you and beating you out for MVPs, right?
Look,
And
using
contributing
the
to the
last 2
greatest
years
defense of
is-
all time.
Everyone has agreed on the point of that Shea played better than Luka this year. So using the last 2 years, factoring in the year that everyone up here has agreed that Shea was better this year, cool. That's what brought his averages down. The reason
But
the
I'm saying
points
2
per
years.
game-
I'm not just saying
Yeah, but the reason the points per
Oh.
game average is even lower over the last 2 years is because Luka averaged like 28 this year.
Okay, Mars, to use your own logic, if 1
But
year
once I
includes
said going
50
back through all of the years, I'm saying 24, I think Luka was better. 23, I think Luka was better. 22, I think Luka was better. 21, I think Luka was better. 2020, I think Luka was better. If you're arguing that Shea is better today based on the averages of the last 2 years, when really and truly that's based on the averages of this year, because
What is
Luka's
he
averages
better
in 2024 were better.
what is he better at? Because he's not better
in
at
all of the
defense.
years I just went
Hold
through?
on. No, yeah, because it's easy to say, oh, this guy's better than this guy. I could
He's
say
a better
don't-
offensive player from 2020 to
but
2024.
that's a blanket
Luka
statement
was a
to me
better offensive player.
because he's not better in all offensive situations. He's not
Yeah,
better
I'm saying
off
in
the
a
ball.
vacuum, he's a better offensive player. That's what I'm saying.
Because he can because why? Because he's more singular, because he's more of
I
a
don't know what that means.
well, I mean in a
One
sense that
dimensional.
he's a better floor raiser, right? He's a better floor
He
raiser.
is a
He
better
can,
floor raiser, probably.
but I
yeah.
don't think he's a better ceiling raiser.
Okay.
So I guess it's a philosophical debate whether what you value more, ceiling raising or floor raising. I think the
Luka
greatest
from
players of all
2020 to
time are
24
both,
was
to be
better at all of
honest.
them. And I think Luka from 2020 to 2024 was better at both.
I don't think he's a greater ceiling raiser. I think his teams suffer a lot because of him defensively. And you know what? Unlike the Jokic argument, because I know people like to lump these two guys together because they come from the same part of the world and they're both chubby and they both have defensive issues. Jokic off the ball is awesome. Awesome. He does so many great
really
things
good.
off the ball. Luka does not do those things. Luka stands in the
doesn't.
corner and huffs and puffs and catches his wind for the next time he's going to touch a basketball. And he's
More
not
so at
some
the hash.
and sure, but he's not some like singularly amazing 3-point shooter that, like the value of him is so great offensively. His value comes from volume of attempts, volume of creation. And I think was it you, Jordan, who says that he throws a lot of grenades to the corner? I agree with that. Ever since Jordan said that, I've been watching a lot of Luka tape. He does throw a lot of grenades. He be cooking, and like 3 seconds on the clock, boom, throw it out. You take a shot, he gets an assist. You don't take a shot, boom, Luka doesn't have no teammates.
Now that
Jordan
is crazy.
getting Ox's credit is crazy, by the way.
Jordan was cooking with that though. Jordan,
I said that too though, a long time ago.
I agree with you.
Ox
Jordan.
said it a long time ago.
My bad.
Oh, well, I don't know.
right,
I
so
just know I got a lot of pushback when I said it.
We got
I
two
gave
more
Ox a lot of
comments to
pushback
get to.
too.
So the
Okay.
next comment is from Daniel B. Wonder. Daniel B said starters. This is the 2028 Olympic team. He said starters: Cade, Ant, KD or Booker, Chet, and AD. And then coming off the bench, KD or Booker, J-Dub,
Oh, what kind of shit is this?
Paulo,
Or
The Olympic
Tatum, Bam, and a men or Triple J.
team. Men won't be there, man. The men will be representing Jamaica. So
I know one thing. Hey, you Team USA better give him a max offer.
You get paid for
All I
Team
know.
USA? I thought it was
Hey,
voluntary.
he would get paid.
You get sponsorships.
Yeah, you not going to Jamaica.
Oh.
You
I'm
stay
pretty
your
sure they
ass
get
right
paid
here.
something. Ain't no way they going away and not getting paid.
Triple J over Donovan Clingan or
Walker Kessler.
Yeah,
Walker
I think Triple
Kessler,
J,
I don't think
based
so.
on his FIBA performance, is probably not coming back to Team USA. For a while.
I mean, Walker Kessler, even
Lifetime ban.
Jalen Duren.
Yeah. You look at you naming some American guys that got some blue collar workers. That's some American guys. Triple J just don't fit that niche.
Right.
You name Walker Kessler, Donovan Clingan. You name
Hey, who else?
Jalen Duren,
Evan Mobley
stand
here?
up church guy.
Yeah, I would say
You gonna
Mobley
bring that
before I
pit with
say
him to LA.
Yeah,
Jaren
bring that
Jackson.
barbecue
But
pit.
maybe
Hey,
he was saying.
Hey,
Maybe
what's
he was
more
saying
American
Mobley
than
might
that
play for
on the grill and during the Olympics? There
That's
ain't
a
nothing more
fact.
Olympic than that.
And some overalls.
All right, y'all. Last but not least, episode 624 from Eastside General. Abandoned in the chat said, "Here's what I got from this episode. L host, L Ron's $80 haircut, L arrogant obnoxious Mars, Dub chill, the real hoop knowledge knower, and B-ball encyclopedia. Dub pin, FIBA argument made sense. Dub real talk, Dub ox on the fashion stuff. Though real talk, Penn and others made some good points too."
I must not been on that episode.
That was Monday. That was last Monday.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I remember that episode.
Cause ain't no way ain't nobody gonna give me credit. Cause I'm gonna take
We
credit. That's
we
one
all
thing
got
I'm gonna do.
honorary degrees in Yaponomics in that episode. For
I'ma
sure.
go
That
ahead
was a
and take
great.
my
That was a
credit.
great show right there.
I really did like the show though, for sure.
Chill. By the way,
We barely talked
you was
about
on
basketball,
vacation
but I
last
did
week,
like the
Chill?
show.
Say it again.
You was on vacation last week, Chill.
Just a couple of days.
He was load managing like Kawhi.
Oh, okay, cause Swiper might be on vacation this week.
Just a
Yeah,
couple
that's
of
what got Cho on my top 10. I seen him low manage. I was like, yeah.
days. Ron, like I can't. I even in the off season, Ron, I can't have no days off, huh, Ron?
Jordan, you can't be saying Swiper's
Hell
name.
nah,
He about to call
Yeah,
us
no
from
days
a
off,
bicycle
even in
in
the
Puerto
off-season.
Rico.
No,
From a
sir.
bicycle.
Damn.
He gonna call us
That's
from
the-
a
is the-
bicycle
is
in
that
Puerto Rico.
that the
Take his
standard that I
sunglasses
set, Ron?
down, knock it down a little bit,
Yes.
scream into the microphone like, bro, yo,
So
I
Swiper nearly blew my ears yesterday, yo. Like I nearly blew my ears out trying to listen to the show yesterday. That was
He almost
crazy.
did a Lance Stevenson to you?
Hey,
Not quite. I didn't say blew in my ear. I said he almost blew out my
Swiper
ear.
better
but
quit
okay.
hatfishing them women out there, boy. That boy put all that shit on his head, boy. You take that off, boy. That boy got Mr. Potato Head up underneath that jerk. That shit changed the way you totally look. Swiper doing all that hat fishing out there, boy. They think they getting somebody with long
Hat fishing?
Peruvian hair.
Hat fishing?
Yeah,
Is
he
that
hat
the
fishing.
term? Hat fishing?
That boy, Swiper got them women thinking they getting a long, a man with some long Peruvian hair. That man come off straight to the scalp.
So I know
I'm
what it is
talking
now,
about-
I know the standard that I've set to. So I guess I'm Mikal Bridges now. I'm AC Green. So I got you.
Yeah, chill, Jason.
No,
Tatum.
you ain't AC
Yeah,
Green. AC Green, boy, that boy. Shout out to AC Green, boy. You a hell of a dude. Because that boy spent his whole majority of his basketball career
Not the majority of it, all of it.
Yeah, Magic
All of
Johnson should have listened to AC Green.
Yeah, shit.
Maybe he would have still been in the league right now.
Chill, you're on your Garrett Temple.
I don't know, man.
right
Magic had a good time.
Yeah, Magic had a very good time. He had two. I to be honest with you, and I don't want to start no, because I ain't gonna do that because I don't know the implications.
As you were saying, Ron, because you know Jordan was up to some bullshit. As you
Yeah.
know,
Because I was finna go and get at Will. Will dying at a certain age of a heart disease just don't sound right to me.
All right, y'all. It's time to get to these super chats. The first super chat is from Arch. He sent through $100 super chat.
You don't get that many
And
women.
he said that Texas Heat ain't shit. In Kuwait, it reaches 55 Celsius in the summer.
Okay,
Ain't
130
that like that's
degrees.
like 135,
Yeah,
man.
that's like 135 degrees. Okay, sure. We get
Hot
that
as
part,
shit.
Arch. That doesn't mean that when it's 98 degrees in Texas or it's 102 in Houston, that ain't hot.
Nah, 102 ain't shit, chill.
Bro, you know we
that
got
ain't a
heat
little bit
index
of that.
here though, chill.
Yes.
It could be like 102 and it feel like 140.
115 or like
115,
120.
yeah. Boy,
something
boy,
like that.
Boy, I'm telling you, I was at the gym. It was 9 a.m. Boy, I stepped outside, blazing hot. I said, "There's no way it's gonna get hotter than this."
Sun was right there, like it was right on top of the gym.
I'm
when you walked
talking
out
about
the door.
everybody that was walking outside the gym was like, "God damn, boy!" I'm telling you, boy, you can't. That's serious. For real. Like,
If
I
you
don't
bumpkins
know.
want to feel
It's
some
crazy.
heat, come up to Northern California. I'll show you bumpkins some heat.
You ain't in Northern California.
I just said come to Northern California. I've been there. I've been in sweltering heat.
Yeah, shit.
I'll
I ain't
show
know
you
these
some.
mosquitoes
It
and that
don't-
humidity
it
out
don't-
here.
it
You
don't-
guys
it
would be
don't-
crying wolf.
It don't cool down in the sun at
So-
nighttime in the summer. It's still 105 at midnight.
So the Lut Desert in Iran recorded a 70.7 degrees Celsius temperature, which is 159
That's
this
an
year.
oven. That's literally an oven.
Yeah, you're on another planet.
That's an
150,
oven.
159. Holy,
Yeah, that's an oven.
130.
Do anybody live there?
I hope not.
If nobody live there,
They don't live there
I'm talking about where
anymore.
we live.
Shit,
There's no way, even in Kuwait.
Death Valley,
If
California.
what he
is pretty
said,
hot.
if what that was Art said that,
Yeah.
Kuwait.
was
yeah.
somebody living around there in Kuwait where it was 150, 130 degrees? I know in Dubai it get hot like that too though.
Yo, that
It
oil,
does-
that oil money,
does-
that oil money
it
can buy you
does-
some air conditioning, bro.
It'll get like 140, you know what I'm saying? But it's the middle of the desert though. So
All right,
Hey, I get
y'all.
some.
Teddy Hart said combo guards should have been a position. Stockton and CP3s are ones. Steph's are like 1.5s.
I agree,
I don't
Teddy
know.
Hart.
1.5,
Combo guard
fuck
probably should have
yeah.
been in position.
Doesn't
He
mean
probably
it
should have just
be.
been a 2 guard. I mean, not really. Combo guard's a shooting guard, really, to be honest with you. Didn't
Ju-
nobody say a shooting guard couldn't pass, and nobody said a point guard couldn't shoot. So
Why
I
do we
guess it's
obsess
combo.
over center and point guard so much? Y'all realize Sean Marion, Andre Karolinko, and LeBron James played the same position, and they played it completely differently.
Yes, they did. Correct.
So what? Why do we
mean,
not
'cause,
over?
to be
Every
honest,
player is
LeBron probably
different.
played point guard.
Congratulations, John Stockton and Jose Calderon are not, Steph Curry and Mohamed Abdul-Rauf. Like they're different. They're different, but that doesn't mean anything's less than others. Like I don't think because you're a wing who's not a great defender like Luka Doncic, I'm not being like, oh well, you can't defend like Bobby Jones, so you're a bum. I don't think that way. I think
He a
it's
bum
like,
on defense.
yeah, you for sure are.
People have no problem saying Dirk's a power forward, but we say Steph's a point guard and all hell breaks loose. So
There you go. Dirk was credited with revolutionizing the power forward position. Why is Steph not considered revolutionary for the point guard position?
He
is,
is.
in my opinion,
He
because
is.
point guards play more like him today than they play like John Stockton for a reason.
Actually,
Because
they
he's
play
Yeah, that's
more like
bad
Bill
though,
Murray.
because Rick
They actually
Pitino
play more like
Rick Pitino just made a video and just said that there are no more true point guards in the world. He said there's not a true point guard in the NBA
Well,
right now.
Rick Pitino be on that David Kahn shit.
They actually play more like Gilbert Arenas and Steve Francis today than they do Steph Curry.
I would agree with that.
I would agree too.
But
don't think
I would
Steph's-
agree with Rick Pitino too, saying there's not no real point guards anymore.
It's not Stockton.
No,
and-
Tyus Jones is there running around.
Who you
Yeah,
hate?
I would agree, but Tyus
Yeah,
Jones
I think
probably
Tyus
gonna
Jones
get
sucks,
15
but
minutes-
he is a true
15
point guard.
minutes a game. I like Tyus Jones, but I also wish basketball got back to true positions, though. I wish it did. I'm not saying that we should limit point guards from shooting. I never thought a point guard couldn't shoot. I never thought that. I just feel like the positionless basketball. Y'all know I've been the biggest yapper on that positionless.
That's not yapping.
Stop.
Jordan. That's
Jordan,
a
you're
fact.
I
you're the
freaking
youngest
hate that
old
shit.
head I ever seen in my life.
No, I just hate it, bro. The way they play basketball. That's why when Kareem said 90% of the or 95% of the plays and sets is run for the star player, it's because of this positionless shit. You could just have fuck all the other positions running for him. And to everybody's point, it's because we want the guy who can score the best, had a ball majority of the game. When you playing basketball the right way, the ball gonna come back to you. It's gonna do what
That's
it's
a
supposed to
fact.
do, and you gonna play the way you're supposed to play.
That is a
all
fact.
that forcing pick and rolls. That's why I call Luka Doncic assist fake. That's why I call them shits fake.
The
Because
problem though, Jordan, is we don't live
fucking
in that
dribble
space.
all day and throw it to the corner and he shoot
Jordan,
it.
Jordan,
Assist.
be honest. You got a VHS player
Not no more. I used to. I threw that shit in trash.
like yesterday?
Nah. Wow.
I think you.
Jordan,
I
the
think
reason-
you can. I think you can run system basketball without having to abide by positions.
But I think
No, you
positions make the
can't.
game a little bit more structured, bro. Like it makes the game a lot
That's
more
fine,
structured.
yeah. I think
The reason
just
why
hate
the
it.
reason why I feel like that, Mars, is because I feel like you have a job to do and I can't do your job.
I agree with that too.
And Mars, you can't do my job. That's why we
Yeah.
have positions. I understand your logic in terms of being basketball players, and you're better at basketball than me, and I'm better at basketball than you. But on the court, not everybody is Steph Curry. There's more Brandon Clarks and Xavier Tillmans in the league than there are Steph Currys and Kevin Durant's. So because there are more guys like that, we have to have jobs for you, specific jobs for
you
you.
have a job without that being tied to the position.
100%.
Having a job makes
That's
you
all I'm
predictable.
saying. Like you can have
I don't think it makes you
Steph,
predictable.
Steph's job is to orchestrate offense and cause chaos. Whether that's him listed at point guard or shooting guard, that's gonna be his job. He just happens to be listed at point guard while he does it. Draymond Green's job
But
is
the
to
brand of
anchor a
basketball
defense.
is different, though, Mars.
But
The brand of
That's
being
fine.
more
But Draymond,
versatile is
Draymond
good.
Green's job is to anchor a defense and then be a facilitator on offense. Whether he's a small forward, a power forward, or a center doing that, that's his job. Other
It
people's
limits
job is
his
to
job,
rebound
though.
and
It
set
limits
screens.
his job and maximizes Steph's job.
But a
I don't
center
think
who,
so.
but a
I
center
think
who can
Draymond's been
operate,
maximized more than any player.
but
maybe
a
ever.
center, look, but I don't think versatility is necessarily credited enough because we don't usually penalize players who aren't very versatile, like players who can only guard near the paint. We usually don't penalize them because they're really good at it. But I really do value versatility. So if you're a center, I do value that you can pick and pop. I do value that. That's why Tim Duncan's so high up on my list, because he was a really good shooter, unlike a lot of big men in that era. Like, I do value that you can guard in space if you're a big. It may not be a traditional big man trait to be able to get deflections and steals and, you know, switch out to the
I
perimeter.
don't think that has anything to do with traditional. I'm just talking.
But that is, Jordan, because the tradition
Defense is
says
defense.
point guards pass, shooting guards shoot, small forwards are supposed to be athletic, rim running, you know, corner shooters.
Small forwards has a lot to do with your height too, though. By the way,
for sure, but I mean, like,
Every
we've had
position-
6'4"
every
small
position has a lot to do
forwards,
with
and we've
your
had
height.
6'8" shooting
Yeah.
guards. Like, was Tracy McGrady more of a guard or a wing? I think he
But
was
to
more
your
of a
point,
guard.
though, Penn. But,
You
but
know?
to your
Played him
point,
at
though,
small
Penn.
forward,
Even though you value
Pretty much
versatility the way you value versatility at the 5 spot, what is my job at the 5 spot? Even though you value versatility, what do I have to do at the 5 spot?
To win.
No,
To
it's not
win
just winning.
basketball
Penn.
games.
No.
Yes, chill.
Penn. At the center spot, at the center spot, my job at the 5. Even though you value versatility, you value a guy like Joker who can handle the basketball, who can pass the basketball. We can run the offense through him in a multitude of ways, in a multitude of spaces. We 100% have to do that. However, Joker as a 5-man, one of my jobs is to rebound. One of my jobs is to protect
and
the
he
ring.
does that.
One of my jobs
Doesn't do that.
Same thing with a 2 guard. I know how you value a 2 guard being a bucket getter. One of my jobs as a 2 guard is to shoot the basketball.
Yeah, but I love
be able
Derek
to shoot
White.
the basketball.
Like, and Derek White is not necessarily a bucket getter. Like, I mean, he's a good shooter,
But he does shoot the basketball.
He does shoot the basketball, but I also like Andre Roberson, and he was he was not a good shooter.
Exactly. So, maybe he shouldn't have been playing the 2 guard. Maybe he shouldn't have been playing somewhere else. Maybe that wasn't his position.
You gotta play. You gotta play where
Tony Allen wasn't a shooting guard.
Tony Allen was a guard who couldn't shoot. That's what he was.
Look, you asked me what a center is supposed to do. I think a center is supposed to anchor your defense. Okay, I do believe that. Now, what does that actually mean? It means you're supposed to be the last line of defense, which means if shit goes wrong and you got to do something about it, you got to be a possession closer, right? Like, you got to get that defensive rebound, because if they give offensive rebounds, the value of offensive rebounds is very underrated, because off of an offensive rebound, you get putbacks, the most efficient shot in basketball, or the corner 3 wide open off of a scrambling, not set defense, which is the second most efficient shot in basketball. So offensive rebounds. So a guy who can just box out his man and get rebounds is already doing a great job for my defense.
Yes, but that makes basketball garbage. Like, that shit is trash.
Getting rebounds?
Like, no, I'm just saying the way y'all try to, especially this is how you know you're going to make the game garbage. When y'all start talking about this is the most important shot in basketball, when you start computerizing the damn basketball game, it takes away from what people do. Like, that's why y'all say, I always had this question when y'all talk about mid-range shooters. When y'all talk about like, we only want the best player taking mid-range shots.
I'll prove to you your logic is wrong.
It's very oxymoronic to say that we're computerizing the game while you're simultaneously asking for more structure. That doesn't make sense.
Mars, that shit does make sense. Structure as in
sense.
Point guard shooting the way the yes, it does, because that's the way the game was taught. The game wasn't taught on percentages. The game was taught on positions.
Jordan, you're a
coach.
The
game was taught on positions, not percentages.
Jordan,
we've never taught people from day one. You shoot a layup because this is an 85% shot, or you shoot this jump shot because you shoot these at 48%. Nobody fucking speaks of the game like this. All this
the numbers do make things a lot more
bullshit.
It does make things, like it doesn't make sense when it is literally a 3-on-1 fast break. We can all, I'm going to paint the picture. I'm going to paint the picture. So
you count your money.
People, hold on, right quick, Pink. Can I make a point? People that are in the chat, I'm going to paint a picture because I know you guys may not have the biggest basketball knowledge. I'm not making fun of you, but just in case you don't, it might be somebody watching this show for the first time. When there is a 3-on-1 fast break, there's 3 people on the offensive end, and it's 1 defender. You obviously have an advantage. 1 person can't guard 2 people, let alone 3 people.
Right.
And on the fast break, the 2 people without the ball both run to the 3-point line.
Run to the 3-point line.
And the person with the ball drives to the key
and passes.
And now they don't have a choice because the one defender can guard you have to guard the person with the ball. They are obviously the most dangerous person. The person you can't score unless you have the ball. So the person with the ball is the most dangerous person. The one defender has to guard the person with the ball, but now the person with the ball can't go get a layup. You are forced to get a 3 because the 2 players run directly to the 3-point line. And the reason why they run to the 3-point line is because they are taught that 3 is better than 2. So this shot is better in this scenario.
What's this got to do with positions?
No, that's based off of what I'm responding. Ron is making that example based off of what you said about how you saying that I'm computerizing the game by adding more structure to the game with positions. And I said positions is how we were taught to play the game. Like nobody, when you teaching somebody how to play basketball, you don't bring up percentages. That shit don't even cross your mind.
Percentages, analytics.
You don't bring up none of that shit.
The percentages were implied. You know why coaches wanted you to get layups? Because they were the most efficient shot. It wasn't just magic. It was they want you.
Hold on. Say that again.
Coaches wanted you to get layups because they were the highest potential.
So why don't they want that now?
Why don't they want it no more? The game is still the same.
Okay, so let me go. They may not have said the words a layup is 80% take layups, but they wanted you to take layups because they were the highest percentage shot. That's just once again logic. And now once again, this is where we get into this weird stuff. Analytics, if they would get a layup every single possession.
True.
If they could, every team would want a layup over a 3-pointer. No, any person with a brain is not just spewing 3 is more than 2. Take a bunch of 3s. That's not how analytics works. Analytics is trying to maximize each possession, points per possession. The way it would go, if coaches could choose, this is what they would do. They would say, first thing, we want a free throw. Second thing, we want a layup. Third thing, we want a corner 3. Fourth thing, we want any 3. Fifth thing, mid-range shot. And that's how it would go in terms of order of priority.
No. That's how people who don't. That's how they would. That's how people. That's what people now are looking at the game as. The first thing, we want a layup. The second thing, we want a corner 3. No fucking way is that a basketball anymore. No, we want the best shot possible on every possession.
Jordan.
The best shot possible in the
80s. Why were teams drafting centers? Why did every team want to draft a center to build their franchise around? I'll tell you 2 very important reasons. Because they scored the most efficient baskets and they stopped and they played defense in the most important place where the other team is supposed to score the most efficient baskets. You wanted to rim protector.
Yeah, but the point Jordan's making is they don't do that no more.
They don't do that anymore.
The point Jordan is making is that they don't do that no more. The analytics of the game have phased out the big man. The analytics of the game have phased out running fast breaks. The actual big man, these big men don't do big man stuff because it's not efficient to shoot a jump hook.
Is more of a big man.
It's one Nikola Jokic. What do you? It's one Nikola Jokic and a bunch of 3-point shooting bigs. It's a bunch of tricks. One Jokic.
All this is a misunderstanding of analytics and what they're telling you. The reality of the situation is, back in the day, we're going to go all the way back, history lesson, Bill Russell era. There was no 3-point line, right? None at all. So there was no shot worth an extra point. So you know what the objective of the game was? Everyone get as close to the basket as possible and try and score. You know why? Because the closer you are to the rim, the better chance you have of scoring.
Of course, we know that.
You understand? Okay. I'm going
disagreeing with that.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to disagree. I'm going chronologically. Okay. So that's how we understood the aim of the game. Then we'll fast forward. 3-point line is added. But overall, people view it as a gimmick shot, but people don't really see the value in a shot that are only taken 3 times a game to really change the scheme of things. But what happened was, because of the 3-point line and because guys became more skilled, the idea of spacing became more prevalent. Not acting like guys are out there shooting 23s a game, but guys who could shoot became more valuable. We agree with that, right? Just in order for good space for your post-up guys like Larry Bird, spacing became more valuable. So you know what teams did? not only was the pace increasing as years went on, once you get past the 60s, because everyone was just running because they couldn't score in the half court because there was no spacing. But in the 80s, very fast basketball, because the best ways to score was in transition and get layups, or in the half court through post-ups, double teams, and then still trying to find guys on cuts, because the most efficient shots were still layups. When we go back and watch all of these eras, the reason teams are emphasizing layups, you might not hear them say, oh, it's the most efficient. This is what the analytics are telling us. But everyone understands a layup is the best shot to get. So teams were trying to get layups. Then we fast forward again. Then once defensive rules change and it becomes more ISO heavy, the rim becomes harder to get to. So once you get to the 1990s and 2000s, the rim was practically shut off. There was the illegal defensive stuff was removed. The defensive 3-second wasn't added into a 0-2. So there was a little time period in there where you practically couldn't get to the rim. That's why you saw a lot of isolation ball. And that's where mid-range shooting became at its premium. If you had someone who could create a shot out of nothing with no space, you were at the premium. But the league realized that viewers weren't enjoying this. I think a lot of that had to do with Michael Jordan not being in the league, but they viewed it as the viewers aren't enjoying this. It's a slowed down game. Everything was slow and methodical as you would like it. But because of that, because of the lack of spacing, teams struggled to score. And you can say, oh, well, everyone's focused on percentages too much. When they weren't, teams couldn't score. The worst offensive ratings in NBA history come in that era where analytics meant nothing. Go get a bucket in the mid-range. Cool. As the league evolved, I'm not saying they're telling you to shoot a bunch of threes, but what I am saying is once they understood that we need the most optimal shots, what happened was post-up players who only could shoot out of the post, when they got double teamed, possessions died. That's what happens. When they got double teamed, advantages disappeared, possessions died, you ended up having to fall back on a late shot clock, often a mid-range pull-up. So what they realized was if you aren't passing out of the post, what's best? And Mike D'Antoni is the one who figured this out. Let's just open up that space. Instead of parking someone on the block and having them down there, so when Steve Nash or whoever drives, there's another defender there, let's just move him out. So now we open up the lane. It's not to create threes, it was to create layups. Instead of parking someone where you want them to score, you open up that space and allow players to enter it throughout the possession, whether that's through motion or drives or whatever the case. And that's what the league has become. Instead of just parking people down near the basket, they've opened up the space around the basket so guys can move there freely. That's where you get the freedom of movement, all of that stuff. But the analytics is telling you to get to the rim. The analytics is still telling you to take the most optimal shot.
But these niggas don't get to the rim.
Hold on, exactly. Hold on, Mark. You didn't win, Mark.
History.
You went for like 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Since tracking began
like 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Yeah, and Ron said something stupid. Since 1997, when tracking began, the highest volume of shots at the rim is the current NBA. It's
also the highest volume of threes.
Yeah, so you know what that means,
because
Ron? Where are these shots coming from, Ron? If the shots at the rim,
Mars, I understand. Mars, you don't got to do this right now. I understand. You take away the mid-range, it's 3 and it's at the rim. I get that. The point I'm trying to make is if the game is so wide open, they're opening up the game so people can get to the rim. Cool. I understand. People only want to get layups and they only want to get threes. That's okay. But I get that. But also what you do got to factor in is a big part of the reason why these guys are getting to the rim is because what they did in the 2000s by opening up the game and saying you can't do the illegal defense and stuff like that. So I expect y'all to get to the rim more. That doesn't take away from the fact that they shoot a bunch of dumbass threes and settle for a bunch of dumbass threes, analytically driven.
No one's arguing against that.
When they should get to the rim more.
And Ron, hold on, hold this point. Hold on, because I'm glad you brought this up. I'm glad you brought this up because this is where the game.
Why they take middies?
No, but this is where the game is. This is where the game is totally jacked up at.
They took dumbass mid-range shots too.
No, but hold on. This is where the game is totally jacked up at.
Middies 20 years ago.
This is where the game is jacked up at because now this is how you evaluate the game. Because now when you go and take these basketball players who've been playing basketball all their life, not this analytic bullshit that they came up with and said we care about an offensive rating and shit like this. You take a motherfucker who've been playing the same way they all their life, been getting buckets. They go to college and get buckets. And then you draft a motherfucker who's been getting buckets his whole life. And now you put him in a fucking corner because he on time. Because he on the team with Luka Doncic, and he can't make 3 threes coming off the bench because you sat him in the corner when his game is, I'm a bucket getter. I can score at 3 levels, but you simplify his game to 1 level. Sit your ass in the corner and shoot a 3. If you can't do that, get the fuck off the team. Then everybody in the world say, you trash. Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? Because y'all fucked the game up. That's why. You asking somebody to do something that they never done their whole entire life, and just because maybe 5 players do it or 8 players can make that adjustment, everybody is trash. Oh, don't take that mid-range shot. Why are you taking that badass midi? Because I've been taking this shot my whole life. But now I'm in the NBA. Don't take it because the numbers are saying, this is a bad shot for you. That's a bad shot. That's a bad shot. Fucking Gilgeous-Alexander just won the MVP, scoring 30 a game, taking these same shots. Chris Paul done played 20 years, taking these same shots. Now, Deuce McBride. Now, this is one I seen. When they deemed Deuce McBride as this mid-range guy, how the fuck did you know he could shoot mid-range? How did you know he could shoot mid-range? Did you look at his college game and say, hey, I need him to come shoot mid-range on my team? Or did you just look at him as a basketball player and say, this guy can play, let him play the way he play, and it fits the team? But no, we don't do that, though. This is what we do. A guy that averaged 17 in college by getting buckets, put him in the corner. He should be able to shoot a 3. Right. He's a decent shooter. Yeah, get it with Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony, you're a good shooter. Go sit in the corner for the Rockets. And hey, shoot the 3s instead of mid-range. And then now you start talking about Carmelo trash. Carmelo got to get traded because he don't shoot 3s like that. But he what on the all-time scoring list? He's 12. What?
12, I think.
But he got to get traded because he don't shoot 3s.
But why are you acting like this is
new? You fucked the game up. That's what it is.
Why are you acting like this is new? This was happening in the 90s and the early 2000s as well. There's plenty of players. Quintel Woods had a very different role for his high school team and for his, I think, JUCO team than he did in the NBA. Martell Webster played a very different role. Jarvis Hayes, god damn, I can go through a list of guys who played a very different role.
Okay, what do you mean?
There's only one basketball, yo. So you can't have 5 stars trying to walk around being
the only one basketball goes to only one guy 90% of the time. Luka dribbled the air out the fucking ball. That's why you don't see those egregiously bad shooting numbers in other leagues because everybody touches the ball. That's why. So you mean to tell me I gotta come off the bench, go sit in the corner after just playing all the defense and wait for you to give me the fucking ball when I don't know when you're gonna give it to me, and I only get 3 attempts and I miss them and I gotta go sit down.
Jordan,
I'm not good enough. It's a terrible brand of basketball. It sells tickets, but it's a terrible brand of basketball.
It's a terrible brand. And people kept talking about they scoring 125 now. Who gives a fuck if you're giving up 140? Who cares?
It's
like, what does that matter?
To me, like you're really gonna like watching the Raptors play this year. I'm just tell you that.
Why does it matter just because they scored 102 to now everybody's scoring 125 to 127? Why does it matter?
Because people want to see offense got optimized. That's what that would mean.
It's an arms race, Jordan.
But it does I don't give a fuck about the arms race. It doesn't matter if I won the game. The name of basketball is to win.
Jordan.
This is Mark. You said it best.
To win basketball games, you need to score more
viewers don't like it. Because the viewers be nerds. The viewers don't know how to play basketball. So that's what the game is catered to. Nerds.
The game is grinded out, slowed down. Yes, the viewers aren't going to like it. And the NBA absolutely made changes because of that. We're not denying that. But also the aim of the game of basketball is to try and win your games. And the way you do that is by optimizing each possession. That's what teams realize.
Why not? Okay.
So in order to maximize each possession, you need maximum.
You're not optimizing your defense though, because your defense is trash. If you
because and this is the thing. This is the issue. Once when offense gets optimized, when teams realize instead of shooting 30% of our shots from mid-range, 40% of our shots from mid-range, and we turn them into layups and 3s. You know what that means for defenses? It's now harder to guard because teams are scoring more points. It's not a hard concept to understand.
So we changed the game because nerds more be satisfied. So basketball is ruined because nerds. We need to satisfy the nerds who look at the entertainment.
That's how you call it, sure. But like, and the other issue I have is that if you go back and watch, right, and I'm not saying you guys don't watch games. When you go back and watch like the 2000s, and you'll see the triangle with Phil Jackson and them, or you'll see this amazing Spurs basketball that started in the mid 2010s, or you'll see the Suns with Mike D'Antoni and them. I implore you, go watch a game from the Charlotte Bobcats from the 2000s. Go watch a game. Just go watch a game. And tell me if these role players are heavily involved. Or if you're seeing, bring the ball up the court, post up, double team, mid-range jump shot. Just let me know what you see. Just go watch a
How good
game.
was the Charlotte
And let me
Bobcats
know
in
if you're
that team,
seeing
though?
these team-oriented
How good was the
offenses.
Charlotte Bobcats
Just
during
let
that
me
time?
know.
But hold
How
up, though.
good was the Charlotte Bobcats
In
in
the
that time?
2010s,
You can't judge an era by only what the good teams are doing. What I'm saying is it was a
agree
league
with
of 29 teams. Maybe 5 of them played a unique or fresh style of basketball. A lot of the teams, if you go back and watch, the mid teams, the stinky teams, all played very similarly. And whether or not you think that was a good brand of basketball or a bad brand of basketball, I don't care. The brand of basketball itself was very similar. If you say everyone today plays the same, go watch a game from 2004. Watch 2 average teams play against each other. This is what's going to happen. They're going to give their big man a bunch of post touches. He's going to shoot a bunch of turnarounds, fadeaways, hook shots. They're going to have one perimeter player who's an isolation player. He's going to take a lot of mid-range jumpers.
I don't think that's a
And
good
the
shot.
role
I don't
going to do one dribble pull-ups and 18-foot spark jumpers. That's what's going to happen.
Jordan, the analytics don't agree with heliocentrism.
I think people misconstrue my point. I'm not saying that that's a good shot because we feed it into the post every time. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the way they played the game of basketball and then they try to add the other shit to justify it is where it's fucking me up at. Because the way Luka Doncic played is bad basketball.
But the analytics agree with you, Jordan. The analytics agree with you. By the way,
they don't, because y'all like the Luka Doncic of the world.
No. Let me make my point. I promise you that the on-off data would suggest that playing like Harden and playing like Luka is actually not that efficient. Ball dominance is not actually
so many teams do that though.
The reason that you do it, the only reason that you would do it is because you have a generational transcendent player, and because the more you pass or the more you allow possessions to end up being initiated by other players, the less likely it is that your star player ends up with the ball in their hands. And
so what about the Boston Celtics?
The Boston Celtics are an example of analytics run amok. And I'll explain it why. I think that Joe Mazzulla is an interesting coach, but I don't think he's a great coach. And one of the things that he probably looked at was league average offense is 114. Okay, last 2 years, league average offensive rating 114. That means teams score 1.14 points per possession. So he probably looked at his team, and said, well, I have a whole bunch of 3-point shooters that can probably get closer to 1.17, 1.18. So if we take a lot of these threes, we'll probably win basketball games. The problem with that is there's a lot of diminishing returns when it comes to over-reliance on one play type. You need diversity to win basketball games. There's a reason why Kevon Looney and Draymond Green are not great 3-point shooters. Andre Iguodala at times was not a great 3-point shooter. Sean Livingston was a great mid-range shooter. Andrew Bogut participated.
The Warriors had a very diverse offense, and they were so much better than everybody
all
in the
these
world.
Things to work together, but I will promise you the best offenses ever have been diverse. They have been full of players who can do multiple things. Having a big who can shoot a 3 is a cheat code, but that same big should be able to post up. They
don't do that though. No. But by your logic, that makes sense.
Jokic
reality,
does post
that
up,
don't happen. It don't happen because Rudy Gobert can't do shit for play defense. By the way, now Rudy Gobert can't do nothing but play defense.
Rudy Gobert's offense has been a problem in the playoffs for a decade.
Cade posts up.
How many post-ups? It's not like Rudy Gobert's just been getting away with the fact that he can't play on offense.
Siakam posts up, yo.
He's been played off the court offensively damn near every year of his career because of the lack of diversity in his game.
Okay, yes, hold on. Me personally, I don't know. Did you see Rudy Gobert when he played in the EuroLeague or when he played in Europe?
Rudy Gobert.
His pre-draft stuff?
Did you see Rudy Gobert when he played in Europe pretty much?
I've seen some of his pre-draft
stuff. His offense, obviously his offense in Europe, his offense in Europe was a lot better than it is in the NBA. I would say that. Obviously, because talent is different, but also because the game is different. If you only going to limit a guy, I'm telling you, basketball players get uncomfortable with just saying, stay right there. I'm going to drive, and then I'm going to pass it to you, and then I don't know when the fuck you're going to pass it. I get the ball, and then now I got to do some shit that I don't normally do.
It's extremely hard to play that way.
It's hard to play like that.
I can tell you from when I play with pros, like the pros in Seattle. I played on Isaiah Thomas's team multiple times. It's hard to play with IT because you know every time he come down the court, he gonna shoot a 3 or he gonna jack up some bullshit.
You don't know when you're gonna get the ball.
And I just gotta say it
to my face. If you were coaching Rudy Gobert, you would run post-ups for him.
It's not about running post-ups. It's about running different actions to where he can maybe touch the ball.
He touches the ball and he turns it over. And he
Because
touches
you
the ball
giving
and he
it to
drops
him with
it.
3-4 seconds left when he don't know what he's
Here's
gonna
the thing,
get.
though. Rudy Gobert is an extreme
God.
example. When Jordan first brought this up, he said guys that have been scoring their whole lives, high
Right.
school, college. I'm one and done. I averaged 20 at my university. I can do a little more than just be on the perimeter, just
Waiting on the corner three.
I can do a whole lot more than that.
So?
It limits me as a basketball player. It makes me uncomfortable, and it's hard for me to get a rhythm, especially if I can't even take a one dribble pull up. If all I can do
you can't even
is
dribble. No, it's people.
A
Bro,
guy
I know.
like Max Christie, for instance, all I can do is either catch and shoot and maybe get a straight line drive. But if I get a straight line drive, I'm still uncomfortable because I ain't touched the ball for 4 possessions. But I gotta go guard the number one option over there. Do you guys know how hard that is?
That shit is extremely
I've
hard
been
to do.
sitting on the bench for a quarter and a half, and you put me in, and I have 3 minutes to try to prove myself. That shit is hard as fuck. You know how hard I can't get a rhythm at all.
Ron,
I
you watch
think
the
you're
Euro.
overselling how involved guys were.
Ron, you watch the EuroLeague a lot.
Scores
You realize like when they move the ball on, like Penn, you got to stop the we won't post up shit. It's not even about like basketball is more than just post up or isolation. It's about the feel for the game, the movement of the game, the touches of the game, the way the ball swings from side to side. That's why you get good offense. That's why you see in Europe, Rudy Gobert is better than a lot of guys in Europe. Rudy Gobert is better than it's some guys in Europe that's just like Rudy Gobert, but it don't look like that because they go swing, pick and roll, handoff, and now you got an easier dump down because we all involved. But if you gonna dribble out the clock, look at the shot clock while somebody pressuring you, turn around, go between the legs, and then drive and then dump it to him, motherfucker, fuck you. I didn't know what pass the fucking ball. That's what, if we was on a playground, a motherfucker would say, bro, fuck you, pass the ball. I ain't shooting shit.
I just think you're overstating how I think the Knicks run this ball dominant style of play with Jalen Brunson. The Luka
Ron, you know I'm not capping. That's exactly how it would be on the playground. Boy, fuck you, I'm not doing this shit. You
Luka
done dribbled
Doncic
the air out
is
the ball.
another ball dominant player. Trae Young is another one. Cade is ball dominant. Who else? What other teams are you talking about where they just have
Brunson?
I said Brunson.
The
Shea doesn't do it. Shea does it in a very. I said Luka. Shea does it in a very different way.
Morris, you don't have to be ball. You don't have to hold the ball as much as them for the offense to be heliocentric or for it to be ball.
I'm not arguing against.
No, a guy like JT get the
doing
ball,
all that dribbling
hold it, do all of this, dribble.
Yeah, and the Celtics actively hunt a lot of isolations, and I'm not the biggest fan of those Celtics approach. I understand it. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but like.
I understand it too. I just don't like it.
Even the way a lot of these teams do it is different. Trae Young doesn't run offense the same way a Jalen Brunson does. They're both ball dominant. They're both ball dominant, but they do it in different ways. So like even the ball dominance comes in different ways. And then when you look through the NBA, Denver don't play like Indiana, who don't play like
I like the way Denver plays. I never had a problem with the way
who don't play like Golden State, who don't play like the Kings, who don't play like Miami, who don't play like the Bulls. Like all of these teams play differently.
No, they play differently. They play differently, but it's all
the Utah just stink, but they play unique.
No, I understand that, but for the most part, they all play differently, but it's all to get to one thing. Usually
the Jazz.
Usually to get to their best player trying to get a shot.
Questionable shit going
my thing
on.
Is, it's only 2 teams in the NBA that really play basketball.
Denver plays good basketball.
Denver, and can you guess the other one?
Indiana.
Three teams.
The Raptors play
Denver,
great basketball.
Indiana. Can you guys guess the third team?
Toronto.
Can you guys guess the third team?
The Raptors.
And ironically, yes, it's the Warriors. And ironically, it's around 2 guys that move without the ball. This is why I disagree. Brooklyn play good basketball. They just suck. Utah play good basketball. They just suck.
Cam Thomas don't really play good basketball.
Also,
but Brooklyn play good. Like these teams play.
He averaged 20 on Brooklyn, so he
averaged like 24. He averaged like 24. He only played like 25 games. But point is, like these teams, the bad teams play unique. I'm not asking you to go watch Brooklyn. Like you don't have.
I don't even think the Miami Heat play good basketball. To be honest with you, I don't even like the way the Miami Heat play.
I disagree, but like these teams play good basketball.
I don't like the way they play.
But hello, Real Talk wants to say something.
What's up?
Oh, just by the way, even about the Warriors though, they used to have this player called, I think his name is Eric Pascal, and he's done interviews now saying
he's been on PC.
Yeah, shout out him. He's been on interviews now saying how even playing over there in Golden State
wasn't favorable to him because the whole offense is designed around, hey, don't take this open shot or don't pop out for the ball. You got to be set a down screen for Curry when he coming through. So there, even in your examples of these good basketball, like this good basketball, people are making sacrifices who used to score. I don't know, Jordan.
Hold on, real talk. Eric Pascal is capping. First of all, Eric Pascal
Jonathan Kuminga agrees.
But hold on, Eric Pascal isn't as skilled as he think he is. He don't get busy like that in Europe either, though.
Like, he had a year where he was getting more shots than he probably should have got.
Yeah, but that was the year where
like
Steph was
Eric
Pascal was talented at Villanova. He could score the ball.
Yeah,
he could, but he could. But Mars, by the way, you can score the ball in college. It's a little bit different now. When you can score it in the NBA, regardless of who guarding you, a lot of players can do that, but it's modified. I'm saying Eric Pascal don't really play good basketball nowhere he go though.
Well, so Eric Pascal, I don't know what's been going on with him post NBA career. Hasn't looked the prettiest.
Yeah, but like he don't really play good basketball nowhere though.
Even systems like the Warriors, like James Wiseman struggled in that system.
I agree. Certain systems, I don't want people to think that there's one way to play basketball. It's not. My only gripe with this whole shit is
the way they do it in the NBA is wrong.
The structure of it is wrong because they value and Mars, like Mars said, you really just said it. They value the way the viewers see the game. That's what it's about.
Well, I don't think the NBA teams do. I think the NBA.
No, that's not true, Jordan. They value math.
I think the NBA value piece to the fans. I don't think the teams do.
Basketball
math,
is not
Jordan.
Really.
Whether we like it or not, basketball is always going to be a mathematical game because there's a 48-minute clock, and whoever has more points at the end of that 48 minutes wins the game. So math is going to be involved.
Of course. I don't have a problem with that. I understand some of the analytic stuff. I understand, but for a guy to shoot 0 for 10 from 3, motherfucker, you probably should scoop the fuck up. That's probably what you should do, rather than just saying, that's an inefficient shot. You just missed 10 fucking straight threes.
That's what you probably should come out of the game.
Hey, fellas.
Why do I got to get out the game, though?
Fellas, I have somebody that's low managing, but still trying to get back in the game.
Why do I got to get out?
Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say real quick. I think the issue, my issue with the way that these teams are playing is more so not looking for the best shot, and the analytics is saying you need to get this bucket or that bucket, a 2 or 3 or a free throw, whatever the list is that y'all said earlier. Whatever that is, that just doesn't work for basketball because I can't go into basketball looking like, I need to shoot the ball here. In basketball, I need to find the best shot possible. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly what I said.
Look, whatever that is, because you got the players, you got skill set. Everybody can shoot. Everybody can do this. Everybody can do that. So why do I have to look for this shot as the best shot? You know what I'm saying? Why can't I find the best shot and take that one? That's all I want to say about the way the offense.
Thank you.
Because on the granular scale, the best shot for you if you're a role player, and I know we're just going to disagree with this because of how we grow up and view the game. The best shot is your open 3. That is your best shot.
Not.
But I'm not saying by basketball field. What I'm saying by math, you can't. It's an irresputable fact. For most role players, their best mathematical
the feel for the game.
But Jordan, I know that's not how you look at it. But at the end of the day, they're hiring. They spend millions of dollars upon research for this very reason. It just is what it is. Role players nowadays, best shot is on a points per possession basis, probably going to be an open 3. That's probably what it's going to be.
So real talk. Basically, what you're saying is, you know the cliche saying, basketball is 90% mental and 10% physical. Basketball is 90% mathematical and 10% physical. Now, fuck it. That's what the fuck we doing now.
Damn near.
That's the fucking problem. That is the problem because that shit don't start until you get to the NBA. That's the problem. That's what I was saying was flawed about this shit. That shit don't start until you get to the NBA. And in no other league does that shit matter but the NBA.
Well, I don't know what's going on overseas, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if they're incorporating more analytics into that.
They do. It's a team from Paris. They're actually just called Paris.
And they shoot a lot.
And they just got into the EuroLeague last year, and they basically played damn, what was the it's the coach that went to the Grizzlies. They play basically a running.
Oh, okay.
It's a running gun style offense. They shoot
They
a lot
won
more
the Euro
threes
Cup. I don't know if they're
and
gonna win
stuff
the
like
EuroLeague though.
But
Probably
they-
not gonna win the EuroLeague.
They still
I
play.
mean, it's their first year in the EuroLeague. I mean, if they did, that'd be amazing.
No, they did good. They went on like a 10-game winning streak last
Winning
year.
streak.
They
They
were
did
They were
good.
first in the league for like.
And you want to know why? Because math works. Unfortunately,
No,
that's
real
just
talk.
the
If you don't
fact.
watch the EuroLeague, you probably don't know why. A lot of shit happened in EuroLeague. Motherfuckers get
I
hurt.
know-
I'm not gonna pretend.
I know what you
I'm
just
not
told me. They shot
gonna
a bunch of
pretend to
threes.
know. But the reality is,
Okay, what is about
if you
to do?
shoot a
They
lot of
posted
threes,
up.
your chances do improve. If you shoot a lot of threes, your chances improve.
And I don't want to sound like I'm hating on that because I do with the right personnel, I could get with it.
I'm
Too.
too.
So look, when
To
I
a
say
point.
with the right personnel, it's two things. It's actually if you just got the shooters that could do it, and ironically, if you don't got the shooters, where it's like, look, we just gonna get it up and we just praying that they go in. Because I played against teams where it's like we are way better than you. Way better than
But
you.
they got a more shot.
You guys just got up these things.
I agree
you
with
guys
that
got
too.
hot tonight, and that's the only way that you guys could beat us. So
I
I
agree
get
with
it
that
from
too.
the two extremes. What I'm trying to say is, but you still just shouldn't rely on that. It still should be
Ron, can I
some
crash out
backcuts,
real quick?
some
Can I
screens.
crash out just
There
real
still
quick?
should be some
Oh,
offenses being
brother.
ran. Go
Can
ahead.
I crash out real quick?
You about to crash out on Real Talk? Because that's the only thing
Nah.
I'm here for.
No, I'm crashing out for somebody in the chat that's dumb as a motherfucker. Bro, for you to think that I want somebody to go 0 for fucking 10 from mid-range or fucking three-pointer, you are a fucking loser. That's what you are. You are a dummy. Obviously, I don't want a motherfucker to go 0 for 10 from mid-range. Why would I care? I don't give a fuck what shot it is. Don't go 0 for 10. That's all I'm saying. Don't go 0 for 10. If you going 0 for 10 from the three-point line, step up. Now, if you going 0 for 10 from the mid-range and three-point line, now I got to take you out the game. But I don't want to take a motherfucker out the game because he got special talent. He's a good basketball player because he can't make 4 threes. He got to go sit down. That's called dumb. You nerds are the reason what's wrong with this fucking basketball shit. And y'all talk a lot of shit on the internet. But when somebody say pull up, you motherfuckers don't pull up. So stop it. That's what's wrong with y'all.
My issue is just analytics just being seen as just threes. It's more than threes. It's about winning the possession battle. That's a big deal. If you can just shoot more shots than your opponent, periods, you have a good chance of winning. That was the thing that the 60s Celtics were doing. That's why Houston were able to be so successful. They were just killing you on the offensive glass. They didn't shoot a lot of threes, but they crashed the offensive glass. They won the possession battle. I don't know where OKC ranked in threes per game, but they won the possession battle by forcing turnovers. At the end of the day, basketball is going to be about two things. How they do it is going to be different. It's going to differ from team to team. Can you get more shots than than the opposing team? And can you get more points per possession than the opposing team? You do those two things, you're never going to lose a game. If you shoot more than the opponent and you get more points per possession, you'll never lose a game. Whether we like it or not, that's the mathematics behind the situation. So teams are going to try and maximize both of those outcomes. They're going to try and maximize points per possession, which means they're going to try cut out mid-range shots, maximize free throws, maximize layups, maximize threes. That's the reality of the situation. They're going to try get more shots than the opposing team, which means they're going to try turn them over or crash the offensive glass. The issue that happened, and I think a few years ago, analytics was becoming a problem because teams were just kind of buying into the Mike D'Antoni, Daryl Morey thing, and teams were more in unison in terms of how they played back then. The last few years, I think you're seeing styles diversify because teams have realized there's more than one way to skin a cat. You don't have to play basketball this way as long as the outcome is maximizing the possession. Now, do you maximize the possession with a drive and kick? Do you maximize it with an isolation three? Do you maximize it by running in transition? Do you maximize it by crashing the offensive glass? There's different ways to maximize the possession, but at the end of the day, the goal is still the same. Get as many points per possession as possible. That's it.
This
now,
is
the best
also
way to do that is probably by shooting threes because there's more points per possession on the boards. But that doesn't mean every team is going to shoot 63s a game. The only team that does that is Boston. No other team is really coming close to Boston's amount of threes. The same way no team is really coming close to Houston. But teams understood you've got to shoot more threes. That's just common sense. And I think
I'm not mad with shooting more threes. I think people misconstruing my point. I'm not mad. I understand all of this shit. I understand all of it. You should shoot more threes. You should do that. But what I'm saying is, it is a problem with you would make more threes if you changed the way they played. That's the only thing that I'm saying. You would make more threes if you change the way the structure of the three-pointers that I'm getting. That's all I'm saying. Y'all want to take it to here, to there, to try to simplify this bullshit based on your logic when it's clearly your fucking logic, not mine. All I'm saying is change the way the game is played. You would make more threes rather than just dribble, boom. Yeah, it might work 3 quarters, but like Draymond Green said, we know Harden gonna get his in 3 quarters, but he gonna slow down. And when he slow down, we gonna beat the shit out there.
But see, Jordan, this is where I'm finna go. Cause you are a Harden fan.
Yeah, because I'm
I
from
don't
Houston.
understand how you be getting on Luka.
I'm from Houston, real
And
talk.
you
That's what
like
this shit is
Harden.
about, obviously. You've been throwing that at me for a minute. I am a James Harden fan. Do I think the way he played basketball is bullshit sometimes? Yes. I was on the deep end of that stick that this shit gonna work. This shit gonna work. Yeah, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. That shit ain't never fucking worked. So now I'm man enough to say it don't work, real talk. That's what I'm man enough to say. It don't work.
You also man enough to say that you on the deep end of the stick. Congratulations.
Oh, that was crazy. That was my bad. You right.
Hey, yo, I'm not even gonna comment on that because that was wild.
You right, real talk. That is crazy.
Me and Mars both got to get up out of here. I'm gonna get to these super chats. I'm gonna run through them, and then we gonna go ahead and
Mars, where the hell you gotta
talk to
go?
you guys tomorrow. Yeah,
Got
where the hell
things
you
to
gotta
do,
go,
man.
Mars?
Got things to do, man.
Get
$1 million
nap
to
out?
be made. $1 million to be made.
Oh my god. Oh my
All right,
god.
yo.
Oh,
Super
my
chats,
God.
Ron.
All right,
Oh,
for
my
sure.
God.
Also, too, today we are on playback watching the Lynx versus the Liberty. So y'all be sure to pull up for that. But as of right now, the first super chat I got is from Teddy Hart. Teddy Hart said, after I found out Kareem was bitching to the press in 79, celebrating the abolishment of hand checking because he felt like guys like Artis Gilmore was too strong and rough with him, I lost a lot of respect. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, physicality was my biggest gripe with Kareem in general. Physicality, endurance, those things.
Was it looks too? Just wanted to know.
Yeah, Mars was the looks.
Kareem, an attractive man, man.
Masenko said, I'm just here to glaze Jermaine O'Neal and Brad Miller.
I rock with Jermaine O'Neal. I ain't really rock with Brad Miller, but I rock with Jermaine O'Neal.
Shout out J.O. Brad Miller was nice too. Jean-Mar Skeet Nielsen said, Mr. Screaming and yelling about accolades and championships in the Bronny episode, Drenchman is not about to tell me 5 MVPs and 11 championships can't be the GOAT. Basketball is about win chips.
Bro, what the fuck do y'all be talking about, bro? What do I have to do with that? I don't even know what the correlation to Bronny and all that shit got to do with that. I have no, because Bronny ain't got no motherfucking accolades. I can tell you that. So why would we be talking about Bronny?
McDonald's
accolades?
All-American. McDonald's All-American.
I didn't know
Exactly.
you could buy- I didn't know you could buy
McDonald's
that
All-American.
shit.
High school, right?
And he got
ID.
drafted. That's
I didn't know you could
that's
buy
hilarious.
McDonald's All-American and a draft position until last year, boy. That shit, I had no idea, boy. That shit was not possible until last year.
But now he in the G League balling though. But no,
I didn't know you
too.
could buy that shit, boy. Because if that was the case, shit, Marcus Jordan should have been in the league.
Zero Just Vibing said, based on the chat logic, Ron is a L host. The box.
That's a good one.
What that got to do with
That's a
me?
good one.
What's the to Jordan's point? What that got to do with me?
I don't know, bro. That be too many beefs that ain't got shit to do with me.
All right, yo, I want to shout out a new member. Fuck that member. Field Boy 7. Field Boy 7 said, chill. For your point guard take, how many players play point guard better than SGA?
All of them.
Chill ain't here, so we can't do chill like that, Mars.
Yeah, I heard some of that shit too. Hey, fuck it. Hey, I'm taking Mark Jackson over Steph. What are you talking about? Hey, Mark Jackson played point
Nah,
guard.
real talk. It wouldn't be no team that I would take John Stockton over Steph on. I ain't gonna lie. It wouldn't be no fucking team assembled. It wouldn't be no team assembled. That would be real.
What about a team with no 3-point line? In the
Don't
different
give
era?
a fuck. Give me Steph.
With no 3-point
You can still shoot it from back there. Jay West was doing it. You can still shoot it from back there.
If you take away the 3,
Rick Barry?
I'm going with John Stockton. No offense. The defense just too much to ignore.
they'd be chasing
Steph could guard anyone.
I was thinking that, but
They're too close together.
Steph could guard any guards you put in front of him in the 70s.
Jay Renrick said if Wilt and Bill get air attacks, why isn't MJ taxed? Even his own teammates said it was easy because the league was watered down because of expansion.
Because the people around the league called him Jesus. So
I think we
What
should.
you realize, a lot of the issues that people have with the league today, you can find many instances of people having the same issues with the 90s. But now we're far enough removed that the 90s was the golden era and everything.
I think the 2000s was the golden era, but sure.
I'm sure if I do enough looking, you'll find people complaining about the same issues they complain about now in the 2000s.
I think the 30s
Maybe
was the golden
not
era,
that many,
personally.
but maybe. I think the 2000s was the golden era, though.
Kyle G said, you can't compare dominant bigs before 2001 because you couldn't run zones. Nowadays, your guard has to be a threat or it's too easy to guard.
Teams run
Fair
zone.
enough.
They just hit it a little bit.
Yeah, because John Stockton, the Jazz definitely ran his own for sure. They just definitely hit it. And John Stockton was cheating. Watch him on defense. He definitely cheating. That fucking illegal defense shit, his ass was cheating.
Nabby Ling said SGA is better than Luka. He was getting shut down, and for the OKC burying of Trust the Process
version
of Trust the Process.
Damn, why the hell
hey
you know
Ron,
about
you
that?
need to stand on it.
Bro, he had a tough time typing that shit, man. Mars, where that money from?
He did.
That's from Canada?
That's Canadian. That's Penn's people.
Oh, that's why
Yeah.
Penn understand.
Yeah, he translated.
Luka's better than SGA, by the way. I
I
don't know why
translated that
was-
Canadian.
Yeah.
That's version. Okay,
That
guys.
speak English, right? Canadians speak English.
Yeah,
I'm
Luka
French.
clears. Luka clears.
Yeah, sure.
We speak in French.
Says his MVP and Finals MVP.
We speak in
The
French.
guy who
with
says
this
he
word.
doesn't
We're
like
your
using the
people.
word clears is now using the word clears.
Oh, absolutely. If we're going to be saying
Right.
SGA's better than Luka, I have to face that with force. I have to fight fire with fire. Yeah, no, Luka clears. Yeah.
Okay.
Clears. Damn.
It Zamzay said, y'all still pretending Tatum close to SGA? Laughing emojis. Hey, Penn, let him know. According to Vorp, Peak JT not even better than Draymond.
I mean,
I think that just says a lot about peak Draymond. People need to know about 2016 Draymond.
top 7 MVP voting.
Yeah, 5.3 Vorp.
Mark,
What's
I'm
Jason Tatum
disappointed.
peak at?
Mark,
5.2?
I'm disappointed in you.
Probably
on Twitter,
like
Mike
5.1.
Champ. I'm disappointed in you
What'd I do?
for entertaining that beef. I'm really disappointed in you. I'm sure you'd be disappointed in a lot of things I do too on Twitter, so it's okay.
Okay.
What beef does Mars have on Twitter?
It'd be in the comments. Mars, it'd be slicked in the comments.
Just be chilling, man.
It'd be slick in there.
Shout out to Beef on Twitter. Jean-Marc Skeet Nielsen said the Bronny episode is the episode where you all end up talking about accolades. The title was just Bronny scoring 30.
I don't remember that.
I still don't know the relevance.
I remember
to
the
why.
Bronny title. I remember that. I don't remember that episode.
Shout
Ready
out
for
to-
some more Bronny titles.
Yo, shout outs to Danish Crones. I don't think I've seen that currency on here before. That's dope.
I only know
Shout out,
Danish
shout out.
cheese. I only know that, boy. I only know the little big Texas joint.
There's only one thing I know from Danish. You feel me?
Ron,
At
get
the
that
Buzzer
idea.
Sports said you can find Larry Bird missing a lot of layups.
You
I
know,
would agree.
wrong.
Everybody missed layups.
Everybody
Nah,
missed layups, even now.
He missed his fair share.
Philboy7 said, Jordan, your point is more about heliocentric offense than analytics.
Agreed.
I disagree, but sure.
Backdoor Dre said, so one SGA A+ season is better than 5 Luka A- seasons. How
He
does
might
that
got
work?
a point. He might got a
2024
point.
was an A+ season from Luka. I'm not.
Yeah,
He might
24
got
is
a
better than
SGA
25.
has had 2 A+ seasons. I could argue he's had 3. If he
Well, then
I
if
could
those
blame
are
him-
A+, then
One A-.
those Luka seasons are A+.
2 A+, 1 A-. with
I guess
SGA.
I guess you're grading on a curve when it comes to defense, huh? Okay.
My thing is, if somebody makes $20 every day of this week, they made 100, right? If somebody If somebody makes
$40.
$10, $20, $30, $40, and $50, okay, they might not have made over 20 for 3 days out of the week, or for the same amount that person made, but it adds up more.
It does, yes. 100%.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if 2 of SGA seasons are better than Luka's season, then he made more than him. If one of his seasons he just made much more money than him in that one day of the week, he could have made $100 every day. But if one day I come through and clean up,
What's
and
making
make
more
600,
money though? Getting more accolades during the season?
Okay,
I
let's be clear.
think how you said Luka clears, that one SGA season clears.
Yeah, you're
Any
out of
season
your
Luka's had-
mind. You
Luka
are
has never-
this
jibber
last
jabber.
season,
If you think
this
that
last
any
season-
SGA season clears 24 Luka, you have gone
this season
stone
clears-
cold crazy.
Well,
Stone cold crazy. You're out of your mind.
I'm
You are out of
batshit
your
crazy.
mind.
This last season from SGA cleared any Luka season. I'm batshit crazy. Say what you want. Real talk.
I agree.
I'll run the poll. I think Shea will win the poll, but Clears is insane.
Oh, then we all batshit crazy.
Yo, Luka has a way bigger following. Plus, he's in LA, so you can add at least 10.
Hey,
I don't think my Twitter community is Slovenian or a bunch of Laker fans.
You don't gotta be Slovenian or a Laker fan to value.
To be a fan of the better player who's been better this whole decade.
He's the vastly more popular player. OKC is a small market. People barely know about Shea. When Shea made it to the finals,
I be hating that OKC
I
shit.
swear,
bro,
when
Russ and KD had OKC.
I think the people who follow me on Twitter know who Shea is. I'm not buying into that. I think they know. If they don't, then I don't know why that.
Russ and KD had OKC lit. I remember growing up, it was hella people growing up around me that was Russell Westbrook fans.
That's a fact. Especially when the movie Thunderstruck came out.
I don't give a damn about that OKC shit. If you like that, then people mess with you. Shit. Luka likes that.
Real talk. I just don't think you should be mad at SGA for doing what Luka Doncic couldn't.
Which is what? Play on the greatest defensive team ever with the best defensive personnel ever.
He could have played on. He could have played. He could have played on the greatest defensive team ever.
Here's a question.
If his fat ass would have sat down and played defense. God damn it!
If I put Luka on OKC, they wouldn't be a great defensive team anymore. They wouldn't be.
You are out of your fucking mind. You sound ridiculous. Are you deaf, dumb, stupid, or all three? Did this nigga just say that OKC wouldn't be a great defense if you swap out SGA with fucking Luka? Are you nuts? Do you hear yourself? Are you crazy? Look at my picture, nigga. What? What are you saying? What are you talking? They may not be the greatest ever anymore, no, but they're still going to be a fantastic defense.
Are they the best defense in the league? Are they the best defense in the league? Are they historic? No.
Maybe.
They're okay, man. They're good. They'll be a top 5 defense, but I don't think you understand how badly Luka fucks your defense up, bro. Especially last couple of years.
He definitely fucked the defense up. Real talk, by the way, for sure.
Like OKC's defense works on a string, bro.
And you know what the drop off is? They go from arguably the greatest. They go from arguably the greatest defense ever to like, are they now just top 4? Like, they're still elite. If you have Alex Caruso, Chet, J-Dub, Casey Wallace, that's going to be an elite defense.
Just you acting like the gap here is little when you're not really factoring in how OKC guards. Like, OKC guards on a string. If one player is not connected, the whole string breaks apart. What Alex Caruso and J-Dub do is made possible because SGA has a high motor defensively. He's not getting blown by every single time. He's not missing rotations. He's not lazily gasping for wind in the corner. Luka is a really, really unengaged defender. Really unengaged, bro.
No, Luka actually participated.
By the way, I don't want to hear nothing from you talking about Jokic's defense when you're coming up here sitting capping for Luka's defense just because he plays for your Lakers. That's insane. Jokic is a way better defender.
When have I ever said one of the words of Luka is a slight positive or anything positive defensively ever come out of my mouth? Never. I've never done that. Now I will say this. Wait. Pen. Let me say this. Now,
man, go back to school.
I know that the second half of the 23-24 season, after they gave him defensive personnel, Luka, who, by the way, the defensive personnel, even in the second half of that Dallas season, is nowhere close to OKC. Dallas finished the season as an elite defense. Luka's already participated in an elite defense prior to being on the OKC best defensive personnel damn near ever team. So yes, Penn, I'm pretty sure if Luka goes over there with Chet and Kaysen and Lou Dort and J-Dub and all them niggas over there, they'll still be an elite defense.
Hey.
Yes. They won't be as good as when they had
OKC
SBA.
Thunder won games with J-Dub playing center. J-Dub.
That's not how good J-Dub is. You're making my point. What are you talking about? You're making my
You're
point.
sitting here acting like they were healthy all year. They were missing iHeart for half the year. They were missing Chet for half the year, and they still became an all-time defense.
That's why, to me, J-Dub was the defensive player of the year. You're making my point.
So J-Dub did it by himself. If you gave Luka J-Dub,
no, they still had Lou Dort.
How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? I'll trade you right now. You tell me. I'll trade you J-Dub for LeBron. Are y'all a great defense now?
You said what?
I'll trade you J-Dub for LeBron right now next year. Are you a great defense?
No,
with Luka
obviously it's not J-Dub by himself. Obviously it's not J-Dub by himself.
You got DeAndre Ayton there. I don't see those are bad
You
defenders.
got Marcus Smart. Huh?
That brother said Marcus Smart in 2025.
Bando? Huh?
Bando, you're moving me, but that nigga can't put ball in hoop, so he can't play.
Acting like
there go the nerd shit, real talk. He can't shoot.
No, Jordan. I didn't say he can't shoot. I said that nigga can't put ball in hoop. I'm talking about layup, dunk.
Acting like Hakeem Olajuwon just so you can shit on SGA is primetime bullshit. Like for real, J-Dub is awesome. J-Dub is very versatile, but J-Dub is not a perfect defender by any means.
Who's
He's not
shitting on SGA
defender. He's not even the second best defender on his own team. Okay, let's be real. Alex Caruso a better defender. Chet's a better defender. J-Dub is the third best defender on that team. Okay, and I think I honestly think
you're making my point.
Best defender on his own team, but he would be the best defender on a lot of teams.
You're making my point.
Teams. I'm not making your point. I'm telling you the whole damn defense works because one player is not disconnected. Nobody who plays when Isaiah Joe.
So tell me why Luka participated in an elite defense in 24.
Isaiah Joe might be their worst defender, and he's like 5 times the defender.
Tell me why Luka was able to participate in elite defense for a long stretch of time, including the playoffs, when they got to the finals. Tell me, with less defensive talent than OKC has. Tell me.
You keep saying less defensive talent than OKC has. What was their defensive
rating? Are you about to
argue
argue that it's not less?
What was their defensive rating?
Sorry. No, shut the hell up.
Let's get to the numbers.
The year they went to the finals, they were an 18th
I want him to
defense.
answer the question. I want him to answer the question. Is
I
there more defense? Wait.
You just said they were a good defense. I want you to acknowledge the fact that the
now
year
you don't want to answer my question.
Finals, they were an 18th
right,
ranked defense.
I gotta leave Nerdville. I'll see y'all later.
Peace.
Hey, I'm about to leave Nerville too. Like, I'm telling y'all, I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, Ben,
y'all really got 2 minutes.
Ben, answer my question. Is there more defensive personnel help in OKC this past year or what Luka had in 23-24?
Yes, the all-time greatest defense had more defensive talent than the 18th ranked defense. Yes. What's your next question?
Defense.
Yes, they were the 18th ranked defense when they went to the finals.
Are you talking about that whole year?
Yes, I'm talking about the whole damn year.
Ain't no talking to this nigga. I clearly said after they traded for the defensive pieces, they were an elite defense. That is a fact.
They were much
now.
Better.
What you wanted to try to argue is that, well, I mean, how much better is OKC compared to that second half Dallas team? Yeah, again, you're once again making my point. The fact that you sat here and said J-Dub is arguably the third best defender on the team is you making my fucking point. Alex Caruso, all of them niggas over there, man, Luka can play with some niggas.
Comes off the bench. Chet Holmgren missed half the season. So yeah, they were the greatest defense of all time was anchored, according to you, by consistently throughout the year by the third best defender on their team, who didn't even make all defense first team. What are you talking about?
That was a mistake.
You're
If
acting
he
like
did
he had
not,
Bill
then it
Russell.
was a mistake.
No, bro, I didn't say
I don't give a
Luka.
fuck about the accolade, nigga. I don't care that he wasn't first team on defense.
Was he one of the
fuck
five
you
best defenders in
talking
the
about?
league? Was he one of the five best defenders in the league?
This year, to me, yes.
Well, I don't care about to you. I'm saying to normal people who watch basketball. Was he five? Was he one of the
The
five
normal
best?
people, yes, you can argue he was top 5
He was not.
this season.
Hell no.
Why not? Why can't you?
Because you can't. He's not that.
No. Tell me the 5 definitively better that was definitively better than him last year. And don't bring up players that you already have X'd out trying to make the SGA point who did not play. So go ahead. Name me the 5 players who played the full season who were better defenders than J-Dub. Go.
Alex Caruso.
No, nigga, you just. I'm going. Hey, y'all have a good day.
Chris Dunn.
Y'all have a good day. Y'all have a good day.
Why are
What's
you so
wrong, Real Talk?
emotional? Chill.
Damn, you can't cook.
I'll give you the
Hey,
list.
Pin, you can't cook nobody nowadays without him running. Good
Jeez.
job, though, Pin. I'm proud of you.
Duck your tail and run. Chris Dunn, I think, was better. Asar Thompson, in the games that he played, I think was better. Wemby was better. Amen Thompson was better. Chet Holmgren was better. Draymond was better. Zubac was better.
Dyson
I could
Daniels
make a
was
case
better.
when I get to the Jalen Williams case. I'll put players like Dyson Daniels, Scotty Barnes. I'll put them in that zone. It's much easier to be a great defender when you're already playing with 4 other great defenders. I think he was the third best defender on his team.
All right. I got a few more super chats, y'all. Appreciate everybody who's still in here. Shout out to everybody that's watching on X. Shout out to everybody that's been sending through super chats. Shout out to all of our members. That starts with Arch. That starts with Chris Gill. That starts with Clippy0316. And that starts with Jay Sean. And last but not least, shout out to S for joining up and becoming a member. Salute to all of y'all. The next super chat I got is from Philboy7. Philboy said Tatum being on a good team put him in the convo early. If Tatum was on OKC those early years, the convo would be different.
People need to go back and look at how talented those teams were. Shout outs to Jason Tatum for overcoming, but he was drafted into a situation where he was considered the 3rd or 4th option. And then he morphed into a first option. So
Slenderman said layups are still taking the same amount or slightly higher than they have been historically, by the way. Thank you, Slenderman. Free Knight said, does team construction matter for how a singular player like Luka can raise the floor of a team ceiling, especially if the talent on the team is not
what?
I'm assuming not good.
Of course it does. There's certain players you need to have. You need to have a lot of play finishers around Luka. You need to have a lob threat, rim runners, movement shooters, standstill shooters. You need to have good screeners for Luka. Everything has to be built around his skill sets, and his skill sets are elite. I'm not denying Luka's amazing. It's just he's not a perfect basketball player. I'm sick and tired of Real Talk coming up here acting like, his defensive impact isn't real. Like, he is the reason. If I take him off that Dallas Mavericks team, they're probably like a 10th ranked defense. He single-handedly dropped it by 8 points. It's crazy, man.
Baba sent through a members chat. It said Chill has a personality incredulity fallacy problem.
Personal incredulity problem. Fallacy
What does that
problem.
mean?
I don't know, actually. I'm gonna look it up while you get to your other super chats.
Shout out to PIF problem that Chill has.
So personal incredulity. Okay. When someone dismisses a claim as false simply because they personally find it difficult to understand or believe. Well, you cooked there.
Damn, Chill. Culture Bandit sit through the last members chat. He said, leave the milk dud alone. He's enjoying Puerto Rico.
Can he get a better mic in Puerto Rico? Can we ship him a mic for his call-ins? Damn.
She wasn't feeling it?
So loud. And it was clipping. And then I had to turn the volume down, and then I couldn't listen to everybody else. So I had to turn the volume down when he was talking and then turn it up when everybody else was talking. It was crazy.
All right, y'all. Shout out to JJ, the last member that joined up today. Be like JJ. get you a YouTube membership, subscribe, like the video, and if you want to hear more of Swiper from Puerto Rico, pull up tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern time. Also, too, this Sunday, we will be doing the fantasy draft on the press box. If you want to get in on that fantasy draft, DM me on Twitter or DM me on Instagram. We will be announcing who got selected tomorrow night, Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Until then, we'll catch y'all later. Penn, appreciate you for coming through. Everybody have a good day.
Peace.